Can
This
y'all,
conference will now be recorded.
can you hear me okay?
Yes, Mayor, we can.
All right, we were having technical issues earlier, so I just wanted to make sure we got that fixed. All right, so we reconvene from executive session into open session to act as deemed appropriate in city council's discretion regarding A, any necessary action regarding any regular meeting agenda item.
No action.
No action.
Hang on. Okay, B, any necessary action regarding appointment of acting city manager.
Mr. Mayor. I make a motion that we authorize the mayor to negotiate a agreement with personnel deemed by the council as appropriate.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Okay, hearing none, the motion carries unanimous. And any necessary, C, any necessary action regarding consultation regarding the city Rusty Island Airport POA.
No action.
All right. And I did not do this prior, but Aaron, can you give our audience a briefing on what was discussed in our executive session?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Nothing was discussed with regard to any of the regular session agenda items. A strategy on how to address the current acting city manager who would continue to serve or be chosen to serve was discussed. And then with regard to the airport POA, a strategy and some legal concerns regarding the existing through the fence agreement and how to address existing conditions was discussed and to be brought back at a later date.
All right, thank you. And real quick, Robin, please note, we reconvened, I showed 6:35 p.m. All right, is there anybody from the audience that had any questions regarding the executive session? All right, we will move on to our regular agenda, our regular council meeting at this time. We will start with the Pledge of Allegiance to the U.S. and the Texas flag. So if you will join me, please. Everybody see the wall?
Mm-hmm.
All right. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now, honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible. All right, we will now proceed into citizen comments. In accordance with the Open Meetings Act, council is prohibited from acting or discussing other than factual responses to specific questions, any items not on the agenda. And we will begin with the reading of the rules from our section 6 from our rules of procedure. It is the desire of City Council to hear from the citizens of Lago Vista and to stimulate discussion and offer a forum for a cordial and meaningful public debate on matters that are properly a concern of the City Council. The following rules shall control and govern audience comments. Rules for audience comments. Immediately preceding the opening of a public hearing, the mayor may direct the city secretary to read the rules governing citizen comments. Rules 6.3. A maximum of 30 minutes will be devoted to receiving comments from the public on each agenda item. Each speaker is limited to one presentation per meeting and a maximum timed limit of 3 minutes on any item except for a public hearing item. No individual may address city council without submitting a speaker card at least 5 minutes prior to the beginning of the meeting. The card must clearly state that the subject or issue on which the citizen wishes to speak. If the subject matter does not pertain to city business, the mayor shall advise the individual and/or make recommendations as to how they may get the issue addressed. The mayor can consider comments from citizens that did not submit a request as time permits. 3, citizens speaking on agenda items shall restrict their comments to the subject matter listed. 4, citizens speaking on non-agenda items shall only speak on matters pertaining to city business or issues which the council would have the authority to act upon if brought forth as an agenda item. Council may not act upon or discuss any issue brought forth as a non-agenda item except to A, make a statement of specific factual information given in response, or B, a recitation of existing policy in response to the inquiry. Any deliberation of or decision about the subject of the inquiry shall be limited to a proposal to place the subject on the agenda for a subsequent meeting. 6, proper respect, decorum, and conduct shall prevail at all times. Impertinent, slanderous, or personal attacks are strictly prohibited. Violators may be removed from the council chambers. No placards, banners, or signs may be placed in the council chambers or city hall. Exhibits relating to a presentation are acceptable. Arguing, intimidation, or other disruptive behavior is prohibited. Discussion and/or debate are acceptable only on items specifically listed on the agenda. Nine, unauthorized remarks from the audience, stomping of feet, applauding, whistles, yells, or any type of disruptive behavior is prohibited. Applause of appreciation may be acceptable when recognizing a significant event or achievement. 10, council meetings are the workplace to carry out the business of the city of Lago Vista. Therefore, any conduct that could constitute harassment in the workplace is prohibited. 11, in all cases, the mayor shall preside over the council meeting and ensure that proper conduct and decorum is adhered to. 6.4, preservation of order. The mayor shall preserve order and decorum, and if necessary, shall cause to be silenced or removed from the council chambers any person speaking out of order or disrupting the order of the meeting. With that, we will go into citizen comments. Let me check. When I came in here, I had no one that had requested. Let me check. I do have one request. Let's see. I have a request from Mr. Don Barthlow. Mr. Barthlow, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Don Barthlow. I'm a former city council member, and the reason I come to you today is I'm just trying to make citizens aware that I love this city. I love living here. I love the people here, but we need responsible government. I've done a few installments of this at the beginning of the meetings now, and I'm going to keep doing them to make sure everyone knows what we're dealing with. This installment, previously we talked about fraud, then we talked about accountability, we talked about responsibility. Now we're going to talk about money. I'm talking about your money. I'm talking about taxpayer money. You would hope your local government would spend your money effectively. Unfortunately, I've found that not to be the case when fraud was reported to me as a councilman. This is not something I enjoy doing, but I have to continue to do it so the rest of the citizens have a chance to know. We had 3 councilmen and a current mayor, along with the city attorney and a former city manager, that were informed about the same fraud I was informed about, and 2 other council members. And they chose to sweep it under the rug. They had the former city manager investigate himself, and subsequently he resigned and left town. We're left here with those people that are responsible for your taxpayer dollars that chose the other route. They chose to stay in their positions. I like to think of it as being shameless. I've asked for them to resign. The Texas statute says if you know about this kind of fraud and you don't resign, then you are removed from your position and you will face jail time and fines. So the biggest reason that this is a problem for me and all of us citizens is because the city budget will be voted.
Mayor, you're on mute.
Okay, I'm unmuted. Did my car do that? I don't know what happened. Do I still have the floor, Mr. Mayor? Hello,
Mayor, we can't hear you.
you can hear me? I'm gonna. Okay, last thing. City budget and the tax rate will be determined by this council.
Can you hear
who's
me?
already chosen to cover up.
All right, Don, I am cutting you off because I just went through the rules governing comments, and I don't see where any of this is a matter pertaining to city business or issues with which the council has the authority to act upon. So I'm
This
going to
is
cut you off because I'm
information
not going to sit
purposes
here and let
only.
you have a stump to stand on to do your little campaigning for whatever it is you want to
This is
do.
about the First Amendment and my right as a citizen to. I guess we can see how this is going to.
All right, can you all hear me out there? Okay,
Yes, Mayor, we can.
I was having trouble.
I can hear you.
All right. Let me get my computer set up here again. All right. So at this time, is there anybody else in the audience who would like to address the council? Yes, Mr. Roberts.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council, everyone. Thank you for doing this hybrid format. First off, I'm sure there'll be little kinks. I heard a little bit of reverberation just a moment ago. Hopefully, we can keep this hybrid format going forward. I don't know if that's been decided or not. If it has been decided, it'd be great to know. And the other thing is, I was wondering, it looks like we're going to have a long meeting tonight, Mr. Mayor. Would it be possible to move item 21, item number 20, discussion item number 20, further up the agenda? If there's other people besides myself that would not like to step until 1 this morning to comment on it.
Let me see, what is agenda item number 20?
The subcommittee on consider scheduling, discussion regarding council and committee board commission rules of procedure and council liaison committee board commission operating policy and procedures.
Sure, I'll move it up a little bit.
Thank you, sir.
I've had several other requests, but I'll move it up a little bit. Yes.
Thank you, sir. That's all.
All right. Is there anybody else who would like to? Yes.
Yes,
Mark Everett, you have, is it Everett or Evert?
it's Everett.
Everett.
Okay, everybody hear me okay?
Mm-hmm.
Great, okay. Yes, my name is Mark Everett. I'm one of the commissioners of VSD 1 and 7, Mayor Tidwell, and members of Lago Vista City Council. I just wanted to report that ESD Commissioners Tony Marshall and myself met with Mayor Tidwell yesterday for about 90 minutes. As many of you are aware, we have had several disputes with the city over the last couple of years, mostly over issues involving the construction of our 2 new fire stations and over fire marshal and emergency operations services. Building the 2 stations was an ambitious project, and we had a lot of challenges over the 2.5 years it has taken. It was only supposed to take 1 year, so that tells you a little bit about the challenges. As we near the completion of stations 101 and 103, we really wanted to have a reset with the city, develop a better understanding of some of the past issues, improve communications to avoid new controversies, and find better ways to cooperate together. We briefly discussed some of the past issues to better understand each other's perspective, but really focused on how the ESDs would work with the city for the mutual benefit of both organizations and the citizens and taxpayers that we both serve. I believe as a result of the meeting, both sides had a clear understanding of some of the roles and limitations each side had from legal and political standpoints. Also, while we encourage city officials and staff to continue to work with Chief Norman on issues of mutual interest, we also welcome the involvement of the ESD Board of Commissioners as well when appropriate and needed. I reside in Lago Vista, and I'm happy to be a liaison to the council, between the council and the ESD, if situations warrant. The Board of Commissioners of ESD 1 and 7 are fully committed to providing the best possible fire and EMS services to Lago Vista, and we want to go above and beyond to be part of the community that we serve as well. We believe the meeting with Mayor Tidwell was a great start, and we also realize that the City Council is an important part of that relationship as well. We are also very happy to announce that the city did grant us a permanent occupancy permit for Station 103 on Loman's Ford yesterday, after our contractor satisfied city personnel that all requirements had been met. Because of the uncertainty in completing this process, we did decide to postpone the open house. I'm also happy to report that Station 101 on Bronco is also very close to completion, and we can't wait to move in there as well. We anticipate that that will happen pretty shortly. We will be scheduling open houses for both stations soon, and I want to personally extend special invitations to the mayor and council to attend those, as well as the rest of the community as well, when they are scheduled and happen. Once again, I wanted to thank Mayor Tidwell for his time, and we look forward to working with both him and City Council moving forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mark. Yes, greatly appreciated. The meeting, I'll echo those sentiments. The meeting yesterday was fantastic for the 3 of us to sit down and discuss everything. And we have a procedure in place now between the 3 of us that we can communicate going forward and be out in front of things so that we can identify issues before they get to a critical point, and we'll be able to make sure everything is going smoothly and working together, and look forward to doing a lot of business with ESD 1 and 7 and the fire department, EMS going forward. And thank you very much, Mark. All right, is there anybody else? All right, we shall go into items of community interest. I have a few here. All right, I'm going to start with recognition of individuals. Let's see, let me read this off first here. Items of community interest. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.0415, the City Council may report on any of the following items: expressions of thanks, gratitude, and condolences, information regarding holiday schedules, recognition of individuals or proclamations, reminders regarding City Council events, reminders regarding community events, and health and safety announcements. All right. Recognition of individuals. This comes from Guadarav Shahi, and I'm sorry, Mr. and Mrs. Shahi, I don't know which you are, and if I pronounced your name wrong, I am so sorry. Dear Mayor, I wanted to reach out to highlight the extraordinary professionalship displayed by Mr. Roy Jambor whenever I requested his help. He has responded on weekends to the request from the city. You have a wonderful city, and professionals like Roy are making it proud. So I wanted to recognize Roy for that citizen comment. And this is from Mr. John Weldon. Please know that your city planner, Lynn De Lorenzo, has done an excellent job in customer service, managing the revised lease agreements for tie-down spots on the airport. She is very knowledgeable and pleasant to work with and represents the city very well. Whenever she doesn't immediately know an answer to your question, she quickly calls back with the answer or returns phone messages promptly, usually within minutes. It is rare to find an employee that truly cares about providing good customer service. Just thought you should know that Lynn is doing a good job and I appreciate her efforts. Respectfully, John Weldon. And I also wanted to just recognize our Public Works Department. Since February, the street crews have been just incredibly busy. We have an agenda item tonight that'll help move forward, but those guys have put in a little over 200, I think last count was 228 hours of overtime, doing the debris drop off and the trash drop offs on Friday and Saturday on the weekends, sometimes even on Sundays. I know that at least twice when I was out there work volunteering with them, it was pouring down rain. This past Saturday, I think it was flooding and they were still out there. And so they're trying to keep Loman Ford Road patched as best they can until we can get it repaved. They're taking, Thursday, Friday, Saturday to do all the other things for the citizens. And I just wanted to, make sure that the street guys for Public Works, no disrespect to the water guys. I know they're out there making lots of repairs on their, on all the valves and stuff that are leaking because of the freeze. But I really wanted to recognize the guys that have been out there doing so much overtime and, just thanks from us for doing what you're doing. I'm going to move to D, council events. I want the citizens to know that we actually have a very important committee going on right now, and that is our Charter Review Committee. Your city charter is basically the constitution of the city. And I've sat in on 2 of their meetings, and I'm not sure that I've seen more than 1 or 2 citizens actually in attendance of these meetings. And I just don't know if it's because the city citizens aren't aware of the charter review, but that is probably the most important committee that happens every 4 to 5 years. And citizens should, I want to remind y'all to take part in the Charter Review Committee meetings. I also want to let y'all know that next Tuesday, we will be meeting with our recruiter the council here is currently reviewing 9 semifinalists for city manager, permanent city manager. We are grading them on their resumes and oral interview presentations. And we will be meeting with Lynn, our recruiter, next Tuesday to narrow down our finalists to the top 5, I believe is what we're going to go for. And then we'll hopefully the next step will be bringing them in the first week of June for final interviews. So that is where we're at in our city manager search. That is all that I have written down. Anybody else, council, have? Yes, Kevin.
Thank you, Mayor. Two things. The Lions, the Road Warriors, will be out on Saturday morning doing road cleanup as they normally do. If you're out on Loman in the morning on Saturday, please just watch out for them. And then the second thing, the Lions will be having their annual Memorial Day barbecue coming up. And we're going to be cooking up whole briskets, half briskets, pork loins, and spare ribs. Anyway, you can go to lagolionsclub.org. And if you do go there, just down and to the right, there's a brown button that says Memorial Day barbecue event. Click that button and it will give you all the details about what we're cooking and how you can order. And that's all I got.
Thank you. Anybody else? Is there a golf tournament sometime? Oh, is that Lions Club?
Yes, sir. That's next, not this Saturday, but next Saturday, the 15th.
Yeah.
We will be having the Lions annual Jim Doherty Memorial Golf Tournament.
May 15th.
Mr. Mayor, Shalane has her hand up.
Yes, Miss Marion, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple of acknowledgements for our Lago Vista ISD. First one is Lago Vista High School One Act Play crew, cast and crew are advancing to state. Anybody who knows what One Act Play entails, that is not an easy feat. I used to actually sponsor One Act Play, and it is really neat to see. And then Lago Vista High School Lady Vikings tennis team advances to state as well. Kylie Pike is the girls singles champion. Clarissa, and I hope I say this last name right, Polikatis is the girls singles runner-up, and then Esther and Sarah Long are the two-time girls doubles champs. So congratulations to all of our Lago Vista High School champs and coaches, sponsors, and parents.
Yes. Very well. Very good. Thank you. Anybody else? All right. Is there anybody in the audience that has an item of community interest? All right. We will move on.
Wish all the mothers a happy Mother's Day on Sunday.
Happy Mother's Day Sunday. All mothers. All right. Presentation. Retail strategy semi-annual update to City Council. I'm sorry, who do we have here from Chris? There's Chris. And somebody, I believe Chris has a presentation he needs to share with us. So whoever can give him permissions to share his screen. I don't think I have that ability.
He is set up as the
Hey guys, can you see my screen?
Yep. Yes.
Okay, fantastic. Let me get us set up here. All right, we're all set. First of all, Mayor and City Council, thank you for putting us on the agenda and taking time out of your busy agenda to have us present. I know you guys have a busy agenda, so I'm going to give you guys a quick overview of, where we are and current traction. Of course, as always, all confidential information is flowed through Eric Zeno and the Economic Development Office. So he has all of that information in his office, and this is just going to be a brief overview. I'll move through quickly, so you guys will leave you time for any kind of questions that you may have. So I'll go ahead and get started. So the first item that I wanted to discuss with you guys is we've been going through the new data set. All of the new data has come out for the year. Finally, there was a delay from the providers due to COVID, and then the providers getting all caught up on the data. So I've been going through the process with Eric and his office to update your marketing materials, and that's what you're seeing here. Of course, for anyone that hasn't seen this before, this is the front and back page of your folding marketing brochure. And it's a 17.5 by 11 inch marketing brochure, and it folds in the middle. And I'll show you the inside in a minute, but this is the front and back. all of the data here has been updated to the latest. And a couple things I'd like to point out about this is that with the new data, you guys are continuing to grow, of course. As you guys know, you have new folks coming in. All of your data is ticking up and it's ticking in a positive direction. Household income, the median household income is ticking up. Your average household income is ticking up. It's always been very strong, but it is also improving. The growth rate during from 2019 to 2020, the growth rate has shrunk a little bit, but it's still very strong. As you see there, you guys are projected at a 12% growth rate. That's still very, very strong compared to most communities across the country. Now, keep in mind that this is all the Census Bureau estimates on the data. And once the official Census Bureau data comes out from the previous 10-year census, of course, all of this will be updated again, and we're expecting nothing but great things to come out of that and more growth. So keep that in mind. As I mentioned, it's a folding brochure, and then this is the internal piece of the brochure. And for anyone that is not familiar with this, this is your retailer and business. This is your retailer and business overview. So what we use this to show outside prospects what your national retailer footprint is. Of course, this doesn't include every business in the community, but these are all of the those regional or national or significant businesses in the community. And what we do is we have these on here so we can show them the makeup of your current retail makeup. And because retailers, they like to follow other retailers. They have a herd mentality. So this is all been updated. The vehicle counts, or your vehicle, or the VPD, or vehicles per day, those traffic counts are all up to date per TxDOT numbers. And all of this has been updated for this year. And as I mentioned, this will go through another update because of once the official census numbers do come out. So one of the things I wanted to highlight to you guys is, of course, we are marketing the whole community. We are marketing all of the real estate in the community, but without going into vivid detail. If you need the details, Eric has the details. But without going too deep into the private information, the corner there where the boat business or the marina business, as we're working hand in hand with the listing broker on that property, and we have quite a bit of overall in the market. We have quite a bit of traction, and I'll talk about that here in a few slides on not specific businesses, but an overview of the amount of businesses that we have looking at the community. But I just wanted to highlight that there is quite a bit of traction specifically on that intersection. And of course, this piece of property is highlighted because it is absolute prime real estate. And while it's not the only focus, it is one of the focus items or focus properties that we are currently marketing. And just as a reminder, with any prospects, interested parties that we have in the market, are once we receive that feedback, once we garner that interest, then that information is supplied to the landowner or the local broker who has the listing, and that is the case here. So any of this interest that we currently have, that is in the hands of the landlords or the brokers, and in many of these cases, it is up at that point. It is up to them to be able to go through the process to negotiate either a purchase or a lease in order to get those deals done. So. So with that being said, just a quick recruitment update of where we are today. So if you recall from our initial presentation from the research that was provided, we have a total of 85 total prospects that have been identified as potential matches for the community. This list has grown. This list has grown a little bit, and so this is the total prospect list that we have to date. And out of that 85 total prospects, we've received various types of interest from around 35 or 34 of those prospects. That the varying amounts of interest is, I say it that way because there are different there's different levels. Of course, there's different levels of interest. Some are franchise based, meaning needing a franchise in order to enter the market. Some are interested, and it is solely based off of cost to enter the various spaces that they're or pieces of property that they're looking at. And so some are a little bit further along than others. So as I mentioned, different various levels of interest. Out of those 85 total prospects, we're at 31 of them have given us feedback that at this time they don't have interest in entering the market. Of course, from our standpoint and from the city standpoint, as the city continues to grow and as your retail makeup continues to grow and change, then we were constantly revisiting with those 31. So it's not a no forever. It's really a no for now. And so we periodically check in with those parties that have turned the market down previously to see if there's any update on their end as far as the business or the retailers' expansion plans. Yeah, because from year to year, and then of course based off of the economy, the current state of the economy, those retailers will shift, and their expansion plans will shift and contract and expand as well, depending on different elements. So we keep constant contact with all of those folks too. So those 31, they're not completely written off, but it's just a no for now, not a no for later, not a no forever. Total feedback that we've received to date out of that total targeted prospect list, we have received around 65 feedback from 65 separate businesses. And as I mentioned earlier, all of this information is provided to Eric and the Economic Development Office in vivid detail. So Eric has all of those details. And then on the right side of the screen, I have just a high-level breakdown of the interested parties, just so you can see the types of businesses that are currently looking at the market. So as you see, 13 quick service restaurants. Quick service restaurants, for anyone that's not familiar with the industry term, you think drive up, fast food, just real quick in and out restaurants. Those fall under that quick service category. Fast casual restaurants are more of a they have some sit down. It's a little bit of a higher end food product than a quick service restaurant, and but it's not to the point of a full service, which is a full service restaurant, which is what you would find in a traditional sit down restaurant. So it's a category that's in between those quick service restaurants and full service restaurants. As you see, we currently have six restaurants or businesses that are kind of in that health food genre, and these are both national and regional restaurants or business types. Over the past year, one of our big focuses has been to identify local or regional restaurants or chains that may enter the market that may not necessarily be categorized as those traditional national restaurants or national businesses. And quickly moving through the rest, for automotive, and under automotive you have various, really, you have a lot of different types of automotive uses underneath under that category. So really anything that has to do with a automobile. Coffee and ice cream, that is of course very self-explanatory. And then health and wellness, that category captures think salons or anything health related. But the biggest category under that health and wellness are traditional hair salons, or any type of salon type of business. And then as you see, we have currently one hardware store looking in the area, and then one mobile user. So, and those mobile users are traditionally cell phone stores, or any type of tech stores that between, like, just example, Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile, those are all businesses that fall under that mobile user category. So moving on real quickly, I wanted to touch base. The biggest thing that's going on right now with municipalities is the new legislation that's came out from the federal government in regards to the American Rescue Plan. And for anyone that's not familiar with that, it's quite literally, I mean, as it says in the title, American Rescue Plan. It is the federal government has allotted pots of allocations or pots of money for communities across the country, both cities and counties, in order to help them bolster their economic recovery efforts from the COVID-19 situation. And so one of the things that we've been monitoring very heavily, and we've held multiple webinars on these topics. For anyone that hasn't been able to, if you haven't attended and you have interest in attending these webinars, those are the recordings are available. But a quick snapshot of the American Rescue Plan is, as I mentioned, a allocation or a kind of a pot of money delivered to the community directly from the federal government for their use in their economic recovery. And the types of uses that this can be used for are anything, really anything economic, in the name of economic development, or small business support, which is something I'll talk about here shortly. I'll just touch base on small business support, economic development, certain types of infrastructure this funding can be used for. So really anything under the umbrella of helping the community get back up on its feet from the loss of revenue in some areas, and then for the community, and then also the loss of revenue for local businesses due to COVID-19. So as I mentioned, small business support is one of the hot items right now, and we just had a webinar a couple of weeks ago on this topic specifically, and it's one of the items that is covered under that American Rescue Plan. And in the name of small business support, what we've been doing is actually assisting communities with their small businesses, with their in the name of business retention. So finding ways to help the local businesses get on their feet, and then in order to and also help them increase revenue on their end, in order to and then of course the end goal is make these businesses stronger, and then for the cities, and then in the city's case, increase your tax base through making your local businesses stronger, and then also making them strong enough to the point where we can retain those businesses rather than those businesses exiting the community. And in regards to recruitment versus retention, retaining a business is always much easier or simpler than recruiting new businesses to the community. So we feel that a lot of focus needs to be placed on small business support. And on that note, Mayor, in conversations with Eric, we have talked about different strategies on with small business support, and I'm actually going to connect him with our in-house policy expert that has been putting all this stuff together in regards to the small business support. I have a summary of I have a summary of items and tasks in relation to small business support. We have a webinar on that, and then we also have a summary that has been provided to Eric in regards to the American Rescue Plan. So anyone that's wanting to learn more about that information, we have a high-level summary of both of these items that you can dig into more, and then we can, of course, we can follow up with that and have a discussion on, what those next steps are and how to best use those funds, and just really kind of have a brainstorming session on those items. So if there's any questions after the meeting, send them through Eric, and we can set that up appropriately. So as I promised, I was going to be quick so I could open the floor to questions. So at this time, are there any questions for us from the city?
Arch.
Nice to meet you, Mr. Bontrager. As you recall, we've had some conversations about urgent care centers, and I'm interested in finding out what you can detail for us on that front.
Yes, sir. And so we are still, as we've noted previously, we are still in the process of trying to attract urgent cares per that task and per that charge that we received from you. And as of right now, as we've reported, we've had multiple. To rewind a little bit and summarize it, we created a targeted list of urgent cares in the region and in the area that have multiple locations. And I think we've got through around 50 to 60% of that list, and have had feedback from those where they've just rejected the community due to their proximity. So for example, we've had some that have felt that their locations in Cedar Park and their locations, even some on their locations close to the border of Austin proper, they feel that they adequately serve the area. They feel that they feel like the citizens of Lago Vista are adequately served by those locations. We still have a couple that we are still awaiting feedback, and then we have also identified some that have openly said that they're looking for expansion, including one specifically that is looking to expand, but they are a franchise-based model. And in order for them to expand into an area, they need to identify a franchisee that would like to invest in the area. So that is the current update on the urgent care task.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Mr. Prince.
So Chris, this is Paul Prince. I think 6 to 8 weeks ago probably was that you went around and interviewed each of the council members separately. I know you talked to me. I assume you talked to all of the others. I've asked for several times and still looking for, frankly, what you heard from the other council members. I do not know what your priority list is. When you started out by saying that you contacted 85 businesses, I don't know what the guiding principles are for who you're talking to. So far, I haven't gotten that feedback. So I'm kind of disappointed, frankly, that it's not in the material tonight, because I've explicitly asked for it. And like Mr. Davila has his preferred thing of emergency services. I mentioned some to you, and that was grocery store that I heard overwhelming feedback from citizens on, and daycare. And don't hear anything about those two. But really, first and foremost, is I'm trying to figure out what direction you've gotten from council, because it hasn't come back to us in any summarized fashion.
Yes, sir. And thank you for your feedback. And I'll tell you, your suggestions from the meeting that we had with you, those have been added to that targeted list. As I mentioned earlier, the targeted list it shifts, it will change, and it will be added to throughout the engagement. And so those items have been added in there, and that focus has begun. And but as far as and two things I'll touch on as far as the specific targeted list, as I mentioned, that is one of the items that we don't share in a public setting. The prospect list and then all of the feedback, that information is solely shared with the Economic Development Office. So, but in a public setting, that's the primary reason that is not added into the presentation tonight. And then as far as the methodology behind those targeted lists are, it's the primary list is all database. Initially, it is database where we objectively look at we look at the community, we pull that data and pull the we have a program that pulls the retailers that should be in the market, that should not be in the market, and then we also compare the community to peer communities across the country, and in order to narrow down the prospects that are in those communities as well. So it gives you a second look. So if we look at Lago Vista versus peer communities throughout the country, what it does is it tells us that these are the peer communities that have been identified for Lago Vista, and then we'll go and look at that retail makeup and say it's apples. At that point, it's apples to apples. You look at those communities and say, okay, well, they have X business, X retailer, and then we go and look at those business expansion plans to narrow that down for
I think you've gotten away from my question, and I just want to come back to it. So what I was looking at, and I totally understand that providing a list of companies you're discussing with is confidential and not appropriate for public setting. However, I think it's entirely appropriate to say these are the priority on type of businesses that we're pursuing. I think that's appropriate for public. And I'll also add that I personally have asked for that and still have not seen it in private to date. So I'm really pretty unhappy about the way this is being managed so far. I'm looking for feedback that it specifically says, here's the priority of what we at Retail Strategies and the Economic Development Office are pursuing. And I have yet to see it. So that's
yes,
my point.
And thank you for the feedback. And I will have that I'll have that broken down for you, and I'll get that to you within the next day or so. And I apologize if for not having that breakdown to you.
All right. Anybody else? So my question, this is Mayor Tidwell. I'm looking at about 2 years worth of retail strategy work.
Right.
85 contacts. Are we ever going to see any results out of these 85 contacts, or we just throwing money out there for semi-annual reports?
Yes, sir. And I will tell you, so as I mentioned earlier, the focus on the old marina property, when that came on the market, that brought a huge opportunity to the community because of its proximity to the intersection, of course, and as I mentioned, the interested parties in the community, many, and I would say many, and I would be willing to go on a limb and say a majority of those businesses have expressed interest in that specific property. And so we are gaining a lot of headway on prospects that we have been trying to bring into the community, specifically on that new property coming to the market. And I'll tell you just point blank, without going just too vivid into vivid details, the the situation on that specific property is the owner, through the broker and then through the owners they have all the information in hand, and at this point they are trying to decide what direction that they want to move in. And they've told us specifically that they're looking to build it out. They are looking to they're looking for the best opportunity for the best and brightest opportunity for the community. And the holdup with bringing some of these businesses into to that property specifically has been on the landlord to decide whether or not, or what they ultimately want to do and how they, with the property, and how they want to set that up. So I can confidently tell you, once the property owners decide what they want to do, we're going to have at least one or multiple businesses come to that property specifically.
All right. My thinking is they'd probably come anyway.
Yeah.
But
I don't see the value.
Mayor, I hate to say it, but this is looking more and more like the Buxton Group that we had in.
it's getting that way. All right. Anybody else? Shalane, did you have, I can't see my screen. So Shalane, did you have anything?
I do, Mayor, thank you. My question is also related to the types of businesses that were represented on that early screen. Seems like many of those businesses are going to be looking for minimum wage or paying minimum wage to workers, like fast food and things like that. And we know that the employee pool here is somewhat low, considering we have a lot of businesses, local businesses, looking to hire help on a pretty constant basis. And we're not really going to get people to travel from neighboring towns the distance out here and back for minimum wage jobs. So I'm wondering, is there a concerted effort being made to start trying to recruit businesses that are going to pay workers at higher rates than minimum wage? Because they can't afford to live out here on minimum wage either.
Thank you. Councilwoman, thank you for your comment. As far as wages are concerned, really going on a limb and say most retail businesses that will come into a community are going to have a scale of really from minimum wage to, of course, higher wages for their full-time employees and then their management employees. So there is a kind of a broad scale for any retail type business that will enter the market. So the answer to that question is a little more complex than yes or no because of that grand scale. As you know, take a fast food restaurant as an example, as you use, you will have some part-time minimum wage employees, but then a piece of that is, of course, those full-time employees, and then those management positions that will gain more than that minimum wage and have a more substantial income. So that is it's a little bit of a complex answer rather than just a black and white yes or no.
Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. Yes, Councilor Williams.
Are you still involved in the hotel part of this process, moving into Lago? No?
Yes, sir. We are continuing to cultivate hotel contacts or cultivate hotel contacts and identify hotel businesses that will enter the community. And I know that that is one of Eric Zeno's big focuses as well. And so those efforts are continuing. Yes, sir.
Anybody else on council? All right. Is there anybody in the audience who would like to make a comment? This is just a presentation. It's, no questions for Chris, just any comments. And I can't see you, so I kind of have to catch my attention. All right.
I don't see any hands.
I don't see any, so we will move on.
Mr.
Chris?
Mayor?
Yeah. Yes, go ahead.
I would like, I know it's not, this was a discussion, not an action item thing, but I would say, in my mind, it's appropriate for us to ask our Economic Development Commission to take a look at what's going on with retail strategies, the status and activities, and make a recommendation back to us about continuing the activity. So,
Yeah, Paul Robinson and the group are looking at that, and they want to make a recommendation. So that's.
All right, we'll put that in future agenda items.
Yes.
Thank you.
We'll discuss that then.
yeah.
To answer your question from earlier, I've asked for mom and pop type restaurants, more casual dining type restaurants, kind of like the Pie Place in Marble Falls. If it's any kind of like franchise thing, I would like to see something more Austin based, like Torchy's or, something that's more local.
Yeah.
I know there's some people in the community that want the Dairy Queens and the, but I personally, that's not what I have put on my list. I want retail that fits our community. And if we're going to have a restaurant, I want a nice family dining, casual, I'm not sure. I don't really have a favorite, but something, a TGI Fridays type.
Yeah.
So that's what was on my list of things. So.
Some of the other, after the snowstorm, urgent care was on my list. But daycares were on the list. Some of the basic necessities like additional cleaners and services that we have to travel for, auto parts store, that kind of stuff was mentioned from my list.
Mayor, if I may, I've mentioned this before and kind of jokingly, this is the only place that I've ever been where there's a high school and there hasn't been a fast food place like Dairy Queen or something like that around. I would think that this would be a great opportunity for a franchise like that.
Sonic's got to be just booming.
I'm talking about across the street. They're usually right there in the same neighborhood, and they hire a lot of the students that attend that high school, and when there are events, football games, baseball games, things of that nature, they're flooded all the time. So
there's 2 10-acre lots for sale across the street from the high school. So we'll see.
I bet they could be divided up into small portions to sell to places like that.
All right, we ready?
Yep.
All right, Chris, thank you so very much for the presentation. And
thank you, Mayor.
We're gonna move on to the next agenda item. So you have a wonderful evening, and we'll be talking to you soon. And if you get that list of what Councilor Prince was asking for, get that to us so he can see what everybody's. We threw out a little bit here, but I think he would like to. I think he wants
council to see it, not just me as that.
Yeah, to all of us. But I think he's wanting to see what your priorities are based on what council has given you as far as direction.
Exactly.
So
Yes, sir.
get that to us. All right. Thank you very much and have a good night. We will go to our public hearings and possible action. First consideration, the Lago Vista City Council is holding a public hearing to consider an ordinance of the City Council of Lago Vista, Texas, amending the official zoning map by changing the zoning district for Lot 6, Lot 7, and Lot 8 of Canyon Oak subdivision and lots 3M and 4M of Lago Vista Travis Plaza, save and accept a 75 by 85 foot tract from the northwest corner of Lot 3M and generally described as being located at 5919 Lago Vista Way from the Sunset Harbor PDD Plan Development District to the R1T Single Family Tall Residential Zoning District and providing for related matters. And I will open the public hearing at 7:38 p.m. Let's see here. I'll read the executive summary here. Let's see, where do I want to start here? There was no opposition present at the public hearing for this application at the public planning and zoning meeting, although there was an owner of property at Camille Court that reminded the commission members that impediments to using this particular public street for access to this property. The issue, of course, is not directly related to the approval of a traditional zoning district designation and will instead be addressed during the subsequent required subdivision approvals. The Planning and Zoning Commission unanimously recommended approval of the zoning district change. 6 of the 7 members were present at both meetings and participated in the recommendation. However, there was a different member that was absent at each of the 2 meetings. As such, it should be noted that all 7 members recommended approval at one or the other 2 meetings. The majority of the discussion by members related to the fact that similar maximum building heights were already part of the existing approval, and it therefore seemed like the applicants were seeking to divest themselves of density rights that they do not wish to exercise. So basically, in a nutshell, without going into deeper parts of the packet, this was a subdivision that was approved several years ago. They came back a couple of years ago, reactivated it. It's been there for a long time, but I think they've gotten to the point where they no longer want to do a subdivision. They
Right.
just want to do single family homes.
Right.
They're asking to get rid of the PDD and just go to a much less dense single family home tracts.
Correct.
And
They realized it was going to be too difficult
yeah,
to,
if
to
anybody's been
supply
over there, you know,
roads
the
to get
terrain
around.
and everything,
Yeah.
it's beautiful, but yeah, trying to
Yeah.
develop it would probably be
too expensive.
too expensive. And I think they've realized that. So, yeah, they're just wanting to.
And they're really only building 3 homes, 2 for each of the owners of those 2 particular areas. And then there's one other family member that they're building a house for.
Yeah.
But there's only really 3 houses. And the entrance is not on Camille Court at all. So it's, you know, that,
Yeah. I mean, you know, personally, I think it's great having,
yeah,
you know, this is a much less dense than what
Correct.
it would have been. This
Correct.
isn't just going to 80-foot lots or 100-foot lots. This is going to be huge
Yeah.
sites. So,
right.
you know,
Acre size.
yeah.
Acre size sites. Yeah.
And if I could, just a question, before they build, they will have to come back to P and Z with their, the plan that
Correct.
they want to.
Correct.
So, I mean, they're not just being
No.
given willy-nilly, they'll have to come back again.
Right. They'll have to go through developmental services, present their plan to development services, and then it will come to planning and zoning and, you know, it'll have to be
So-
laid out, plotted and all that good stuff.
So Roy, I just kind of started talking. Was there anything that you wanted to add to it, to my summary?
No, sir, that Mr. Sullivan's absolutely correct. There will be a subdivision plat as well as construction plans and the whole normal process. And that's where they'll address the access issue, which is indeed a challenge.
All right, thank you. Anybody else from council have any questions, comments?
I have a
Councilor Marion?
I have a-
Sorry.
I have a real quick question when she answers. Yeah, she's got her hand up.
Yes,
Yeah,
Councilor.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes. Mine's a quick question. The minimum 2,000 square foot and max height of 35 feet is still in effect, right? Even if this change is made. Is that correct?
Yeah, they'll be regulated by the R1T development standards.
Okay, that was my only question. Thank
The real question that I have is fairly basic. It appears to me that this is really just moving away from the PDD and just dissolving that PDD as in effect. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. And in fact, the property owners wondered why they had to go through that process. But we told them that, unless they want to build consistent with that PDD plan and fit, somewhere within those lots, that they had to make that change first. It doesn't just go away on its own.
Thank you.
And Mayor, if I might, and it's dissolving the PDD, but it's also adopting the R1T zoning category, correct?
Correct.
That's correct.
All right. Anybody else? Is the applicant here?
I was just
Oh, yes.
I was just going to say, I mean, this seems really straightforward to me. The only complicating factor is the concerns around access to Camille Court. And as we've already been told, that will have to be dealt with in future applications. So
Correct.
I don't see any opposition to this other than concern about that one factor, which explicitly will be addressed later.
So is the applicant on hand? Mr. Walker, yes. You have anything you would like to say, council?
Yeah, you kind of stole my thunder, Mr. Mayor, and summarized it better than I probably could. But my name's Sam Walker. I'm here representing Mr. Atwood and Mr. Reed, who are the two owners of this property. Mr. Atwood owns the majority of the property, and Mr. Reed owns 2.76 acres that he kept down kind of towards the southwest corner. You are correct. All we're asking to do is to dissolve the PDD and revert it back to the base zoning district that was actually included in the PDD, which is the R1T. Mr. Atwood has expressed that he wants to build one house on lot 8, one house on lot 7, and then possibly a couple on 6. So very much less dense neighborhood compared to the multifamily condos that could have gone in towards the east. I believe they had 45 residents planned in the PDD, plus a big marina and clubhouse. So like I said, it'd be much less intense. And really, we just asked that y'all would approve the zoning change, and then we can move on to plans and subdivisions as needed with Roy.
All right, thank you. Anybody?
Thank you.
Council have any questions for Mr. Walker? No. All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And if there's no more questions from council, I'll open it up to the citizens. Y'all have any comments, questions? This is a public hearing.
Yes, please, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
I'm sorry, this is Jesse Waters. I can't get my camera to work. So I would just like to say I think it's a fantastic idea to reduce the size of that project and to have it, revert back to original zoning. I think that's fantastic. Just give my 2 cents.
Right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Anybody else in the audience? All right. Well, based on the questions and comments I've heard from council and from the citizens, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing at 7:46 p.m. And it is open for council discussion and possible action.
Mr. Mayor, if, let me go back. If there's no objection to this particular changing it from the PDD to the R1T, I'd like to make that motion that we make it happen and not have to put it on the second meeting.
I'll second it.
All right. So I believe the motion is to
Approve the change.
approve
The change from R1, from the PDD to the R1T.
from Sunset Harbor PDD to the R1T single family tall.
Yes.
All right. And the second.
And the second.
Right. Is there any further discussion? All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, the zoning change is unanimous.
Thank you all very much.
There you go. And we go to number 5. The Lago Vista City Council is holding a public hearing to consider an ordinance of the City Council of Lago Vista, Texas, amending various sections of within Chapter 10 of the Lago Vista Code of Ordinances in order for the subdivision regulations to comply with Texas House Bill 3167 that requires all jurisdictions to act on complete plat applications within 30 calendar days or deem them approved and providing for related matters. And I will open this at 7:40, the public meeting at 7:48 p.m. And I will start with the summary on this. This one's got a decent summary to it. Prior to ordinance 17-01-19-01, the Lago Vista subdivision regulations did not require a public hearing as opposed to a public meeting for a plat application specified to be considered by the Planning and Zoning Commission. The lack of a public hearing was consistent with most jurisdictions, but not all, both in the state of Texas and throughout the balance of the country. The primary reason is that the consideration of a subdivision plat approval is by design what is commonly referred to as a ministerial process. While not completely devoid of discretion, denials are generally reserved for applications that are not consistent with a specific design standard or requirement, either procedural or substantive. Public hearings were instead required only for appeals of either an approval or denial. In early 2017, when the amended subdivision regulations introduced a requirement for a number of additional public hearings, subdivision applications considered by the Planning and Zoning Commission were relatively rare. While lot consolidations and minor plats are common, they are administrative approvals, staff review only, and no public improvements are involved. Activity was limited to intermittent applications for Lakeside at Tessera. However, by 2019, activity has increased, but only the Hollows was added as an active development seeking new plat approvals. Texas House Bill 2167 became effective September 1st, 2019, and the staff responded with a proposed amendment to comply with these new requirements known as the Texas Shot Clock. That proposed amendment, similar to the current recommendation, was discussed or carried on the P&Z Commission agendas between September of 2019 and April of 2020. Those discussions included a reluctance by some members to eliminate public hearings as a matter of principle. The staff acknowledged that if the new plat applications remain rare and limited to only 2 familiar developers, that the risk was minimal, although it posed a substantial burden to proactively monitor these applications before they are even submitted. A motion to remove the agenda item was approved in April. The climate has since changed dramatically, and the number of potentially unfamiliar developers has increased exponentially. The amendment, which preserves the posting of the public meeting using signs on the property and public hearings for appeals, was unanimously recommended by the 6 members present at the April 8, 2021 regular meeting of the Planning and Zoning. So I want to talk about the impact. Again, this is the Texas Shot Clock, giving us 30 days to review these applications. So if approved, our subdivision plat approval procedures will be consistent with both the requirements and intent of the Texas House Bill 2167 passed in 2019. If this is denied, it is very likely that some future subdivision plat applications could be deemed approved or will be deemed approved without the opportunity for consideration by the Planning and Zoning Commission. Moreover, an appeal on that basis followed by a denial would not likely withstand judicial scrutiny. So, I'm pretty sure, in my personal opinion, that nobody on Planning and Zoning or City Council wants anything to go sight unseen for 30 days and get automatically approved. So that's what we're looking at. Roy, did you have anything to add to this?
No, sir, just simply that, we've been winging it for the last couple of years. And as you're aware, the activity has increased to the level where we just don't think we can manipulate it effectively anymore.
Yep.
Mr. Mayor, we've had to call special meetings to meet the requirement. So that it didn't go in 30 days. So we've had a lot of that. We've had at least the last.
And we had agreements with those two developers where they just wouldn't submit the applications till we told them to. I mean, that's in reality what we've been doing.
Right.
Yeah, which was fine when we only had a couple, but like you say. All right. Anybody? Yes, Mr. Council Weathers.
Mr. Mayor, to me, this is an absolute no-brainer. This brings us into alignment with the requirement and the intent of the law. And although I frequently am in disagreement with Texas law, we do not have any option but to live with it and go on down the road with it. And so it's the law. This is what it takes for us to get in alignment with that. I don't think that there's anything we can do but approve this.
Mayor.
In case you're not aware, Mr. Mayor, there's actually a bill in the legislature right now to make it a little bit worse. It relates to, the substantive requirements for applying for a subdivision. They're telling us we can't even make them wait for that. Limiting when we can call them complete or not.
Wow.
Hopefully that one will fail. That one will be tough.
Yeah, yes, Councilor Sullivan.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm anticipating that a motion is going to get made at some point, and I just wanted to clarify something. Up in the subject area, it talks about Texas House Bill 3167, and down below it talks about 2167.
Yeah.
Could we just make sure that we've got the right House Bill number for the motion that is anticipated?
In case y'all know, you know now, my typing skills leave a lot to be desired. Let me look it up.
Okay.
Thank you. Anybody else? Comments?
Yeah. Yes, Council Prax.
So I have a question and then some more editorial kind of thing, comments and editorial things. But first off, Mr. Jambor, the material here refers frequently to something that is called the Development Review Committee. And I'm trying to figure out who that is. Is that city employees? Is that effectively P&Z? Who is the Development Review Committee?
That's staff. It happens to be currently the acting city manager, the public works department head, the building official, the city attorney, and the city planner.
I see.
Is the current.
Nope.
It's listed in that ordinance. If you'll go to the very early parts of that ordinance, you'll see it's defined. There are other people named that, in positions that don't exist, but if they ever do, and I'll give an example.
Okay, you answered my question. It's the city staff, right? So that's what I was trying to figure out. Thank you.
Plus, when we have a fire marshal, it's Jacob, or was Jacob too.
Okay, good. And then I was trying to understand in my mind the value of moving away from public hearing into what I thought was being called public meeting. And I assumed that was still going to be a planning and zoning effort. But what I'm maybe understanding is we're moving from a model where the hearing happens at planning and zoning in a public hearing to where it's a meeting of city employees and can happen any day of the month. Is that correct?
No, sir. No, it will be the same way. The only thing you're losing is the advertising and notice requirements that are roughly 30 days in length. And once you drop those and it's just a public meeting, we can get them on the agenda in 5 or 6 days.
Thank you for that clarification. So having a public meeting would still allow for public input,
Yes.
but it doesn't require as much lead time on the notification.
Correct. And we'll still post signs on the property. That, the only difference will be it will be a few days less than otherwise would occur, but we don't have to have the long lead time for the ad in the legal journal and the sending of the letters and the creation of those maps.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
That's what keeps us from acting in 30 days. when a public hearing is required.
Gotcha. Okay, and then this is sort of a broad comment. There's a lot of text that's deleted around notifications and, you know, sending it out in newspapers and all that kind of thing. And I'm wondering if it would be appropriate for us to do some sort of notification rather than just crossing everything out, add something back in, maybe along the lines of having it on the city webpage or a news announcement on the city, something that's more under our control, or on the city Facebook page. So I would just suggest that you know, maybe you consider that and possibly.
Yeah, we could add that to, it would go right in the section about posting the signs.
Yeah, that would be, I think, a good idea. And then the last broad comment, and then a typo I think I've caught. So there are several places where the time for, if the replat or the platting is denied, the time for the applicant to correct the issue and get it fixed is being changed from 6 months to 30 days. And I guess that seems like an extreme change, and I don't know that that's being driven by any of this Texas law. Maybe you can correct that. But is there a reason why we need applicants to fix the issue in 30 days when we used to give them 6 months? That seems like a pretty drastic change.
Simply the inability to effectively monitor it over that length of time and keep up with the shot clock. You follow me? After 6 months, and we've dealt with hundreds of applications over that period of time, to keep track of where they are and what they have and haven't done, it just becomes incredibly burdensome.
Understood. I guess I would just say going from 6 months to 1 month seems like a pretty drastic reduction, and maybe consider.
And the effect of that is if they don't get it fixed in 1 month, they'll, you know, it'll be considered denied, and they'll just have to reapply again.
Okay. All right. And then lastly, I think in the concept plan final approval, there's some language on page 72 that implies it happens in planning and zoning, but it also happens in city council. So,
okay. Yeah, I think that the bit about city council has to do with an appeal, but I'll check it. And by the way, it is House Bill 3167.
Okay, that's the end of my comments. Thank you.
Councilor Marion.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a quick question and then a brief comment. My comment is that I always worry when we could possibly be limiting the ability of citizens to provide input or comments on things. And from kind of personal experience, the signs that get put up don't always stay up. I mean, we have wind and lots of other things that happen. And so I just worry that we may not reach enough citizens who may have something to say about this. They may not know it's even happening. So that's my concern. But the question I have is there any way to get an extension on this 30-day window at all? Or is it 30 days and that is literally it? There's no chance for extension.
Actually, the legislation, it prohibits the applicant from waiving the requirement. They can't even voluntarily waive it, in other words. They just, I'm not sure what their intent was, but it's pretty tight.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I can understand the concern, you know, from the notification, you know, with the signs and stuff like that, but you know, to get into that 30 days, you know, we just gotta make sure that our notification process is, you know, airtight, I guess, you know, in a way so that.
I think the website is an excellent idea because Council Marion's right. Those signs, I would say, typically they don't last, you know, 30 days. Not standing up anyway.
Yeah, we just got to make sure our notification process is great.
Yes. If I may ask a question, Roy, the way I understand it is the change here would be such that that 30-day window would be expanded. Am I correct there?
No, sir. We're limited to the 30 days. What changes is the length of time it gets that we're required to get it in front of the planning commission. By eliminating the public hearing, we can get it in front of them quicker.
Thank you.
Anybody else? All right, public hearing. I see Paul Roberts is already there. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To Paul's point and agreed to by Roy, a type of enhanced notification for citizens is really needed for something like this. When you go from a public hearing where there's, as Roy pointed out, 30-day notice down to, I think Roy said 6 days. You know, and that's assuming the packet doesn't change on the website. It just doesn't give a citizen, especially somebody with a budding property, time to do their homework and research and come informed to the public meeting to express any concerns they may have about the replatting. So anything pursuant to giving the citizenry every opportunity to object or advocate for is certainly important. So hopefully something in the motion to approve, if one is made tonight, as Kevin was pointing out, when you get to that clarification of that number, if somebody could add something germane to enhanced notification, that would be great. Thank you.
Yes, and as we've seen from the last, I guess this will be the third legislative, so 2017, 2019, now 2021, the state legislature has really been coming down on local government ability. You know, our building standards that we used to have, we can no longer enforce. You know, the Senate Bill 1 with the no new tax revenue, whatever it was. Now, you know, the shot clock, the new bill that's going in there, and they're getting, you know, the anti-lobbying bill that's out there that won't allow locals to even lobby against any of this stuff. So it's getting tougher to run local government.
You know, Mr. Mayor, I think the intent of the legislation, I don't disagree with the bulk of what you're saying. I do think that the intent of the legislation was to try to address a problem that goes on in larger cities where they drag their feet just constantly drag their feet and don't allow for that development, as opposed to places like us where we're hungry for it to some degree. Thank you.
Yeah, no doubt. Yes, Mr. Durbin.
Yes, and this is germane to what Mr. Roberts was saying in terms of trying to provide whatever you can to the surrounding citizens of these sort of things. Is there any reason why you can't shift the burden of notifying the citizens of the, not necessarily of the specific date of the hearing, but perhaps of the fact that there's going to be a hearing, and make them provide the information and the website and the web page to the public? Just basically shift the burden of what the city's doing in terms of providing notice to the applicant, because they can start before they turn in their application. Just a thought.
Yeah. Thank you. Yes, Ms. John Chopin.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess power in numbers, I just wanted to add my voice also to what has been already brought up a couple times. That is, some of these things really seem weighted against public involvement, prohibitive toward public involvement, or the potential for public involvement with regard to the lack of written notice. I mean, a lot of our neighbors don't live here 100% of the time, and signs being posted is not necessarily going to be significant during the times that they're here, as well as not staying up. And I'm not sure I understand the lack of a public meeting, but also the 6 days notice. I mean, that is just very biased in towards suppressing public involvement is what I feel. And I just don't think that is constructive in our democratic processes. So if there's any flexibility at all, I think the public would be appreciative.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Anybody else? All right. Where am I at?
I have a question.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Aaron, can we legally require a developer to post notice before they make the application?
That would be a difficult thing, and there are some issues with that, because if they post notice of an application and then when they submit the application, it's not complete, or it has issues, or it changes, or we have to work through the process before it's ready to go, what they've notified the public of and what is actually going to be considered might not be the same. Additionally, if you put the onus on the applicant to post that notice some time in advance, they don't really have an incentive to do that, because the law says, hey, it's going to be granted if the city doesn't consider it in that time frame. So they have no direct incentive. We can't simply deny it if they don't post notice before they've even submitted something to us. That's a problematic approach. We have to know that what they've received is complete, that it's accurate, that they've paid their fee, so there are administrative processes that happen during the review of the actual application before we even are you ready to even move forward. Now, if developers want to, say, hey, something's coming, and they want to put notice up about that, they're more than welcome to do that if they own the property. But we can't force them, and I don't recommend that we have them put some notice of some type of application before we even have it. It may end up creating more confusion than it solves. I want to make sure that we're all on the same page about the notice. The thing that would go away would be the mailed notice part of this. The public still has the opportunity to participate just like they would at a public hearing. The 6 days that Roy referenced is not about notice. It's about our ability to move to get something scheduled in front of the Planning and Zoning Commission. The public wasn't getting 30 days notice previously. That we have to do the whole process in 30 days. From when they submit it, we have to get it in front of P&Z. So that put an ordinance strain on our staff's ability to review the application. Once it was deemed complete, we had that 30-day shot clock started. Then we had to coordinate with the newspaper. We had to get all of determine who all the property owners are within that area, create the map, print the notices, send those out for a date that is scheduled to happen in the future. It's a lot to do in a very short time frame. What you end up doing is it's costing the city more money, because we would be forced to publish in the Statesman versus in a more local paper, and that's a significant additional cost. Now, in truth, that cost could be put on the applicants. If we knew we had to go to notice in the Statesman, the fees would just have to be increased to accommodate that. In this particular situation, what we're talking about is plat approvals. We're talking about, did you properly describe what the piece of property that as it's being platted, do we have a proper meets and bounds? Is it being subdivided the way it's expected to be? It's a it doesn't have anything to do with per se how that property is going to be used. It's not a zoning process per se. What you can do with the property doesn't change in the platting process. The public will have an opportunity to make those comments, and essentially they're going to get just about as much notice as they would otherwise. It'll just be in a different format. It'll be, if you choose to have it on the website, it would be there, and it would be posted notice on the property itself. This is a pretty common approach to dealing with notice. If you've looked at any of the surrounding communities, I drive past them and through them on a regular basis. You regularly see the signs that are posted on that property that address this very specific, this very same issue. So it would be something that would make our process consistent with how some of our surrounding communities also function. And it would avoid that critical issue of, if we're not able to get this in front of the regulatory body within that 30 days, that then it would be deemed approved. And that's a much worse outcome than giving people the opportunity to come to a public meeting, say their piece, give their opinion, and make their comments without having to do the mailed notice side of it.
If you don't mind, Mr. Mayor, I would add 2 comments to that. One, perhaps more importantly, it would be deemed approved whether it meets our subdivision regulations or not, which is the real danger. The other thing is, this public hearing didn't exist in 2016 in Lago Vista. It hadn't been around that long for subdivision regs or subdivision plats.
Got it.
Thank you. All right, anybody else? Comments? All right, I think, based on what I've heard from council, I believe I can close this one as well. And I'm going to close the public hearing at 8:15 p.m. And it's open for council discussion and possible action.
Mayor, if I could, I would make a motion that we approve this ordinance amending various sections within Chapter 10 of the Lago Vista Code of Ordinances in order for the subdivision regulations to comply with Texas House Bill 3167 with one change, and that is that we modify the amendments to include the fact that the city will send out notifications via electronic means, whether it be the website or the Facebook page.
Second.
I'll second that.
Motion to amend. A second suggestion that I would make, Kevin, is that we change the proposal for response in the case of denial from 30 days. So it was 6 months. In the current text, it says 30 days. I would suggest, and I understand Mr. Jamboy's point of not letting it drag on forever, but I would suggest we double that to a 2-month period.
I'll accept that.
I'll second.
All right. So I have the motion and the second. Any further discussion? All right. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimous with those amendments. And we're going to go to number 6. Melissa, thank you so very much. I thought we'd get to you a little bit faster. It is what it is. All right, discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding a new professional services contract with Melissa Hedden Consulting. Our utility rate subcommittee, made up of councilors Davila, Prince, and Sullivan, bring this item to the council after gathering information and meeting with Melissa Hedden to discuss a new contract and scope of work for Mrs. Hedden to perform a new analysis of the City of Lago Vista Utilities proposed rates, utility finances, in support of the subcommittee's analysis of ways in which rates can be adjusted to provide citizens utility rate relief while maintaining the financial feasibility of the utility department. All right. This is Counselor Sullivan has the lead. Do you have anything you would like to add to that, sir?
Yeah, I will. Thank you, Mayor. So just so everybody knows, we asked for the previous contract from the 2019, and we were able to get that from Ms. Barton. We also got some financial information from Ms. Lockwood. And then we met as a subcommittee with Ms. Hedden via a virtual meeting the other day. And we reviewed what it was that we were trying to get. And we asked for several specific changes in the contract that we had done in 2019. The adjustments that we made were that we really wanted to indicate that we're looking to give citizens rate relief. That is going to be a prime effort of this engagement with Ms. Hedden. Obviously, we want to make sure that we're financially sound, but we are going to look very closely at our ability to provide a rate relief. We made an adjustment to indicate that the consultant would work very closely with the subcommittee. In prior times, it was just staff, but we want to be head and shoulders into this as we'll be the ones that make the final policy decision. So we wanted to be heavily involved, and we did modify the contract to indicate that. We made an adjustment to include investigation of our raw water contract with LCRA. It's my understanding, I had lunch with Ron Smith the other day, and he told me he thought it was coming up. I mentioned that to Ms. Hedden. She agreed. She thought it also was coming up. So she's going to investigate that to see if there could be adjustments in our rates that we pay LCRA that we'll need to take into account as we go through this analysis. We also took a look at the analysis of impact fees and CIP funding. She's going to look at that. That was not in the previous one. And that's something that we can potentially change to help with rate relief. And then I would just indicate that the fee for this particular contract is a little higher. The last one was 16,000 some change. This one's 18,000. And that is partially due to the additions that we made into the contract. And as you saw, Ms. Hedden is here, and she can answer questions that any of the council members may have with relationship to the contract. And she may have some comments that she would like to make. Ms. Hedden?
So, real quick.
Yes.
Before I bring the scope, it includes wastewater rates as well, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yeah, it's identical to the one that we did in 2019 with the additions of the things that I just mentioned.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry. Ms. Hedden?
Councilman Sullivan did an incredible job of capturing everything that we talked about. I think that the biggest thing to focus on, of course, is your subcommittee's primary goal, which is bringing rate relief to your customers. We talked about some various strategies that can get us there, and we will explore those strategies on paper after we've talked about them philosophically. Some of those strategies may include looking at your debt funding of what we're funding out of the rates versus from tax base. The second strategy is also related to, as Councilman Sullivan mentioned, impact fees. Specifically, when we look at impact fees, especially for a community that's experiencing the type of growth that you are, impact fees are a incredible tool to help us in our growth management. What we typically find is that while you may be growing linearly, when we add infrastructure, we add it in a stepped fashion. And so we have these gaps of how do we add this infrastructure and serve your rate base and your customers well and fairly. And so impact fees are a tool that we do that. The city of Lago Vista has impact fees. And so what we've added to the scope of work, though, is that I'd like to look at that, look at your existing impact fee ordinance, your existing impact fee study. If there's ongoing work right now, we'll also dive into that a little bit and just understand and work very closely with your subcommittee on some funding plan of those projects that are related to growth. We'll also look at whether or not your impact fees, if there's room to increase those fees. Either your impact fee, and it's both of these options could exist. One is that your existing impact fees may not align exactly with your current CIP plan. So we need to understand, do we need to update that CIP in the impact fee study in terms of both projects as well as cost of projects. The other element, though, is to look at the percentage of your impact fees, what we're funding through an impact fee.
Essentially, impact fees are regulated by Chapter 395 of the Local Government Code. And as part of it, and there's a lot of provisions in there, very strict in what we can and can't fund out of an impact fee, what goes into the calculation, et cetera. But at the very end, there is a piece of that requires us to give a quote unquote ad valorem tax credit against the impact fees. What this is basically saying is that we can't double count our eggs. We can't charge as part of our rate structure or our tax base, recover part of that project and also recover it in an impact fee. We're asking the same customers to pay for the same facilities twice then. And so what the provision says is we either have to go through a calculation where we calculate this ad valorem tax credit. And what we do is we go in and figure out, well, how much are customers paying through their rate structure for these specific projects, or we give a 50% credit or reduction towards the impact fee. Most municipalities go too much work to go through the calculation. We're going to go with the 50% rule. It's really easy, and here we go. And that's fine, and that's certainly a policy consideration, but you could be leaving some money on the table on the impact fee side. And so, for example, as we talk through with your subcommittee, your neighbors across the lake, the West Travis County PUA, actually charges 90% impact fee because they've gone, now granted, they don't have taxing authority, so they're not collecting any ad valorem taxes, so they went through the calculation, determined what they actually are recovering through their rate structure, and are able to assess a much higher impact fee. That is an option that might be out there. And so part of this investigation is to look at and determine whether or not that's out there and whether or not we would obviously bring that to you as a council from a policy directive to look at and evaluate once we have more information of what's out there and what may or may not be available. So those are some of the things and the rocks we're going to turn over, if you will, in looking at some financing strategies and working with your subcommittee to try to bring as much rate relief as we possibly can to your community, and at the same time making sure that your water and wastewater utility is financially solvent. That said, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Could I make just 2 points?
Sure.
Thank you, Mayor. One thing I didn't mention, the funding for this would come out of the Utility Reserve Fund. And number 2, I mentioned this before, but I want to bring it up again. We did discuss with Ms. Eden that we absolutely would like to have this complete, so we have this input for the budget cycle, and she says she has the bandwidth that we should be able to get that in that timely fashion.
Okay.
And I'll add one more thing, just because I know I saw Star's name on here. The reason why I have the bandwidth is because your staff is incredible at getting data very quickly. And so as long as they're still on it, and I know Star will get me information. And so I do want to comment that's why I can do it so quickly, is because your staff is so great at turning data around.
Well, thank you.
As well as Eric, they're both wonderful. So thank you to them.
So I have a request. I don't know if this will increase the workload scope or not, but when you're talking about looking at the debt servicing and the contribution from utility fund to our debt servicing, I would kind of like y'all to, if you can, look at House Bill 1869 that's out there. That is the bill that is looking at taking a lot, if not all of our debt that's in INS and moving it into maintenance and operations. And the concern is that, you know, this debt will be moved over into maintenance and operation and out of our INS. And then that is subject to that 3.5% cap. And I want to, if the debt gets moved into maintenance and operations, can we still use utility fund dollars to pay for the utility debt if it's no longer in INS and it's in M&O? Because, you know, that could be a big factor. I have more about HB 1869, but that's not really, I don't know if it's really relevant for this conversation, but I would like to see how it, you know, and I don't know that that bill's going to pass, and they're carving out some things. But if it does pass, it may be something we need to look at.
We can certainly look at it from a financial side, and then we may lean on your legal counsel on the legal analysis there of what you can and cannot do, because some of that would, of course, be more legal interpretation of it as well. But I'm happy to coordinate with your legal counsel, and we can kind of dig our arms deep into that. And of course, as the legislative session moves on, that may change in the coming weeks, et cetera. But I'm certainly happy to look at that for you.
Thank you.
Yeah, the nice thing is the session will be coming to a close relatively
In
quickly.
3
So
weeks.
we'll know.
Yeah, 3 weeks.
Yeah.
All right. Anybody else have any questions, comments? Shalane? No.
No, the only thing I would say, Mayor, is that I'm not opposed. I think this is could potentially pay off big for citizens, so I'm in favor.
All right. All right. Is there anybody from the audience who has any comments? All right, seeing none, it is open for action.
Mayor, I would make a motion that we approve this new contract with the Nalisa Hedden Consulting.
Second.
All right, so we have the motion, and the second was by Councilor Prince. He got there first. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimous.
Well, thank you very much. I look forward to working with you all. Have a great evening.
Yes. And, all right, we're gonna skip around a little bit. Move some things. I'm gonna try to get some of the fast things out of the way real quick. We're gonna go to agenda item number 7. Discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding resolution number 21-1886, a resolution by the City Council of the City of Lago Vista, Texas, appointing an individual to fill an unexpired vacant term as a member of the Parks and Rec Advisory Committee. And Ms. Marion, Councilor Marion, I'll let you take over.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to make this super fast. So Irene Musette had to resign from the committee because she has taken on a new full-time job, so we wish her well. The person that I nominate this evening would finish out her term, which expires January 1 of 2022. I would like to name and would be pleased to welcome Diane John Pin to the committee.
All right. Any questions, comments from council?
Great suggestion.
No, not yet. Not quite. No questions. All right. Anybody from the audience have any comments? All right. Seeing none, Shalane, please make a formal motion.
You got it, Mayor. So I would like to make a motion that Diane John, I always mess up your name, Diane Chanya Pin, I tried, be named to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee to fill a vacant term expiring January 1st, 2022.
I'll second.
All right. I have the motion and the second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimous.
Thank you.
Welcome aboard, Diane. All right, now I'm going to go to number 14. Agenda item number 14. Let's see, gotta skip back here so I know what to read. 14. All right. Discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding resolution number 21-1888, a resolution by the City Council of the City of Lago Vista, Texas, appointing an individual to fill an unexpired term as a member serving on the Board of Adjustment and to otherwise provide with respect thereto. And Shalane, I believe this is also you.
Yes, sir, it is. So Suzanne Griever had to resign from the committee. She's accepted a new full-time job out of town and will be moving to the Dallas area. She was named in December of 2020, and her term would expire January 1, 2023. So for this vacancy, I would like to name Stacy Smith to fill that vacant spot on the Board of Adjustment. And if I may, Mayor, I also, though, would like to take an opportunity to thank Paul Roberts. He also had expressed his willingness to step in and fill this vacancy on the Board of Adjustment, even though he is already serving on 3 other committees. So we really appreciate his willingness to do so and his genuine interest in and commitment to serving our community.
Yes, nice of Paul Roberts. I think we get enough input from Paul, though. Just kidding. All right, and I will just say this. Stacy, at one point, was the head of my welcome committee, and she did a fantastic job, and it died because of COVID. Hopefully at some point I'll get the welcome committee up and going again, but Stacy is an incredibly hard worker, and she's a younger member of our community. So it's nice to see a younger community member stepping up for a committee.
Cool. Awesome. Good.
Anybody else? Questions, comments? Anybody from the audience? Comments? All right, Ms. Councilor Marion, if you would.
Yes, sir. So Mayor, I would like to make a motion that Stacy Smith be named to fill the current vacancy on the Board of Adjustment with a term set to expire January 1, 2023.
Second.
Right, I have a motion and a second by Councilor Williams. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Hearing none. Motion carries unanimous. Welcome aboard, Stacy. And I'm going to number 15. Discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding disbanding of the Youth Advisory Committee. It really breaks my heart to bring this to y'all, and I'm looking for direction. The Youth Advisory Committee started when I first came on. I brought it in 2018. I was looking for a way to get the youth involved, in our community, to give us some input and, what they wanted as far as quality of life for their perspective, and allow them to even head up projects. And hopefully, go to PML's Youth Advisory Convention that they had. And I don't know if it's just because of the environment, with COVID and school being half attended and half at home. But we got no applications. I got one application from an adult to be the sponsor. I don't know, I've thought about, maybe just delaying it and seeing if the fall we advertise it again. But I don't know if that would produce any greater results or not. So I'm kind of, asking for your input, council, on what y'all think. Do we wait, or do we just go ahead and, say it's ran its course?
Well, can't you just make it inactive? And, if if interest spurs up, there's a committee there already set up and you just have to activate the committee again versus.
We can do that. We did that for COVID.
Okay.
We made it inactive. And we can do that. We can set, a time frame to bring it back if we want, September.
I think kids were having a hard time just trying to deal with school and learning at home and figuring out what to do about going to school. And I just think it was a difficult time for kids.
I have a question for you, Mayor. Was there extracurricular credit assigned to or associated with this?
No,
Was there any investigation into?
I did not look into that.
Because
that would be.
That may be something that would spur some.
I mean, I know they were getting recommendations and letters to universities from me for participating, as far as when they're filling out their college applications. But I don't know if the school could give them
That'd be something worth investigating.
something, put that in there.
Because that may really spark some interest in some of the kids that might be willing to serve there.
Great point. Yes, Counselor.
Mr. Mayor, I think that very soon we're going to have availability of injections for the school age kids. And I think that may make a considerable difference in what we're looking at next year in September, next school year. If they can get the vaccines approved and can get a majority of kids vaccinated, then they should be back to in-school learning. And I think that would give you a much better opportunity to get individuals to participate in your committee. My feeling is that we should just basically set it on the back burner for a while, wait till we get back in school in September, and then reapply for members at that point.
Okay. Awesome. Counselor Marion.
Mayor, the only thing I would say is that I agree, maybe reconsider this in September-ish. Summer's coming on, and so I would imagine families may, especially after the COVID in the past year, not being able to travel, have travel plans for the summer, and that may have also impacted whether or not students could have been interested in serving.
Awesome.
And Mayor, if I might, in addition to the extra credit that student might get, we might want to try and market it to groups like Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts and so forth. I know from the Boy Scouts perspective, they get merit badges associated with certain civic involvement. And so if we can make that pitch to them, that might cause some of them to join up when they otherwise wouldn't. So I just think maybe what we need to do is make it inactive, as people said, but when we come back with a vengeance and really market the heck out of it with all the different avenues that we might have to try to encourage people to join.
Perhaps open it up to a wider age group.
Maybe so.
All right.
Yeah, because with the Boy Scouts, it might be more younger kids. A lot of times, by the time they get to 17 and 18, they're done. They've done what they're going to with Scouts, and they move on. So if you add middle school age kids, you might get more, some of the Scouts, for example, to get involved.
All right. Sounds good. Anybody else? Anybody from the audience have comments? All right, well then I will make a motion that
Mr.
we.
Mayor.
Ms. John Yopin had her hand
Oh,
up.
Ms. Chopin, did you have a comment?
I was just going to reiterate, because I really am with you that, I understand how it can hurt your heart. And I really think that this has been chaotic, and the inability to kind of foresee things in the past year. And I really think if we hang in there and come back, just as Kevin just said, come back with a vengeance, with a different targeting of marketing and things, we're going to see some positive results. I think our kids will step up.
All right. Ms. Silvetta?
Mr. Mayor, you have a comment from Ms. Robin Pond, who did it by chat, that said, please don't give up on the youth advisory group. They can do it via Zoom. Plus, teachers should know that students might be interested and recommend it to them. She asked, can they get credit for civic involvement? She also stated the Leo youth might be interested also.
Awesome. Thank you, Robin. All right. If that is all my comments, then I am going to make a motion to not disband the Youth Advisory Committee, but to instead place the YAC in an inactive status until the first meeting in September.
I'll second that.
All right, I have a motion and a second by Councilor Davila. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Hearing none, motion carries unanimous. Thank you. And now we are going to go to agenda item number 9. 6, 7. Let me mark these off real quick. 14. 15's done. And we're on number 9.
It should be a real quick one.
No.
8 would be quick too.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. We'll go to 8 then. Discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding resolution number 21-1887, a resolution by the City Council of the City of Lago Vista, Texas, declaring various property and/or equipment to be surplus property and authorizing the city manager to dispose of such property in a manner which is beneficial to the City of Lago Vista. I believe we have 4 Ford police cars. I don't know what a police department's doing to their cars. They're just parts.
These are pretty old.
Not a whole car, it's just the part. Yeah.
They are over a decade old. So we have 4 Ford Crown Vics that they're going to part out. Any questions, comments?
The comment that I would make, I mean, you're saying that in jest, but the conversation I had with the police chief, one of his officers actually is a pretty handy mechanic and does quite a bit of the work on the vehicles. And so having a vehicle for spare parts actually ends up saving the department a lot of money because they're able to do the work internally. So it's it sounds a little funny on the surface of it, but it's actually saving the city quite a bit of money and good use of skills within the department.
Awesome.
And you can be sure that if he's letting these go.
Yeah, he's picked those. Picked clean.
To the point that there's not anything left.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
All right. Anybody from the audience comments?
Mr. Mayor, this is Danny.
Hey, Chief.
I'd like to let you and the council know that, these vehicles have surpassed their mechanical limits. Ford quit producing these Crown Vics several years ago, and I can assure you that we have cannibalized every available part on these vehicles. So it's definitely in our better interest to go ahead and get rid of them.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. All right. Anybody else from the audience? All right. We'll entertain a motion.
Mayor,
Yes.
I'll make a motion that we approve resolution number 21-1887 and dispose of these vehicles.
I'll second that.
All right. I have the motion by Councilor Weatherly, and I believe Councilor Davila got the second in first this time. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimous. All right, now we'll go to number 9. Discussion, consideration, and possible action on the construction contract for Loman Ford Rehab. Divert funding from other street projects and authorize the mayor to execute the contract. Recently, we did the bid opening for the Loman Ford Street Rehab project. The bid opening was on April 8th at 11 a.m. The proposed improvements up for bid consist of paving the entirety of Loman Ford Road which is approximately 87,576 square yards of paving. The paving job consists of removing reflective traffic buttons and complying with city construction specification. Typically, these contractors will sub the work and charge the city an additional 20%. Thus, the city will hire the striping contractors directly. The bids included an add bid alternate for edge tapering and creating rough traction areas around curves by milling the surface of the new pavement. Bennett Paving offered the best value to the city at $937,875.97. This contractor has 120 days to complete the work, thus likely completion in August 2021. The review of the tabulated bids indicates that the low bidder used bid amounts that were both appropriate and competitive for the project. See attached bids. The other bids are as follows in the attached tabulated bid sheet as well. Overall cost, this project is considerably higher than estimated and previous paving with the previous paving treatment. Funding, the city has the available funding of approximately $450,000 dedicated to cover this project. The city has another expense for this project, such as striping and drainage work, estimated at under $50,000. The city has dedicated funding for other streets for the FY21. Staff is recommending diverting $540,000 of funding from other street projects to cover this cost. City staff has determined that this construction company has constructed many similar projects around the Central Texas area. The second high bidder approached city staff asking they be considered for the award. Staff did not see enough justification to recommend their $50,000 higher price tag. Nevertheless, their letter was also attached to this package. Council may elect to take staff's recommendation, reject all bids, or proceed with further evaluation. I believe we also have the option of taking one of the other bids, if I'm not mistaken. Staff recommends that the contract for the Loman Ford Street Rehab project be awarded to Bennett Paving for the base bid and including the added bid alternate, and council authorizes the city mayor to execute the contract. I will add on here that we have used Bennett Paving in the past. So we are very familiar with Bennett Paving. On the money, there was 2.8 million that was set for our road, street rehab program for this year in the budget. The 450 was what was dedicated for Loman Ford Road. Obviously, we drive it every day. We know that conditions got much worse in February, and they're doing all they can to keep it as drivable as possible until we can get this work done. But because of the additional work, now the price tag is more than doubled. So we need to divert, the request is to divert some of that additional money that's in that 2.8 over to this project. Just so you, as a note, our street rehab project usually includes 20 to 25 streets. We know that physically that is what we can get done per year. That's why the plan is a 7-year plan, 142 linear miles. We know we can pave about 20 linear miles per year. And the cost runs about $125,000 per mile. So that's why you see the 2.8 million, because we know that's what it would take to pave the 20 to 25 streets this year. Diverting this 500,000 over means that we're going to have to, possibly push 5 of our streets or 5 miles of streets,
Back.
you know,
Into
over
next
into
year.
the next fiscal year. So
Mhm.
it will kind of, you know, mess up. I don't want to say mess up, but it'll just kind of change the street rehab plan. We also know that the storm did damage to other streets than just Loman Ford. So Eric has already been tasked with going through the street rehab plan and looking at the streets and seeing if what adjustments need to be made and bringing that back to council so that we can get as many, you know, you take that 2 point, well, this is 900, so we'll have about 1.9, little under 1.9.
Well, 450 was
1.8.
already in that.
Yeah.
450 was already in that, so it won't be that much of a reduction.
Yeah. So yeah, if you figure the 450 from the 2.8 and then the 5 additional, so we're down to about 1.8. We'll still be able to get about 18 miles of streets, hopefully done in this fiscal year. So that's what we're looking at for this. Eric, did you have anything that you would like to add to that?
Mayor, you summed it up pretty good. Just one minor thing is the $540,000 that we're recommending is from the fog seal type of projects. And for that one was actually only 510 that was budgeted. So it is my mistake when I said $540,000 on that fog seal project.
What project was that?
It was a fog seal. It was a fog seal street.
Oh.
So there's 3 or 4 different categories of street paving that we're using.
Okay.
That's summed up at the very end of the summary page.
All right. So I got some questions on the work. So looking at the conditions of the road, the type of work that we've put out for bids, is this going to be high quality? You know, I'm worried about the base underneath. Is this going to take care of any road-based subsurface issues that may have been caused by the storm?
Mayor, very good question. This contractor will not. However, we're trying to address that as we go. Typically, not always, typically the base problems surface themselves and you tend to see elevated cracking and localized failure of the pavement. And you tend to address that what we call cutouts. So that's what we're doing with that. We're trying to address as much, fix as much of the base as we can. Unfortunately, from what we've seen, not all of this, a lot of these base issues that we may encounter are not visible on the surface, and will probably show themselves up probably in the next 5 to 7 years. So, unfortunately, this is probably the most economical way to make Loman Ford drivable for another, hopefully 7 years. The other way to do that is basically go all the way in and do total base reclamation. That type of project costs very well, probably could be very well over $4 million. So for now, for what we're doing, this is the best option for the city to move forward.
All right, yeah, that seems like a project that would need further discussion, budgeting, yes.
A lot more budgeting.
Yeah. All right. And I think they're going to do they're talking about doing the work at night. Is that correct?
Yes, Mayor, the work will be done at night, and a recent discussion that I've had with the contractor, he's got a gap in his schedule, and he's eager to get in there and get it done by middle of June if we can hurry up with the paperwork.
Awesome. So I don't know, Aaron, I guess you can weigh in on this. Because the work is going to be done at night, do we need to put something in the contract that authorizes them to work at night, since we have our Ordinance says 7 a.m. to 7 p.m.
It would be appropriate regardless of whether we have something that's in our ordinances regarding the contractor work from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. is typically applicable to in our subdivision ordinance and our building regs. It needs to be in the contract so that it's clear that that's what the expectation that they're going to do this work anyway. So it's going to be there regardless.
Okay.
Mayor and Aaron, may I recommend that you add that to the motion also, makes it a lot easier for us.
Mhm.
And also to work on Sundays, because a lot of times happens, if they want to work on Monday, it ends up being Sunday night.
All right. Anybody else on council have questions?
I had two. One, it sounds as if, because they've identified the 510 or whatever is going to come from fog seal projects, that the streets that would have been done but are not going to be, that's been identified. If we just look at the rehab plan and we look for 2021 and we look for fog seal projects, those are the streets that will not be done this year. Is that an accurate statement?
That's the way I've taken it. And I think fog seal is like the lowest priority
Right.
as far as repairs. So the streets that were going to get a higher level of care are still on the list. So.
And then the other thing, I had talked with Eric before, and I wanted to make sure I heard him correctly. My understanding is when we were going to spend the 450 on Loman, that was to do a micro surfacing, but now this latest is going to be a full overlay, which will be a much more a better surface, if you will. And so I just want to confirm that and make sure that the citizens know that as well.
Mayor and council, that's a good question, and the answer is yes. The pavement type has changed to a thick layer of overlay.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I think we'll go with 2-inch.
Perfect.
Yes.
And Mr. Mayor, Eric, this project will start sometime before the end of May?
Mayor and council, that's what we're aiming for. We're hoping that in the next 2 weeks, we can get the paperwork done and get it started by the end of the month.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll come in tomorrow to do paperwork if I need to.
For Loman.
Yes, Council Prince.
The other thing to add, and that, it's a full overlay, not a microsurface, which has been clarified. If you will recall, or citizens may recall, the first time this came up many months ago, there was great concern about safety. And the statement at the time was milling was not appropriate in a microsurface. Now that we have a full overlay, milling is actually part of the plan. So some of those safety concerns are being addressed here as well. So that's a good thing. And then I also just wanted to clarify, in our recent special call meeting, it wasn't clear that we had enough time left in the fiscal year to spend this 2.8 million, or after the potential change tonight, what would be about 1.8 or 1.9 million. And so I think the task is still out there to define what we can do in terms of amount of time and with reasonable engineering choice, so we don't, weather considerations.
Yeah.
So look forward to seeing the answer to that. But it certainly seems like, based on our previous discussion, that we can make this change and still easily stay within our $2.8 million budget. In fact, I got the impression it's almost impossible to outspend that $2.8 million at this point. But we'll see what the answer is from Mr. Belay.
Thank you. Councilor Marion.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple of questions. The first one is about the traffic control sensors. Are the sensors in the ground or above the road? And if they are embedded in the road, will they still work with another inch or two of pavement on top of them? That's one question. And then another question is it possible to use impact fees to help offset any of this cost? Last question I have, is there a way to somehow figure out for for communities around us, like, you know, one further out, to somehow aid in the cost of repairing roads like Loman Ford, when that's the only, you know, way to get in and out of their community. So construction's happening there as well. Maybe not at the same rate, but probably close as it is here. And I'm just curious, is that something that can be investigated, or would it take turning that into like a county road or a state road or something like that to help us offset some of that cost?
Good question. Yeah. So Eric, can you address the sensors?
Yes, sir. I'll try to address all three of them. On the sensors, I'm referring to talking about the traffic signals at the intersections. Those underground sensors are no longer being used. Nowadays, they use what they have, video cameras on top of the traffic lights that they can tell when a vehicle is approaching. They use digital sensors instead of the old underground wires. So that is not a concern. The other question on the impact fees, unfortunately, we don't have roadway impact fees at this point. But even if we did, this project wouldn't apply because it's a maintenance project and doesn't add capacity. So impact fees can only be used on capacity projects. And lastly, we did not reach out to Point Venture, but we did reach out to the county, see if the county would be able to assist us. They did express interest in being able to assist us with some engineering work, but nothing with construction. That really didn't help us a whole lot because we do the engineering in-house ourselves. So hopefully that answers all of them.
Yeah, I don't know if we can legally, I mean, I guess we could always ask, but
We couldn't force them.
yeah.
We put a toll booth there.
I mean, it's one thing, for, you know, if we could say, well, you guys use the street sometimes, but that's the only way in and out. And so they have to use that road. I would venture to say just about as much as Lago residents.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, I believe if you check, Texas law states that you are responsible for the streets within your city limits. And it doesn't put the onus on anybody else. If they decided to give us money, it would be simply out of the goodness of their heart.
Yeah.
And I'm not looking forward to that. I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah. Anybody else?
I'm good.
All right. Anybody in the audience have any comments? Yes, Ms.
Yeah.
DeVoe. I recognize.
Hi, Mayor. Hi, City Council members. I just had a question because am I hearing right that this new road will only last 7 years? I mean, is that a good investment? Almost $1 million for a 7-year road?
Oh, what's the lifespan of a street? I'll have to let Eric address that. But I do know the lifespan of major streets like that is not extremely high, so I don't know if that's reasonable or not.
Okay. I thought I just heard you say 7 years, and that's why I was asking, because I've been in Lago for 7 years, and no one's touched that road for 7 years, and it seemed like it held up for a long time until like this last year, and then it just went bleh. So I was just wondering if we put, almost $1 million into it, and it only lasts 7 years, it doesn't sound like a really great investment. That's all. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Waters.
Yes, please. When they paved Boggy Ford, the paving company left these huge step-offs on the shoulders. So if for any reason you had to try and miss a deer, or there was a car double parked and you had to go onto the shoulder, it was very difficult to get back on the roadway and actually posed a major safety hazard, because once you went off the road, it was very difficult, and your car would shimmy trying to get back on the road to get over that bump. are they going to address the shoulders for this new paving where you don't have that problem? Because that problem was definitely very substantial on Boggy Ford.
Yes, sir. I believe the add-on that was added on was for the edging.
Right. The edging.
Yes. It's tapered.
What they call taper.
So they're going to taper it. Okay, so that's going to be part of the project.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Yes, sir. This is Sean Chopin.
Apologies, I'm never ready with the microphone thingy. Thank you, Mayor Ed. I was kind of going back to the Boggy Ford thing also. I had written 2 questions. I don't know if it's appropriate to say, but I'm just going to ask. Is it, Mayor Ed, you had said that we being Lago Vista, were familiar with the Bennett Company's work, but I didn't hear you say whether we were familiar in a positive way or, there was no value associated in your familiarity. So I was curious if there was a positive or a neutral, what that was. And then my other question was that who did do Boggy Ford? I mean, it looks really nice. I didn't realize about the edges. That's really important because that's where water and stuff gets in. But so I was wondering if Bennett did Boggy Ford, and if not, who did Boggy Ford?
I seem to remember that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was
I think
Bennett.
Bennett paving. Yeah.
Is that correct, Eric?
Mayor, yes, that's correct. Bennett Paving did Boggy Ford. Actually, I've never worked with Bennett Paving until I came to Lago Vista, but I was personally very impressed. We had some minor issues, as there are with every project, but we're able to resolve them on site.
Yeah, I've been pleased with Boggy, so.
Eric, could you give us an estimate on how long a road that's resurfaced should last? You said this one you hoped would last 7 years. What's the normal life expectancy?
Very good question, Mayor and Council. It really depends on what is going on. We're on track this year to have approximately 700 to 800 homes being built, and with that, we can't compare the previous Loman Ford with the future Loman Ford capacity or usage. So we're looking at possibly around 7 years. And typically what happens is after 7 years, it doesn't completely fail. You start getting cracks, and we start addressing those. Just like you've probably noticed on Dawn Drive, that wasn't too long ago that was paved. But yet, we're having our guys go out there and do a crack seal, because if we don't do that, then you're going to have huge potholes developing soon. So typically, I would anticipate this being about 7 years, preferably, maybe a little bit more. But if you were to do a full depth reclamation, which means that you just go all the way very bottom to the bottom of the dirt, and you replace it with good layers of drainage and good layer of asphalt, and good compaction down below, that typically could theoretically last about 12 years. So, at a multi-million-dollar price. Now, if we're talking about if we're using asphalt, if you go to concrete has a lifespan of 40 plus years, but we're talking about tens of millions of dollars there.
Got it.
Right. Well, and I would be hesitant at this point to do a whole lot of change, because I'm looking at our growth, and I'm thinking Loman Ford Road is going to have to be completely widened, changed. It's going to have to go through some major changes in the next 10 years.
Yeah.
And I think at that point is when we would be doing a complete rebuild of the street. So doing a complete rebuild would be better for it. I don't want to spend that kind of money to rebuild it and then have to come back in 5 to 7 years and tear it all up. If this will get us 7 to 10 years, you know, so.
This project should help us get us through to when we can plan to do that much more major project.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, that's going to be a bond project road.
I have a question for Mr. Belay. Have we discussed what the length of Loman Ford is? The length of the entire road from 1431 to the end?
I know the square yards.
I don't know off the top of my head. I believe it's 3 miles, give or take.
I'm gonna guess about 3 miles. I know I have ran it a couple of times all the way to all the way to 1431 from Boggy.
That's about 2.
And I think it's pretty close to 3 miles.
But it extends towards Point Venture.
It does, yeah.
Yeah, but the road down there is done already, going down.
I don't know, I'm just curious about what the overall length
Overall,
of the road was.
Maybe I think Mr. Durbin has his hand up.
All right, Mr. Durbin. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, just got my microphone on here.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Quick question. Is contractor going to raise the manhole covers or the manholes and the valve risers? Or does that cost fall on the utility department? If it falls on the utility department, how much is it?
Eric, I need your help on that one.
That's good. I was wondering if my microphone was on for a second.
As mayor and council, we don't have any, minus a couple locations, we don't have any valves on there. There's some manholes out there that belong to AT&T. We've reached out to AT&T to provide us manhole covers, and contractor will install them. It's included in the price. But not the material itself, Mayor.
Does that raise them up to the level of the new level of the road?
Yes, that's what that is.
Okay.
Thank you. Anybody else in the audience? All right. Is that it from council? If it is, I will entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we approve the contract with Bennett Paving for $937,875.97. And as part of the contract, we include a variance to allow them to work on Sunday night, start work on Sunday night and work during the night through the week.
Second.
Do we need to say then approve you to sign it? That was part of it.
And approve the mayor to negotiate and sign the contract.
I'll accept that.
Seconded.
All right. I have the motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, the contract is awarded to Bennett Paving with the amendments. All right, let's come to number 12. Discussion, consideration, and possible action to sell surplus strip of, discussion, consideration, and possible action on Chapter 380 Economic Development Agreement with Lago Property Development LP, also known as Nature's Point Event and Hospitality Facility Project. Where's my number 12 here? So Lago Property Development LP has requested the city participate in an economic development agreement to provide incentives in the form of a hotel occupancy tax abatement for 10 years. Former interim city manager Roger Chan negotiated the 10-year abatement of the hot funds. This would mean that the city would excuse the 6% tax that is collected on sleeping rooms in hotels that cost $2 or more per day. The current development agreement limits the property Nature's Point Event and Hospitality Facility Project to 150 hotel units. This agreement requires the owner to provide a copy of the Texas Hotel Occupancy Tax Report form provided to the state comptroller on the same schedule as provided to the comptroller, so that the city's finance department can track the amount of abatement the owner has realized. So my questions, when does this start? I was kind of looking through the contract. I couldn't really tell exactly when it starts. Does it start, as soon as, if we pass it? And is there a cap to this? Because I remember when we were first talking 380 agreement, they were looking for the agreement to cover the cost of their some of their infrastructure that they were putting in, and so there was a cap in place at that point.
I was going to ask the same question.
Is there, does this include a cap? And has anybody been able to do the math? Because I don't know what these hotel units are going to go for, what that 6% means as far as actual dollars collected. I'm trying to get a number on what on an annual basis what this would mean to the city.
I thought you did some back of the envelope math last time, and it was like 1 or 2 years and they'd get their money recouped.
Yeah, I was trying to remember what we estimated though. Was it 200 a night or was it 100 a night? I can't remember the math that I did.
Yeah, I think you did 200 a night is what you
which would be 30,000 times 6% tax. It's about $180
per
day. Yeah.
Well, and I thought that their infrastructure costs were relatively minimal. I mean, it wasn't on the order of like hundreds of thousands. It was like tens of thousands, I thought. Erin has her microphone on. She's ready to.
Do you have something you would like to add to this?
So I haven't done the math, but so to your questions, there is no cap currently. That was something I'd asked Roger if he was going to negotiate that. He didn't. But if that's something that you want to have a discussion with Ms. Canada Lewis, that's something, you can certainly do that. The start date is January 1st of the first calendar year following the issuance of the certificate of occupancy is approved. So wouldn't start now. It would start when they get their CO. So first thing they have to do is build this place. Second thing they have to do is have people stay in it and start do that. I don't know if Laura can provide us some rough idea of what a room might cost so that y'all can do that back of the envelope calculation, but she is here this evening.
So I was going to adjust the 6% would actually be $1,800 per day. So if they had full occupancy at $200 per day, that's 1,800 times 365. That's $657,000 per year.
Mayor, I have an even more basic question before those questions are asked. I'm trying to understand money flow here. So my understanding of hotel tax is if I go rent a room, the person renting the room, pay the hotel tax that gets passed through to the taxing entities. What I'm trying to figure out is what's the benefit to the developer of a hotel tax abatement? It would seem to me the benefit goes to the renters of the rooms, not the developer. So I must be misunderstanding something.
So this is, can I jump in?
Yes, I have a question too.
It was part of, I apologize, Mayor. It was part of my question I asked Erin last time. It was part of the reason why the contracts got taken back to modify, because it had two different things in there. One, it said that they didn't pay, but they're supposed to pay and then they get rebated. And so what happens is that your your stayer, the person renting, they'll pay that money. It'll get remitted to the state. The city will get it, and then the city rebates it back to the developer. So they do benefit. But the problem was that the language said that they didn't collect the tax. They didn't. It wasn't paid, and it was supposed to be fixed. But when I looked, Aaron, it still looks like Section 5.1 makes it sound like they don't remit payment.
Right. So I had this discussion with our finance department about whether we wanted to have them, whether we wanted to collect it and then rebate it back, or if we wanted to abate it, meaning we would not hold them for their obligated 6% that's owed to us. Obviously, they have to continue to pay, collect and pay the money that's owed to the state, but they would not have to remit the amount that would be owed to us. It can be done either way. And the input I received from Star was that she would prefer that they not have to pay it and then rebate it because of how the money flows. And she can explain that to you in more detail. But that's why the language originally was contemplated that it would be a rebate agreement. And now it's written as an abatement, meaning they would not have to pay it to us.
So I have some questions around the actual hot tax.
Sure.
And maybe it doesn't come into play if it's an abatement, but because this is a hot tax, what isn't there restrictions on that money? I know if it comes to us, we can only use it for certain things. If we rebate it back to them, can they only use that on the certain restrictions, just like the city is held to? And
so this is part where is Star on? That was part of the conversation. If it comes into us, it has to be tracked in a certain way, and then the money has to go. The money, that rebate that we give them, goes from a different fund. Star, I see you're on. Do you want to chime in so I don't say this incorrectly?
I'm here. I'm waiting to see what you're going to say.
I'm going to let you speak to the finance side of it because I want that. I don't want to misspeak.
Okay. I'm going to try to do this without dogs barking. I have a skunk that's making its rounds. So it's like, okay, y'all just hang tight. They know it. To the mayor's question is, or I don't even know who all's questions it's been at this point. We can do it either way. We can either take it in, have to put it into our bank, turn around and pay it back out, or we can just know how much they're paying because they're not getting an abatement from the state. They're going to have to pay the state anyway, file all the appropriate forms, and we would be able to track what that value would be to us when they submit the same paperwork to us that they've already submitted to the state. It just is a little bit less complicated with the accounting and the paper and depositing it and turning around and giving it back if we never put it into our bank account. But we can do it either way, whichever council prefers.
so, but is there any restrictions tied to that money because it's a hotel occupancy tax?
It is for us if we collect it. If they collect it as an individual, I don't know what the restrictions are there. I would think that they would be bound to the same restrictions, but Aaron's going to have to do that from the legal end. I think if you're collecting a tax for a certain purpose, then I would feel like you would have to be restricted to that purpose, which is not going to help them a whole great lot unless they plan to use those funds for the same reason that we would use the funds if we brought them into our coffers.
But if they chose the abatement, if we choose the abatement process, they simply probably just won't charge that tax. It won't be on the bill.
Right.
The renter
Well,
won't.
they still have to charge you for the state.
Yes,
Well,
they'll charge.
there would be no point in charging the tax if you're going to turn around and give it back.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that I'm just guessing here. I'm guessing that if they are taking the tax in and they don't have to pay it to us, they're thinking that they can keep it for themselves.
Well, and in figuring how much they're going to make out of this, you have to remember that the whole idea of Nature's Point is to be a wedding venue. My son worked in the hotel industry for years, And the only time that he ever figured on a full occupancy was on a Friday, Saturday, Sunday. The rest of the week, he was doing good most of the time to get, 45, 50, 55% occupancy. And with this being out on Nature's Point, unless there's a wedding, I would not bet on their occupancy being anywhere close to 100%. So when you're talking about how much they could collect or how much they could be rebated, I think it's going to be a whole lot less than the numbers y'all were talking about a while ago.
Yeah.
But even if you only had 20% occupancy, you're talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars potentially.
Per year.
So I really would like to go back to that question of we're going to rebate for their infrastructure expenditures. And if that's the case, how much are those infrastructure expenditures? And let's just put a cap on it. And we'll abate them through that amount, but not for a full 10 years for unlimited. That just doesn't seem to make sense.
But they're still going to be paying this ad valorem taxes. They're still going to be paying sales taxes. There's still going to be quite a bit of income coming to us from this. And they could have come back to us and asked for an abatement of the ad valorem taxes. But all they've asked for is the hot tax, which is so limited when we get it. I don't know why we'd even want it. The hot tax is one of those things, yeah, we get it, but it's so limited in where we can put it and where we can use it. It's not a very effective tax for the city to do things.
I just think we're talking about real money here, and we should not let real money just fly out the window for no reason. And we'll find inventive ways to spend hot taxes, I guarantee you.
Yeah,
Don't
like
we
a
use that
senior citizen center, civic center, convention center, arts,
Cat Metro, isn't that also hot tax?
No, that's a sales tax.
But I mean, we fancy ourselves as a tourist destination. And that's primarily what hot taxes can be used for, is things that bring people to our community. And I promise you, we accumulate enough of that, we can build things that will bring people to our community.
And that's why I was asking about the restrictions. Because if it can only be used for, tourist activities, I'm just, how's that going to help them with their infrastructure?
Yeah, like I said, I just think they won't charge the city portion of the hot tax. They just won't charge it, and it'll be less to their.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking the abatement may relieve them of any restrictions.
We're getting the wave from
I'm
someone
not-
that can tell us what they're planning.
I'm not thinking, I'm not to the audience just yet. So
Mayor, one of the things that can be used for, though, would be advertising to help bring in more short-term rentals. So they could, that money on their end possibly could be used to go ahead and cut some of their advertising costs in order to get more people to stay at the hotel. So it could have value there.
all right. So I'm seeing where it has could have plenty of value to Nature's Point. What's it brings people in? Is that the value that?
Yeah.
Because I know a lot of these, when you do 380 agreements, you're looking for something something in return, like they have to employ so many people from the local area, things that are going to give you, a direct benefit to the city, so that it's not just a one-way deal.
Well, and think about this. I know it's a little grandiose, but this is an idea of what you can do. You can build event facilities that bring people from outside of your community into your community. A concert venue, for example, a sports stadium. Those are types of things you can do with hot taxes. And so why we would forego hundreds of thousands potentially of hot taxes every year is beyond me. I'm fully supportive of them getting reimbursed for their infrastructure costs, absolutely. But beyond that, we can make good use of those funds.
All right, Ms. Lewis, I will bring you in at this point. Oh, hold on just a second, Ms. Lewis. Counselor Marion, sorry.
I think some water lines.
No problem. Thank you, Mayor. I have a few questions. One kind of overlaps with yours, Mayor, and mine, that was what are they doing as their end? Like, how's the city really going to benefit from this? Comment that 10 years is a really long time. I think we've heard that a lot. But I have a question because I thought the paperwork for this said that this wasn't, that the hotel isn't until phase 2 of this project, right? So would this hot tax abatement then not come in until phase 2? And if that's the case, how far down the road are we even talking? Phase 1 hasn't even started yet, right? And then would this have any impact on the project if it's denied?
All right, thank you. So, Ms. Lewis, I know you've been listening and heard all the questions that we've presented. I'll turn the floor over to you.
Yes, sir, and I will try to answer all of your questions. If I miss any, I believe I have good notes. Please feel free to call that to my attention and I'll circle back on that. So I wanted to talk just briefly, and I realize it's not material what the original agreement was, but the original agreement that contained the cap was related to road improvements. And I believe it was that we were going to pay approximately 125 up to 150 for road improvements participatory with the town. And we requested 20 years hotel tax abatement. We renegotiated that, and we had actually negotiated that with Mr. Ray, and had originally requested that we also get ad valorem abatement, and he asked us to forego that request, which we did back then. We renegotiated this agreement subsequently with the new acting town manager, and he felt like he asked me if we would please reduce our request from a 20-year abatement to a 10-year abatement, which we also agreed to do. So at this point, we have significantly reduced our request. There is nothing about road construction in this request because we've moved the location of the resort from the point up to the farm land, which doesn't require the road construction and the utility construction. So there is no participation and no request for participation there. We've also reduced our request from 20 years to 10 years, and there is no ad valorem request. And as you know, we're expecting there to be significant sales tax that we've requested no abatements on. We have requested this hot tax. We do actually intend to collect it. We don't intend to waive it or allow it to be phantom income. We do expect to collect it. We're happy to pay it to the town and receive it back as a rebate. We're happy to collect it, report, because we have to report it to the state anyway, and report it to the town and keep it. However, bookkeeping is better for the town. That's not material to us. We will use it. I also wanted to confirm that it does start with the first lodging, and there is lodging in the first phase. So the first phase, as many of you may know, we've already submitted our development plan to the planning and development. We have our construction documents for our first 2 venues in phase 1 completed, and they are currently with our general contractor who's given us feedback so we can get our comments and modifications done and submitted to the city all at one time. So those haven't been submitted, but our construction documents are complete. Phase 1 also included lakeside villas that we intend to construct at permit and construct at exactly the same time as the venues, because since they're on the lakeside, you can't get to them after we build the villas. So so we intend to have those permitted this summer as well, and construction begin, which means when those first lakeside villas have their certificates of occupancy, that would trigger the beginning of the 10 years. So
there is a large portion of this time that is triggered long before there is truly a hotel with 150 units. There'll be eight lake villas there for which we receive the rebate on, and then there'll be a subsequent set of cove villas, and I think there are 6 of them, Mr. Mayor and Council, and so and then the cabins will be placed thereafter. There's approximately, I want to say, 22 of them. So this is an escalating process over a period of a couple of years. And then in phase 2, which we have committed to be within 5 years, we would have the hotel under construction and the cabins removed. So in the totality of this, we're not talking about 10 years of abatements on 150 hotel units. We're talking about substantially less than that in its totality. And then of course it gets turned over 100% to the city. So we believe that, quite frankly, moving from a 20-year request to a 10-year request is substantive, truly substantive, because it's in effect a 5-year request on the hotel, as it turns out. As it relates to its effect on our project, it has a significant effect on our project. I felt like we were very honest with the town about this when we first came to you and talked to you about this 380 agreement. And there's probably a significant likelihood that we will not construct the 150 unit hotel without this abatement, and would suffer the consequences of having to remove our cabins as we agreed in our PD. And there simply not be that level of housing and temporary lodging at the resort.
So do you know, Ms. Lewis, because it's a high tax, is there restrictions on how you can use that money?
There are some restrictions on how we can use that, Mr. Mayor. And we use where we have received hot tax abatements in the past, we've used it significantly for advertising and tourism related expenses. But in the long run, since we don't have to invest our dollars there, we get to use that to help recover a lot of our construction costs. Quite frankly, we're expecting to spend over $20 million on this project.
All right, thank you. Questions?
Yeah, Ms. Lewis, can you give us an approximate estimate of how much you'll be spending on infrastructure that will ultimately become public infrastructure?
I do not believe that there is infrastructure that will be significant that becomes public, depending on our participation with the expansions of utilities further upstream. So there are some projects between us and you kind of have me at a loss here, so I may have to defer to Eric, but there essentially it is my understanding that with our development and the condo development nearby, the current sewer lines are not sized large enough and they will have to be upsized, and we have an obligation to participate in that cost. We believe that the condos are going to come online before us, and as such, we're going to participate in whatever additional costs we're supposed to participate in to make sure we have the necessary capacity necessary for us and the other developments. And we honestly don't know what that looks like at this moment.
Eric, do you have any idea of what their contribution would be?
I'm not sure he's online, Mr. Mayor, but it's kind of unknowable. It depends on the development of the rest of the vacant property in the area. The other component is potentially off-site street improvements, particularly the intersection of Shoreline at Loman Ford. You know, all those are potential costs that we may have a better idea once they're through reviewing their TIA, which I think Eric might have just gotten. But, you know, once again, how much participation there is from other developments, that's the part that's unknowable.
Thank you.
But all of those are possible. There'll definitely be, increase water and sewer for their phase 2. And particularly if they build the condos. And like I said, it just depends on who else is doing something, whether there's going to be cost sharing opportunities.
Good. Councilor Marion?
Thank you, Mayor. I might have missed this, but was it addressed what Nature's Point is going to do on their end for this agreement? Like how's the city going to benefit from this? I didn't see anything in here about, to your point earlier, Mayor, having to hire a certain number of Lago Vista residents or bring a certain number of jobs or whatever. So I'm curious what the benefit to the city would be during this period.
Yeah, I don't know, Ms. Lewis, do you have?
Yes, sir. We do expect that the venue with a hotel will hire more than 25 local residents. We don't intend to bring people from, we'll just hire whoever applies. We don't intend to bring people from anywhere particular that are already employed for us necessarily. We'll advertise for these jobs locally. And I would suspect, given the geography of Lago Vista, that they would be local people. And we do expect the benefit to the town in the form of sales tax to be significant. Not only will they receive all of our sales tax from the venue sales, which quite frankly, these venues sell somewhere between 100 and 150 events per venue. There are 2 at this venue, and they sell for somewhere between $6,000 and $15,000 per event. And this includes all of our catering. We also have alcohol and bar, and so all of our alcohol tax also goes to the city. We've not requested any abatement or refunds related to our alcohol tax, which is significant as well. And then when the hotel is added, it has a restaurant with a bar as well that further expands that opportunity for sales tax and alcohol tax revenue. So personally, we believe that our contribution to the town is significant in funding that this venue will provide. That was a part of our agreement with the town when we annexed in, that we would limit our request on our 380 to just these, just the hot tax, and at the time, the participation in the road that's no longer necessary.
All right, thank you. Anybody else? All right, well, I will open it up to the audience for comments. Yes, John Jopin.
This may be totally not possible, but since it's possible, not probable, with regard to internet, because we in this area have difficulty with internet past Paul Roberts' house. He does it, and the school doesn't, but past that, we do. And I am assuming that they're going to have good internet, and we'll be talking with probably AT&T, would be my first guess. And assuming that all goes through, is there any way that there can be an agreement made where us other citizens on the roads would not have to pay whatever whomever or whatever the provider is for getting access, but just pay our regular monthly amount for an established internet access?
No.
Did that make sense? Did I phrase that in a way, or was it?
Yeah, I don't know if there's a way, I don't know if that's possible to extend service to.
In there, because they're a bigger entity, and making that agreement with AT&T to get AT&T to agree to make the internet accessible to the other community members and not like charge us an accessibility to like put it in, because it's really technically going to be already in.
It seems a little late in the game to try and throw that into
Well-
the agreement. I understand exactly what you're saying, and I'm solicitous of your situation, but it seems awful late.
It's never too late to ask. It's never too late to ask. That's my feeling. It's not done yet, so it's not.
We have absolutely no control over it. We can't make them do anything. We can't control their pricing or how they do things at all. Anytime that you.
Of course, we cannot control that. It's all about negotiation and talking. It's not about making somebody.
Dick, I think her point is that she assumes that the wedding venue will have internet access down there, and that she would like them, as a big company that have that down there, to use their sway to help her and others like her down in that area. I believe is what she's saying. And I just think,
Thank you, Kevin. That's it, because AT&T, they're kind of a monopoly in some sense of it. They're not, but in some sense, and they can, even though they have laid in the lines, they can still potentially charge us on an individual basis as if we're laying in a line special for us, when that's not the case. And it would be more amenable to the community for them to just include us in paying our monthly fee to have a more reasonable internet. It's just talking and negotiating. Like I said, possibility, no strong arming, just possibility.
We can
Willing to talk.
So we can always ask them. I will tell you just off my experience, we haven't had a whole lot of luck with AT&T, but Spectrum has been very amenable to expanding in our area. So if Spectrum is going in out there, they would be, my experience is they're more amenable. We can always ask them.
That's what I'm asking. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Lewis.
I can't really commit on this issue. We're all about, our neighbors having whatever access to utilities we can. We can't really speak for what AT&T and Spectrum will do, but to the extent I can get them to upsize it and share, we absolutely have never had a problem with that.
Thank you. Yes, JB, I see your hand up.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. In 2024, there's going to be a total eclipse of the sun, which is basically going to be right over us. This event brings people from all over the country and really all over the world, and probably could be the greatest tourist boon Lago will ever see. In the meantime, I think the city could have good use of that hot tax to promote itself for the eclipse. And if Walter's Weddings, Nature's Point, keeps it, it will be a great boon to them. I have to admit, I think they've made some concessions, but I don't know how many of y'all are aware of, we have a big tourist draw coming soon. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Jane. Anybody else comments? All right, anything else from council? Yes, Ms. Lewis.
Just one final thing in closing, as I do want to just remind the council that we do believe that we've made a good faith effort to honor our word with you all since the time that we applied for annexation, and we have limited our request here, and we do truly want to build this hotel here and would hate for this to be the bar that prevents us from doing that. So we ask that you will strongly consider our request and allow us to move forward.
So just one more quick question. what's your time frame? Is your first cabin, villa, lakeside, when do you think you might actually have something open for the citizens to use?
I believe that it will be spring of 22,
Okay,
spring to summer of 22.
all right. And the hotel started within 5 years, somewhere around 26, 27, I guess. So you would be limited to about 30 villas, 30 cabins or something up until that point?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Anybody else?
Well, to that point, Mr. Mayor, I'm still trying to figure out the numbers, as I think Mr. Sullivan was earlier. And if I'm interpreting the numbers correctly, once the hotel is in and they have 150 plus actually the 30 that would be in from other things, even if you assume that they're only filled on weekends, just because of the nature of the site, they're probably going to be saving on the order of between $200,000 and $300,000 per year in hotel tax at that point. In the short term, the value may be more like 1/5 of that, right? As we just said, it's 30 rooms, not 150 rooms. And so they're probably saving $40,000 to $50,000 per year. So on the one hand, the big money doesn't happen until the hotel goes in place, which actually provides some incentive for them to get that done sooner rather than later, which I think is a benefit to all. So the amount that happens in the first 5 to 7 years is probably cumulative. It's going to be on the order of $150,000 to $200,000 is what I think. And then potentially $1 million once the hotel goes in place after that. So we could be looking at, with this whole thing, something in the just in excess of $1 million valuation on this hotel tax over a 10-year period. If in fact they move according to the time schedule just reiterated on the hotel. If the hotel slips, that money drops dramatically.
Yeah.
The only thing I would say on this is this has been going on for a long time.
Oh, I know.
Nature's Point, the organization has, in my opinion, been very, very good about coming back on this. They're trying to get money to help them put this hotel in and make it a success. And I don't have any problem with that. And even with giving them this money, they're still going to be contributing significantly to Lago Vista. They're going to be paying ad valorem taxes. They're going to be paying sales taxes. They're going to be employing people. They're going to be putting money into the coffers of our businesses. People are going to have to drive in. They're going to want food. They're going to want gas. They're going to want things that they're going to buy in town that's going to increase the business for our city. I think that asking for the hot tax for a 10-year period is a very, very reasonable request. And you're saying, okay, it comes up to $1 million, $100,000 a year. I would be willing to bet that we'll be getting 4 or 5 times that much in sales tax and activity in our city and ad valorem taxes from all of this. And we'll be helping them get on down the road with their hotel and get it built and get it functional so that it continues to be an asset for us. I think it's just time to go on and get this passed, get it where it can go on down the road. They can build their hotel and we can start seeing something positive out there.
Yeah, I was going to mention something kind of along those lines. You know, you think of the employment that it brings to our community, the direct impact it has there. The sales tax, I don't know what that number would be, you know, but you know, just an event, 6,000 to 15,000, you know, 10,000, whatever the sales tax, you know, that 1 cent sales tax we get off of that. And then the ad valorem. I mean, you figure down the road, $20 million project. You know, I'm thinking we don't wouldn't have really a hard time getting the value
Right.
out of it. So
I had two things, and I'm looking for help because it seems as if the document was written in such a way that we were going to rebate or abate these taxes to the point where they recoup their infrastructure costs. Am I imagining that, or was that really there in the
That
agreement?
was in the original one where they were at the original spot where there was a bunch of pipes that needed to be run under
Oh, they
the
were gonna have
road.
to run the pipes and they were gonna have to build the road.
Right.
And they were looking at over, if I remember, it was something like 1.5 million for the road and the pipes to get out to where the previous venue had
Once
been.
they switched to this,
The
other
infrastructure
spot,
went way down. But
it changed.
Okay.
with the 20 years, they were going to get a whole lot more money on the end of that. They've come way back down.
Once the hotel is in, that's when the real money comes in.
Yeah.
But here's my second question, and Mayor, I don't know if you can dive in the depths of your memory. The agreement we had with ACE and the Lowe's Super S before that, was there any cap on that, or we gave it to them the entire time and that was just the way it was?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure.
Plus, I have seen this kind of hot tax in Houston on some of the projects that were going on by the city,
right.
and trying to do the convention centers and trying to do a bunch of stuff in Galveston. There was a lot of where the ad valorem and the sales tax remained to the city, and the hot tax was used for advertisement for promoting the facility. So it's just that we haven't had to do it. The only one we did was Lowe's.
Right.
And that was way before our time.
Yeah.
So.
Well, we do have one in place. We have an agreement.
380 with the.
With Lago Vista Village.
Yeah, with Lago Vista Village, but it's not similar to this. Yeah.
You say way before your time, but it just ended a few years ago. I think you guys were on council when the agreement ended. They stopped.
Right.
We stopped giving the rebate or whatever.
Correct.
I think I've got my questions answered. I appreciate it, Mayor.
All right. Well, then we're at that point where, hold on, Councilor Marion.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have one final comment, and then I also want to point out that I think I've seen Darcy's hand up for a while, but I just wanted to say that I think I heard earlier somebody say something about maybe the rooms renting for 100, 150 or something like that, and I suspect these rooms are going to rent for more like $300 to $500 a night. You can't hardly rent a Motel 6 anymore for $100 a night. So I think $100 a night is really low. I mean, if you look at whatever those round things are called over there, looking at the gas station, those are like $400 a night.
Yeah.
So I think that estimate is really low. I really suspect those are going to be closer to $300 to $500 a night per room.
Those cabins and casitas overlooking the lake will, be very expensive.
Yeah, and those round thingies, whatever they're called, they're rented out consistently because when we go by, there's always cars there.
Yeah.
Weekday or weekend.
It also for the
Geodomes.
Mayor, if I could, I did want to go back to that one point that I was talking about earlier, which was we cleaned up the language, and maybe we can get Aaron to jump in here. The way it's written now is that we're going to abate it. They're not going to remit the money to us. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And it's consistent in the document. There's no saying one thing and saying another. You guys cleaned all that up.
Yes, sir, we did.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, Darcy.
Hi, I just had a couple of things to say or questions. Okay, one, are we going to offer the same 10-year agreement to the new hotel that's going in on 1431? Because it sounds like we're giving every single business that comes out here this agreement. I mean, we just gave it back up to the place where Wild Navy is, and we just gave it to somebody else, and now we're giving it to, if this is 10 years to them. And I mean, we're a small town that has really no other income except for sales tax and property tax. And now we're going to give away our hotel tax. So I'm just I'm just really puzzled because we're already putting in the sewage and the water for them for their cabins. That was one of the agreements that you guys agreed on last year with them, that you were going to bring the water. Now, anyone else who has a piece of property, like those poor people that were here a couple months ago, it was $54,000 for them to get that. And so I'm just wondering if we keep this up, when do we start seeing some taxes rolling in on new businesses? Isn't that what all this is about, is getting the new businesses out here so we can get some tax dollars? And now I'm hearing, let's just give it away. So that's all. Thank you.
All right, so we only have one 380 agreement in place, and that's with Vista Village Shopping Center. That's the only one we have, and it's not even active at the moment.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
So the Lago Vista Village 380 agreement, you are correct, but it also has the option for tenant agreements. So
Right.
I don't know if Wild Navy has actually ever come and signed their 380. It's been there waiting in Sandra's office for several months now. It's ready to go if they want to come sign. So there's the main agreement with the entity that owns the actual shopping center, plus there are 380 agreements available for the tenants should they get add more tenants in. I know that there was I believe a CBD shop that was supposed to come in that may be looking to get their 380. So there will be additional 380s incident to that main agreement with the Lago Vista Village. But essentially, yes, you're right. There's that one main one with the sub agreements for the tenants.
Yeah, and I was counting that as one 380 agreement, but it just has two parts to it. But the infrastructure, that was something that was on us anyway. That was not something we were doing for Nature's Point.
Correct.
We had that pre-existing obligation.
Piece that we had not finished, so we didn't give them any infrastructure. All right, if that is everybody, entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we accept the 380 agreement with Nature's Point and authorize you to sign the agreement.
All right.
Second.
So I have the motion and I have a second by Councilor Davila. Any further discussion? Yes.
I'll just make this comment that I come back to the point that I made before, which is the real money benefit to them is getting the hotel done. And so I think setting out this as with a 10-year limit on it is close enough in the time frame to when they're saying they're going to get the hotel done that it in my mind it could have a mental effect on them and with moving quicker on the hotel.
Mm-hmm.
And that's really the thing that motivates me to support it.
Yeah.
All right. Anybody else? All right. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, the 380 agreement passes unanimous.
Thank you all for your consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Lewis, and you have a wonderful evening. Let's see. Well,
Get my drink.
all right, now we're going to go to number 20.
I ain't gonna do that one.
Agenda item number 20.
Which item are we going to set now?
20.
Okay, after this. Okay.
I believe this is a discussion item.
Yes.
Discussion only, no action on this one. Discussion regarding council and committee board. Discussion regarding council and committee board commission rules of procedure and council liaison committee board commission operating policies and procedures. Let's see, for The May 6, 2021 council meeting, the Rules of Procedure and Policies and Procedure Subcommittee, Arch Davila, David Williams, and Kevin Sullivan bring back the 2 documents for review by the full council and public for discussion and feedback. Feedback provided will be noted, appropriate edits performed, and final documents will be brought back for a final vote at the next council meeting. Please see the attached documents for proposed changes. The previous resolution 18-1748 was melded with Councilor Davila's new document with repetitious parts removed and updated to reflect the direction desired by the subcommittee. The Rules of Procedure document was lightly edited to remain consistent with the suggested new policies and procedures resolution. It is intended that the new document will replace Resolution 18-1748 and the Rules of Procedure will be updated. Councilor Sullivan, it has you on the lead. So
I will just make a couple quick comments and then let's get feedback. We met multiple times and melded the documents that's indicated here. I apologize. We had done it with track changes, so you could very easily see, and that didn't come through in the packet. I know Ms. Barton then forwarded it to the rest of you guys so you could see that more easily. Apologize to the citizens that they don't see that version of it. But bottom line is we did intend for you it to be easy for you to see what we had changed. And other than that, let's throw it open and would love to get feedback on the document.
Mayor?
yes,
I have kind of a procedural question on the feedback, how we're going to do this, because I have a lot of feedback. And I guess my thought was if others have feedback, it may be more effective for us to sort of go through a section and give feedback and then move on to the next section rather than, for example, me to spend time going through all of the feedback that I have, because I actually have some, I mean, there's a number of editorial things, but I have some substantial comments as well to make. And to be honest, a number of these I think would have been applicable to the document that existed before, not just to the changes. So I guess, Mayor, I'll ask your preference on the procedure for giving feedback to the subcommittee.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. And you have a document you want to start with? You want to start with the rules and procedure, the rules of procedure, or did the?
Yeah, I guess I would just start with Article 1 of the rules and procedures.
Because I don't have anything till we get to 7. So.
Okay, yeah. So I guess if you're okay with that, I'll be happy to go through my, Article 1 and then see if others have anything to add to Article 1 and then go to 2 and so on. Okay. Okay, so in authority, it starts out by saying that the Article 3, Section 13 is the authorizing document, but that specifically talks to City Council only. And it does not say anything about boards and commissions. Article 7 talks about boards and commissions, and the intent of this document is to cover both boards and commissions and council. So I would suggest that should be addressed. And then I have some editorial comments in Section 1.2 that kind of fall out of that. And so I'll skip over that, but I'll say that where it says at the end of 1.2, it says, and also in Resolution 18-1748, I would suggest that the entire 4 pages of that resolution simply be incorporated into this document. So we have a single document. We can come back to that later. I don't see a reason for having 2 separate documents and referring to a resolution in here at all. I know, Mr. Sullivan, in your notes, you said if we update the resolution, we need to change this. And I would just say, let's incorporate that into this so there's a single document we operate off of. And then in sections 1.3 and 1.4, I would assert these are not needed. We have council processes for amending documents and doing reviews. Section 1.4, for example, says council may review these rules of procedure, make changes as appropriate. In fact, we have authority to do that anyway. So I think section 1.3 and 1.4 are completely unnecessary because we can amend or make changes at any time that we want to. So we don't need that process called out in here. We already have appropriate processes.
But we still need something that says annual review after the elections.
I think if we want to do an annual review, it says in here the council may review. If we want to be more assertive and say the council shall review these on an annual basis, I'm fine with that. But right now, these 1.3 and 1.4 are toothless because we already have authority to do everything that's called out in here.
Yeah.
But this document is meant to be a descriptor of our rules of procedure. And this is just one of those things that we're calling out. I mean, you could almost say that about a lot of things in here, that are they really necessary? We're just trying to be explicit about those two items and everything else that's in here.
That's fair. And I don't feel strongly about this. I think 1.3 and 1.4 are unnecessary, but they're not problematic in my view. That's all I have for that section.
Anybody else with Article 1?
Nope.
Let me see. Got my screen off. Let's see. Make sure Shalene. Okay, Councilor Marion.
Yes, Mayor, I had to step away for a moment, but did anybody mention under 2.4 regular meetings, the fact that we start at 5:30 with executive session?
We're going through section by section, so we haven't gotten there yet.
Oh, okay. I thought you said Article 1. I thought you meant all of Article 1.
And I'm sorry, which one did you were referring to 2 point something? We haven't gotten to two yet.
Never mind. I didn't see. I skipped right past Article 2.
Okay.
Sorry.
We're getting there.
But if we have nothing else on Article 1, we can go to Article 2.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
And so, Shalene, I'll bring it back to you. What was your question
So,
with?
yeah, 2.4, it mentions meetings first and third Thursday of each month at 6:30 p.m. And then it says work sessions and executive sessions will be held after the regular session. But really, we're holding executive session before
We changed that.
at 5:30, not after. And I'm wondering if we need to make that clear here.
In the last sentence, it says the city council may by majority vote at regular meeting change the days or times of meetings as circumstances may necessitate. And we've done that. It could always change back.
Yeah. Well, I would agree that we might as well get it to say what we're currently doing because what
Right.
is not accurate.
And we can change it later if something changes, but right now it's inaccurate to say we're holding executive session after.
Right now.
Well, and here's the thing. Yeah. Because we're doing executive session prior, we're actually opening the regular meeting at 5:30.
Yeah. Okay.
So yes.
And on that point, actually, my language on that session was the executive sessions will be held before the regular session and may continue after if unfinished business remains, because that's the practice that we're doing right now.
But again, in defense of this, that hasn't always been the case. Before we got here, it was always afterwards. And there were times when there was only one meeting per month. So
I remember those days.
yeah. I also remember the days when there were no rules of procedure.
Yeah. All right. Anybody else with anything section 2? Yes, Ms. Savetta.
We actually have adopted by ordinance our meeting date and time. So it's kind of duplicative. I mean, if you want to include it, you can, but in section 1.331 regarding city council meetings and our code of ordinances, we discuss regular meetings, special meetings, emergency meetings, quorum, all of that is discussed in that. And it was amended here recently in September of 18.
Or you suggest remove section 2.4?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sure.
Or refer to the ordinance. refer to the code of ordinances.
What was the ordinance number?
It's section 1.331. It's article 1.300, but section 1.331.
Can I make a statement here, Mayor?
Yes.
If we have duplicative language in the rules of procedure that are the same as they are in the ordinances, I don't really see a problem with duplicity. Where there's disagreement, I can see that there would be a need for change. But otherwise, we're just going to pick this thing apart and just waste a whole lot of time, in my view.
Well, and I was kind of, I mean, I know it's in 1.331, but if you're going through the rules of procedures for the council meetings, I mean, it's kind of convenient to have it in both places.
Yeah.
I know it duplicates, but
So I don't see.
because if you put in there refer to,
Then you gotta go
then you
look
got to
that up.
go somewhere else and look it up. So,
Right.
you know.
Well, just so you'll know, Mayor, what I'm doing is as each item is being brought up, I'm just adding a comment to my document, and then we'll get together, subcommittee will get together, we'll hash through it, and then we'll bring it back for final review or another review and more feedback as necessary. But I'm making notes of everything just so we know what to talk about.
Thank you. And Mayor, if I may, on section 2 here, I guess I would just suggest, taking that feedback there from Mr. Davila, that the committee consider the balance between repetition for convenience and creating the potential for conflict when one or the other changes. And anytime you put the same information in two places, you have to go remember to fix it in both places if you ever change it.
Right.
And so I think there's a lot of repetition in this document, which if repeated correctly is not harmful, but you know, it maybe not necessary. So that would be my my section, my overall comment. In section 2.8, I have a very specific, there's a sentence that says, so section 2.8 is executive sessions, kind of in the middle of the paragraph on the packet, page 193, top paragraph, it says, a certified agenda of the meeting will be created by the presiding officer. It's sealed and permanently kept in accordance with state law, subject to opening by court order. My understanding is the only agenda we have for executive order or executive session is what we put in the public agenda packet every session of council. So there's no such thing as a document that we create, seal, and permanently keep. So I think that's not an accurate description of the way we treat executive session agendas, and so should be cleaned up.
Aaron, yes.
The certified agenda is a requirement of the Open Meetings Act. It's not the agenda that you put out to the public. It's a record that you held the executive session. It's a document that gets created. Sandra prepares it. Mayor signs off on it. When we went in, when we came out, because you don't have the same, like you keep, you have minutes for your regular meetings, and you have certified agendas for your executive sessions. Okay. It's the equivalent of, quasi equivalent of a minutes for an executive session.
See, there's the certified agenda.
So Aaron, that should stay as stated?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I was not.
That's a legal requirement.
Before you just showed it on your camera there, Mayor. I also made a comment to myself, sort of a question of recording of minutes of executive session, because I know that there have been citizens asking about that, you know, for open records purposes. And as I was contemplating that, I found in the city charter, in Charter Section 3.13, that it explicitly does not list a requirement for keeping minutes of executive session. So that's actually by omission, that we are required to keep minutes of the main meeting, but not of executive session. So I was frankly surprised by that. It may be something that the Charter Review Committee wants to discuss as to whether that should be addressed.
Mr. Mayor.
Can we do that?
Right. You don't keep minutes of the executive session. You keep a certified agenda. It's not the same. It's a different animal. But for the regular part of the meeting, you're either required to have a recording or the minutes. And I think our charter requires minutes. And then for executive session, the law requires a certified agenda. It's the same, but it serves the purpose of documenting that it occurred, but it doesn't show the same type of detail that minutes do. It's a little different.
Okay, thank you. And then my last comment on section 2 is the 2.14 suspension and amendment of rules. The latter 2/3 of that says, and may be amended in a similar fashion, et cetera, et cetera. I'll just point out, this seems to conflict with the process for amending this document and rules that's outlined in section 1.3. So we have a process for amendment here, which is a little more stringent than the process that's listed in section 1.3 of this same document.
This is talking about suspension of the amendment of the rules during a meeting. It's not a permanent change to the rules.
Okay, I don't think it says that clearly then. Maybe some language to clarify that this is discussing about only in the current meeting.
It says may be temporarily suspended by a supermajority vote of the city council and may be amended in a similar fashion if such amendment was introduced at the previous regular meeting.
Maybe temporarily amended possibly would fix my concern there. So you have temporarily suspended, you don't have temporarily amended in this section.
It may be temporarily amended in a similar fashion.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're ready for section 3.
Now, I think Shalane I saw her hand up a while ago. I think she had more for 2. Yes, Councilor Berry.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, this actually goes back to the conversation just a couple of minutes ago about duplicity. And what I would say to that, where I'm kind of in favor of what Aaron was suggesting, is that then if you change an ordinance, you have to remember to also change what you have to also remember to edit what you changed in the ordinance here. And we hear, not frequently, but we do hear of instances where our ordinances don't align or don't match, or something was changed here but not changed over there. We already kind of struggle with that. And it just seems like if we can avoid duplicative information whenever possible, seems like it would probably save some headaches down the road when trying to remember where, which 6 documents we might have referred or copied language directly from an ordinance that we then have to edit.
Right.
I think the discussion there is when you have duplicative and possibly conflicting information between ordinances and the code of ordinances, a specific ordinance with the code of ordinances, not with the rules of procedure.
I was using that as an example of times where when you have things that duplicate, you don't always remember to change them in both. And I'm just saying that I would advocate for if it's found somewhere else specifically, leave it where it's intended to be and maybe shrink a document a little bit rather than later trying to have to remember everywhere where you duplicated language.
But you recall the comment that the mayor made earlier about it's very convenient having it in the rules of procedure. So, I mean, we're getting both sides is all I'm getting at. And we're going to have to make a decision one way or the other.
Yeah,
and we're not going to be able to please everybody, I guess is what I'm saying.
So I guess you got to decide which is the bigger headache. Right. If it says, if it references something, it's a headache to go and pull up that other document. But if we change something and we forget or fail to update the other document, is that a bigger headache?
Yeah, you both have valid points. I'm just wanted to point out that they're in conflict with each other. And somehow we're going to have to get to a resolution of that.
Yeah.
And we'll try our best is all I can say.
Yeah. Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
So these are rules of procedure. They were adopted by a resolution. So whatever's adopted by ordinance is going to take precedence over this. So you have a pecking order. You'll know what is controlling, but we'll be able to figure out what's controlling, but you will have to do that analysis.
Yeah.
So I guess
Yeah, I'm kind of changing my feeling and thinking it may be easier just to say reference.
The ordinance.
Yeah.
ordinance, yeah.
I know it's a headache to look up the other one, but I think that's a lesser headache than.
Okay, fair enough. I appreciate the feedback, because that means we don't have to make the decision you just did. We just have to go make the changes.
Section 3.
Anybody, anything else on 2? All right, we'll go to Article 3.
In the purpose, I would just say this rather long paragraph has a lot of sort of opining in here. Simple rules lead to a wider understanding in it, and then further down, in a democracy, the majority opinion carries the day. So I'm not sure all of that sort of commentary adds value. It just kind of confuses the paragraph. In my view, I would simplify greatly and say the purpose of these rules, take the first line, purpose of the rules is to establish orderly conduct of meetings and then skip down to encourage and facilitate decision-making by the city council. And then lastly, these rules enable, could say something like, these rules enable varying opinions from council and the public to be fairly heard. So that's just maybe that's an editorial thing, but it seems like the intent of that paragraph gets lost in all the sort of commentary for me.
I mean, the label says purpose. That's defining what the purpose is.
Well, what I just said was a much simpler definition of the purpose, in my view, and I'll be happy to share this document with you. You can agree or disagree to take that to change it. Moving on, on number 8, vote. Action items require a vote. Is that
Under
so? This is
3.8.
3.2, number 8.
3.2, number 8.
Thank you.
The last sentence says action items require a vote. And I guess no motion equals no action. Is that not possible, with action items? Do action items actually require a vote? They could be tabled. They could have no vote on them. So
But
eventually
you require a vote to do any of that.
Yeah, but
You require a vote to deny it. You require a vote to pass it. You require a vote to table it.
yeah.
action requires a vote, certainly.
Action
But
requires a
but
vote.
are we required to vote on every action item that's on the agenda is sort of the question that I'm raising. Which that's kind of a nit, so I guess maybe it doesn't.
Because even if you don't do anything, you table it, you take a
Yeah,
vote.
okay, and that's fine.
Okay.
So in between motion to amend, and so after 3.4, Rosenberg has a motion to substitute, which the only reason I know that is the laminated handout that I was given by the city has that listed on there. And so should we include a motion to substitute as one of the items there probably in between 3.4 and 3.5?
Or would it be in 3.6, other motions?
Yeah, wherever is the appropriate place for it, but there's currently not a.
Go in 3.6.
The way it's presented in the laminated paper that I got from the city, the primary motions are basic motion, motion to amend, and motion to substitute. And then there's a whole bunch of other types. So it's actually included in that section in the Rosenberg document that was provided to me.
All right.
motion to substitute. I'm looking for that.
You guys can figure out if it's appropriate to add it.
Yeah. Yep. I made the note. Absolutely.
And then under discussion and debate, the very last sentence says, or last line says, is made to a motion until a motion is made to limit debate.
Hang on. What's the number point?
3.5.
3.5. In the next to last section.
Discussion and debate can continue as long as the members wish to discuss it or until a motion is made to limit debate.
Right, and that is a motion that requires supermajority. So I just wondered if it should be called out here, is made and approved by 2/3 majority to limit debate.
Is this, I'm going to back up for a little bit here. Page 19, is this the same thing as the laminated?
I think it is.
Should be. Page 19 is one side of that laminated page, and if you flip it over on the back side, it has the types of motions and some discussion about each, and it actually includes the motion.
Oh, okay, because this one, page 19 doesn't have motion to suspend on it.
No, it doesn't.
Right,
Motion to suspend.
I
or
mean, to
substitute?
motion to substitute.
it does not. Right.
It has a motion to suspend.
But you have a version of the laminated that does have it.
On the flip side, so this, what is on page 19 is on one side of that laminated page,
Okay.
the Rosenberg rules, which was provided to me by the city.
I have when I
Yeah,
find it.
and so if you flip that page over, you may find motion to substitute on the other side of that page.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Okay.
Anything else on section 3, article 3?
Let's see.
Jumping down to 3.7. This supermajority, what I wrote here, the supermajority shall be defined as not less than 3/4 of those present and not less than quorum, I think would cover that section. I found it confusing to read. That's a readability thing to me, not a big deal. I think the last one that I have on this section, next to the last one, the motion to hire and fire the city manager, this is actually not accurate. That is not a supermajority. Per the charter, it is explicitly 5 or more.
Yeah.
Right. So as described in this document, you could have 4 people present and a supermajority being 3. That is not the case.
Okay.
So
That's a good
this
point.
needs to be adjusted to say motion on hire fire the city manager requires approval of 5 or more.
Okay, got it.
And I'm done on section. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Section 3 is really long. Okay, section 3.10. So this whole section also, per the whole document, applies to boards and commissions, not just the city council. And so I would suggest that the last sentence, instead of saying reference to Sergeant at Arms only refers to city council meetings, you consider something that is like the Sergeant at Arms shall attend all city council meetings and may attend other boards and commissions, something like that. And then I think that the rest of the language in here works for other councils. And the reason I say that is I can remember one instance of a planning and zoning where the head of planning and zoning was quite concerned about public reactions, and he asked the police chief to attend that meeting.
Yeah.
So I think that we ought to allow for the case where we have a sergeant at arms at other meetings.
All right.
Okay, now I'm done on section 3.
All right.
I think Schlang
Counselor
has-
Marion has her hand up.
Thank you, Mary. Yes, most of mine here are technical edits. So under 3.6, motion to table, the second line, that section says requires blah blah requires discussion of the agenda item to be halted immediately and the agenda to be placed on hold. Should that say and the agenda item to be placed on hold and not the whole agenda?
See the motion.
She's on
Oh, yeah.
3.6.
Motion to table.
Yeah.
Requires discussion of the agenda item to be halted in
That
the
sounds right.
agenda.
And the agenda item to be placed on hold?
Um,
Because you're not placing the whole agenda on hold, right?
well, until you take action, you
It
are.
says agenda item.
The motion may contain us to bring the item up.
In the agenda.
Or it may not, if no time.
Should say agenda item, I think she's right. Okay.
Yeah,
I made a note of that.
I don't know.
agree with that.
Okay. And then very last line there, to maintain consistency, I'm wondering if we should replace following with very next. There's other places in the document that refer to the very next council meeting or actions.
Oh, I see. Okay, got it.
And then under 3.8, next to the last paragraph, must and out of order are bold and capped. And I was just wondering why, again, other places in the document when out of order is referenced, it's not. And so I would just say for consistency, maybe consider either bolding and capping it in all places or not bolding and capping it. Because if you look down under 3.9, order, out of order is there and it's in quotes, no bold or caps. So.
Okay.
The space between 3 and 4 under 3.9, you have an extra hard return.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Under 3.9, between 3 improper references prohibited and interruptions, you have an extra hard return.
Oh, space, the space.
yeah.
Right.
The spacing between 3 and 4.
Yeah.
Right. And then for E, it looks like there's a straight period in the next to the last line after the word deemed. So immediately deemed withdrawn. That looks like a period after deemed.
Yeah, that is.
And then the last thing I have is 311, number 2. There's an extra word left in there. So leaving their comments to the offending member in the confines of the executive session. Strike left after member.
They choose the public insurers. Leaving their comments to the offending member. Or should it be, or should members be plural?
Single mention. Leaving their comments.
Council may
I
choose.
think if I'm not misunderstanding the intent here, I think what that's trying to say, right, is that those comments should be left in the executive session. So there's one too many lefts. So censure the offending member, comma, leaving their comments to the offending member in the confines of the executive session. It seems like that left should be struck.
Got it.
Yes, okay, I see what you're saying.
Yep, and that's all I have there. Thank you.
Okay.
I had she had made a, going back up, let's see, where was it? Under 3.6, the motion to table, I think you said that the last line, the item shall be placed on the agenda at the very next
Council meeting.
council meeting. I think you should put like regular.
Very next regular council meeting?
Yeah, because if we have a work session or a special call.
Okay, sure. Yeah. Okay.
Wait,
Got it.
all right.
Section 4.
Let me see. Let me look at my board and make sure I got no hands up there. Okay.
Elaine has her hand up.
Councilor Marion.
So to match your edit, Mayor, under 3.8 motion to reconsider, third paragraph, we also have very next in the second line. So should we also put their item was first voted upon or at the very next regular meeting?
Okay.
Yeah. Good catch. All right.
Okay.
Section 4. And Mr. Sullivan, I'm going to, at the close of tonight's meeting, I'm going to hand you my paper document and I'm going to not read minor editorial comments that I have in here in the spirit of time and try to focus on things that I think have a little bit of substance. The beginning of section 4, I think possibly meeting agendas might be a better title for this section instead of agenda order. You can consider that or not, meeting agendas. Section 4.3 I would suggest that we add to the end of that sentence, and the Pledge of Allegiance to the Texas flag. And just make this section titled Pledge of Allegiance.
All right.
Section 4.10, staff reports. We've had discussions in the past about the fact that, staff reports section of council doesn't have any content. The staff reports happen, and we see the staff reports outside of council, but the actual staff report agenda item has not had any content in the past. And I would suggest wording, fleshing this out just a bit, to say something like, this section is used for discussion as appropriate of the routine reports provided by staff council. The mayor or city manager will summarize significant results or plans for the public as appropriate. So we kind of say, what's the point of this being on the council agenda?
Well, I can tell you that the staff reports here, I think, really was intended to reflect the need for the city manager to make his report.
Yeah. So some language, and again, I'll share this so you can see my proposed language. Section 4.12, media inquiries. I don't believe I've ever seen that on an agenda here in the city, and I'm not sure it's appropriate given our.
What number did you say?
4.12.
Okay.
So I would suggest 4.12 could probably be deleted from this document. And I'm done on section 4.
Let's see, the recognized may direct questions to members or directly to council as appropriate between sessions.
We haven't had that in our city, but here, but and others, large cities.
I mean, that would make sense for Austin.
Yeah,
It doesn't make sense for Lago Vista.
Yeah.
I mean, we may get to be the size of Boston sometime.
We can update the document if we get there.
Anybody else with, Shalene's got her hand up.
Yeah,
I have just one thing. 4.13 executive session, similar edit to earlier. The last line there, if the subject of the executive session warrants, the executive session may be held after the regular session, since we're not holding them before.
Okay. Anybody else with 4?
On 5.
Okay.
I have no comments on section 5.
Shalane, how about you? 5?
I just had a question about 5.3, when possible, staff shall make available all documents, etc. And I was just trying to think of like, when would that not be possible? It's best practice. So, but I suppose like the language, I guess, is okay. It's more of a question of when, like the earlier, the better in my mind is all I'm saying.
Yeah, but it does say at least 72 hours before. So I think that's where the when possible comes into play. They're going to provide them, and when possible, they're going to give them to you 72 hours in advance. But that may not always be possible that they get them to you that far in advance.
Can we maybe just clarify that the expectation is that we will get them before the meeting? Because there have been a couple of times where we've been in the middle of a meeting and we haven't gotten the documents that are being discussed and they're sent during the meeting or after.
Yeah, I'll make a note of that. Okay. Anybody else on section 5, article 5? How about 6?
That's what Ed read. Isn't section 6 what he read to us?
Oh, yeah, that's
6.3. What he read at the beginning of the meeting.
Yes.
Mayor, did you say you had something on section 6? Oh, okay.
No, but we've had about number 1, maximum of 30 minutes. Is there, I don't necessarily say we should take out the maximum of 30 minutes, but maybe something should be added that says, you know, that can be adjusted. It doesn't seem to give any.
Well, we do have the rules that say that we as council can suspend the rules whenever we want to. So that is up above earlier,
No, yeah, you're right.
and we can leverage that as necessary.
Just say we're going to take more than 30 minutes on this topic.
Absolutely. Yeah. So I think we've accounted for it. It's just not in this section.
So, and my other question, we've got at least one other committee that reads this at the beginning of their meetings. Do we want to put something so that this is included, even if they don't read it? You know, like, because on the one, the way it says may direct the city secretary. I would probably never ask Sandra to do that. I'd just do it myself.
Right.
But I'm just thinking on the agenda, just have it included in the citizen comments section, even if the chairperson or secretary doesn't necessarily read it during the meeting, at least it's included in the agenda packet for the citizens to see. Because you may have people that have shown up that have never attended a council meeting or a committee meeting, and you know they've never seen these.
I understand what you're saying, that you want it to be an option that in any meeting, whether it be the council or committee, board, or commission, that these rules for citizen comment could be included on the agenda.
Yeah, just.
And so what you would like a comment here that says, in addition to the city secretary or whatever reading the rules, they may just be printed in the agenda. Is that what you're getting at?
Yeah, that'd be good.
Without a reading happening.
Let me see. Or see 6.1, the following rules shall control and govern audience comments and may be or will be posted in the agenda.
I'll make a note. Okay.
So my comments on section 6, I'm going to come back to section 6.2 because I think it's better to address that a little later. But in 6.3, item number 1, this frankly is confusing to me. And so each speaker is limited to one presentation per meeting. What does that mean? Does that mean that we're only going to let Mr. Roberts talk on one topic in a meeting?
That confuses.
That's the way it
me.
reads, and
Yeah.
I don't think that's our intent.
Right.
This is,
Wait a minute.
this is citizen comments. This is the thing where you get up and get your 3 minutes before we ever actually start the
On
meeting.
non-agenda items.
This is not talking about agenda items. This is talking about citizen comments before you actually start going through the agenda items.
Is this whole section with items 1 through 11?
Yeah, and I don't
think only to.
Rules governing citizen comments.
Yeah, but I think it covers both agenda and non-agenda, because if you look at 3 talks about citizens speaking on agenda items. Number 4 is citizens speaking on non-agenda.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so
items.
perhaps if the intent of this limited to one presentation per meeting is in the non-agenda items section, I think that's appropriate.
I think that's what the intent.
Yeah, and so maybe that just needs to be clarified.
But what I should have just say, one presentation per agenda item. Per agenda item. And citizen comments is an agenda item.
I like that.
Okay.
I like that, yeah.
Okay.
And then that item number 1 ends with, except for a public hearing item. So does that mean it's a free for all, no rules apply to public hearing items?
Public hearing items go on for longer period of time.
Yeah.
You know,
So we have no limits on public hearing items?
there is, Aaron, is there a limit on a public hearing? I don't think
I
so.
think we'd have to make a motion to limit discussion or.
Because we've had
Something like
town
that.
hall meetings where they just went on and on.
Yeah.
I mean, I would suggest we may want to consider, if it's going to have different rules, but we may want to consider our default rules, and
I
then we
just
can
don't know
always
if we-
vote to suspend the rule.
Well, why don't we let Erin
Erin.
chime in real quick and see what she says? Maybe there's some legal restrictions.
So there's not a specified additional time you get or a different way to handle it if it's a public hearing. The public is allowed to speak on that. I think that these rules of procedure were adopted and developed prior to the change in the Open Meetings Act that now requires you to allow someone to speak on every agenda item should they wish to. So it may have been done in that context. You are allowed under the Open Meetings Act, which applies to hearings, public meetings, any of that, to set reasonable rules and timeframes, including a maximum time limit for content on agenda items. The only limitation that you face is if you have so many people who want to speak on a particular agenda item, you have to find a way to accommodate them and still meet that reasonableness test. So giving somebody 10 seconds so that every single person can speak within 30 minutes might not be reasonable. So that's where you might have to do the suspension of the rules based on the number of persons who have signed up to speak on a particular item.
But Erin, is it okay for us to limit a citizen's comments to 3 minutes during a public hearing?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
so
that is reasonable.
I would suggest we can just strike the words except for a public hearing.
yeah.
And based on what Ms. Silvera just said, I would suggest that we should just go ahead and strike the maximum of 30 minutes, because if we're going to enforce the 3 minutes per person and we have to let everyone talk, then this maximum of 30 minutes becomes meaningless. We can suspend the rules to say we're going to make this 2 minutes per person because we've had 50 people sign up to talk about this.
Right.
That makes more sense.
So that whole first sentence can just be removed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so.
Well, and then you're going to strike the except for a public hearing item, right? Because I think that's in the wrong place anyway. I really think that was meant to go with the 30-minute thing and not with the 3-minute thing. I think it was in the wrong place.
Yeah,
So
already
you're
made it.
striking that, right?
Take that out. Yeah.
And then my next comment, I want to jump down to number 10 and 11 in the list. And I want to comment that those items really are about the order of the meetings, and they kind of logically belong with 6.4 preservation of order, not with the rules above them. I actually feel like 6.2, the sentence in 6.2, and items 10 and 11 and item 6.4 preservation of order logically belong together. And you might think about regrouping them that way. As it is this rules for audience comments where it's simply, we can read the rules. It's not a very significant section. That's it for section 6 on my part.
Got it.
Shalene's got, go ahead, Shalene.
I have very little here. Under 6.3, I'm gonna skip 2. I'll probably just annoy you with that one. 6.35, under B, there's another sentence that starts with any deliberation of or decision about the subject. Should that be a C? Like, should there be a C in front of that?
It should be a C. I think.
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, should be a C.
Okay, and then the only other thing I have is for number 11, if you're gonna reorder it, you can maybe move, but just bold the digits there, the 11, to match the rest.
Good. Oh, yeah, okay. Anybody else with section Article 6? Article 7.
Article 7.
I didn't read this here.
In section 7.6, this sort of distinction between the types of boards strikes me as odd. So the sentence says, the third line says, serve at the will of the council and may be removed, replaced. That's true of all boards, not just those that do not have regulatory authority.
I had that comment.
Okay, so you've got that.
Yeah. So Aaron, I was going to ask you that question. All of the boards, commissions, and committees serve at the pleasure of the council, and someone can be removed from any of them. Is that correct?
So this is it goes on to say, not reported at the discretion of the council by majority vote with or without cause. You actually have some provisions of the ordinances specific to certain boards, committees, and commissions that specify whether somebody can be removed with cause or without cause. I actually did a memo on that about maybe almost 2 years ago now. And so that, let me find it.
She might have to supply us with information.
Yeah.
So there was a question posed about which committees, commissions, and board members are allow for removal for cause. And the response was, currently the council has authority to remove for cause members of the Board of Adjustment in accordance with local government code, section 21108B. If the Building Standards Commission is formed, which you have subsequently done, government code, section 54003C would allow for removal with cause. You also have discretion to remove members of the Library Advisory Board, Golf Course Advisory Board for continued absences. And then, because that's how that's written. And then finally, the council may remove members of the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee after a recommendation by the committee upon a majority vote by the committee for removal. So as a general notion, yes, you should be able to remove them. They serve at your will, but you do have some specific removal clauses within your code of ordinances specific to each of these boards, committees, and commissions. So I'd encourage you to look at that language in concert with this so that there's not awkward conflicts or questions.
Can you send us that?
Yes, sir.
The subcommittee.
Yes.
So my question on that, who would be the responsible person for bringing this forward? If somebody's going to be, would this be the liaison?
Yeah. So we referenced that in the other document.
Yeah.
So hold that thought, hold that question. That is addressed in the other document.
It's answered in that document.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I said see page 2. Maybe that's where I have it.
Okay. So on this table, I don't see that motion to substitute on this one.
Yeah, and again, this is one side of that laminated page. Motion to substitute is something that Recruitment has.
Oh, okay.
And we can choose to put it in here or not. I think we should explicitly.
Yeah, and I made a note. We'll dig
thank
into it. Anything else on section 7?
Yeah, on 7.1, standing boards and commissions are detailed under Article 7. Commissions, boards, the City of Lago Vista City Charter. Does, Aaron, Article 7, does it say it in there that the committee members are subject to the same policies and statutes as our council members? I mean, do we have it stated that, committee members and stuff are all subject to everything that council members are?
Give me 2 seconds. think it does.
What section was that?
7.
Yeah, 7.01, you have the authority to establish them as it may be by ordinance. It doesn't say it in 701 explicitly. The charter doesn't.
Where's something this time?
I don't think it's in the charter.
No, it's not.
Because I looked at this liaison and committee, board, commission policies and procedures, and I couldn't see it anywhere in these documents.
Well, this is the main document that we worked on.
But I'm thinking somewhere, I don't know if would be something.
That's in our ethics policy, Mr. Mayor.
Ethics policy?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it is notated somewhere?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So
All right.
nothing needs to be,
No, because I just had that as a question. Because if it wasn't noted somewhere in an ordinance or charter, then I thought that was something that would need to be added so that committee members knew that they were subject to the same rules as council members.
right. Well, so here, I'm going to go back to the very top. Give me 1 second, Mayor. Because there is something.
Yeah, this document says it as well.
So in 1.2 applicability, it says the rules of procedure adopted by the city council are applicable not only to the city council, but also to the commissions, boards, and committees of the city of Lago Vista in accordance with the charter. Any reference to mayor also applies to the presiding officer of a commission, board, or committee of the city of Lago Vista. Any reference to city council also applies to commission, board, or committee. So,
Right. So I knew the rules of procedure applied to them, but I didn't know if like the Open Meetings Act and the ethics policy and everything else that we're subject to.
Got it.
You know, I think that needed to be put somewhere, whether it's in our charter or
Right.
that they're subject to the same everything, not just rules of procedure.
Right.
Okay. We'll look into that.
Aaron, is that something that is appropriate potentially in this document? Or
It would not hurt to reference that the ethics, our ethics policy states that it's applicable, but it would not be inappropriate to add a reference to the ethics policy in this document, since you're laying out the rules of procedure. They go hand in hand. There's a little crossover, but not a ton.
Okay, I got a note.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So back down to 7. Were there any more comments on 7?
On 7.6, board members service, that section. In our last go round of selecting board and committee members, we applied a sort of a guiding principle that we wanted to get as many citizens involved as possible.
Correct.
And so if a citizen was already on a board, then we tended to favor someone who was not on a board yet, right? And so I would suggest that something that kind of elicits that, explains that, is in here. And I actually, wrote a sentence up and I ended it with this. However, the best qualified candidate should be favored, right? So we don't want to pass up the best qualified candidate just because somebody else who's not as well qualified isn't on the board yet. And then for section, and I kind of said this before, for section 7.8, I would suggest that the last 4 pages in this document, which is currently a standalone ordinance, be incorporated here at this point. And we make this a single document rather than 2 separate documents.
That's what your aim is, isn't it?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, we can do that. Absolutely. Anything else? Shalane's got her hand up.
Thank you. This is really a question, and then I may have a follow-up comment. Under 7.3 and 7.4, is there a reason that the boards and committees are listed in a specific order? Is it like in order of importance, or could these just be listed alphabetically? Because they're not alphabetical gives me the impression that they're listed in order of importance. And I just wanted to see if that in fact is an accurate statement.
Which number are you on?
There was no rhyme or reason to the order. None. I mean, so we can alphabetize them, sure.
But one thing that needs to be said there is that planning and zoning and building and standards meet regularly and Board of Adjustment as needed. And so that may be the reason why that order was put in that fashion.
Well, it's 7.3 is boards with regulatory authority, though.
Those are all have regulatory authority.
Mm-hmm.
3 of them, but Board of Adjustment only meets as needed, whereas the others meet regularly.
Yeah, I don't think that applies here, though. If it does, it's definitely not clear. And I don't know if it's necessary to add it. It gives me the impression that under both of these sections, because they're listed in like some weird order, that they're somehow indicating, order of like a pecking order or an order of importance or something.
I don't think that was intended.
No.
So maybe
Okay.
just a suggestion if time permits to list them
I
alphabetically.
made a note.
Thank you. That's the only comment I have in 7.
So that brought up a question. I'm trying to think. Ad hoc committees, so that would be like charter review,
Or the
Yeah.
veterans.
comprehensive master plan, the veterans. They're addressed, in 7.1. Is that sufficient, or do they need to be? I don't know.
So you see at the end where it says no ad hoc board shall have the powers other than advisory to the city council. And they, all the rules and procedures apply to them just as any other. Is that a comment like that is what you're looking for?
Well, I just didn't know if it needed, because we got boards with regulatory authority, committees without regular. I didn't know if it needed to be separated out or not. I don't know.
Yeah, I think the only reason why that's separate is because they terminate once their commission is over.
Right.
We'll look at it.
Yeah, I made a note, Mayor, and we'll talk through it. So are we done with rules of procedure and you want to go to the other
For
document?
the other document?
Okay.
Well, do we want to take any citizen comments
Whatever, we'll go with whatever you guys think is appropriate.
before we go to the other one, or do we want to go on and then do the citizen comments
I'm
at the
just
end?
doing some comments on this right now
Yeah,
because that's a lot of stuff that we've covered.
We've covered a lot of stuff.
Yes, Ms. Silvetta.
Don't forget to change the motion to fire the city manager. It says super on page 19 of the document on the chart of order of motions.
Oh, yes.
Fix it there too.
Oh, it's on the,
In the chart as well as the.
okay, got
And the motion to substitute could potentially show up here as well.
Be added.
it. Oh, there it is. I see. Okay, yep. So it was the motion to fire the city manager. What was the other one that? Did
You
you say
want
that?
to add in the motion to substitute?
Oh, okay.
Could be added.
Could be added.
Mhm.
Okay.
All right. So before we move on to the liaison stuff, is there any comments from the audience on the rules of procedure?
Ms. John Joe Penn has.
Yes, Ms. John Joe.
Okay, this is not in my 3 minutes, but it's Chun Yu Pen. It's not a Joe, it's Chun Yu Pen. Other than, I did have one concern because I had realized earlier today that in the rules that as they're newly being put on there on this meeting was it differentiated non-agenda items and agenda items and not limiting to 3 minutes, which we've been limiting to 3 minutes. And then I was listening to the discussion about limiting it even more if there was more people to speak. And what I can offer is if the goal is to have community input and somebody prepares and cares enough to attend the meetings to have input, to contemplate limiting the public to speaking for 2 minutes, that's just not fair. And the underlying assumption that the public speaking is what makes these meetings go on and on for hours, I don't think that's a valid assumption either, or a valid application of cause and effect. And but to limit the public who really cares about what happened and what's happening in their city to something like 2 minutes. I mean, 3 minutes is already short for somebody who really wants to say something. A lot of people, they may have 30 seconds of comment, and that's great. And I think it all evens out, but to put a mandatory limit as small as 2 and 3 minutes, I mean, I think is not really fair. And is really going counter to what the stated goal is as far as a city council. That's all I have to say.
All right.
I appreciate it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I don't think it's abused. There may be the 1 and 2 here and there but you don't change the rule for everybody because there's 1 or 2 obnoxious people that you encounter in the course of a term.
Well, and the making it even shorter, that never really comes into play except unless we have a public hearing town hall meeting where, I mean, I've seen where you have a line of people at K Oaks, through the row of chairs and out the door by the restrooms, all lined up waiting to speak, and to give all of them 3 minutes. Yeah, it takes for.
It takes forever, but how often does it happen? When it happens, it's something really, really important. Like the city of Austin, they've in the news has been an extraordinary amount of people. And when that happens, it's the unusual, and it means there's something really important going on. And when it's really important, the people really need to be heard. That's all I'm saying. Just think about it. 2 minutes, 3 minutes is really short.
One more person.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to speak.
Roberts.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I have to say, I think Diane said it really well. In my approximately 2 years of attending all of these meetings, the meetings in which there's been the most just the most people signing up for public comments are the 2 public hearings that I needn't name, you guys are well aware of. And even on those occasions, when we all combined our minutes and in order to speak, to have Molly Mitchell speak contiguously, she never spoke for more than 20 minutes on behalf of many people. But the point is that you do need oftentimes the ability to speak at length, and it can go longer than 30 minutes. And yes, Kevin did point out that, of course, you can always suspend the rules, but I think I just don't think it's necessary to limit it. It just seems like it comes across like the council's trying to say, look, we're trying to minimize citizen input. It's not necessary. To Diane's point, how often does this happen? I mean, when was the last time we had 30 minutes of contiguous input where we need to really bring down the hammer like this? But with that being said, I understood somebody clarified a little bit earlier on when that, I think it was, what was that, 3.1? Somebody pointed out that that was for limited to one presentation per non-agenda item. Was that correct? Did I hear that correctly?
No, per agenda item.
Yeah.
Per agenda item.
Per agenda. Okay, just wanted to be clear on that. Thank you. So anyhow, thank you for hearing me on that.
Gotcha.
Sure.
Okay, so
Anybody
we're
else?
ready for, sorry, Mayor.
I'm just making sure there's nobody else out there. All right. I believe we can go to the liaison committee, board, commission policies and procedures.
Okay.
I have a number of editorial comments, again, in the first few sections here, which I'll give you afterwards, Kevin. But the substantial discussion I was hoping to have is in the section, page 208 of the packet, at the top of the page, planning and reporting of the annual work plan of the committee. So I think this is good. We a number of times we've had the discussion of we have this in our rules of procedure, but we're not doing it. So I think we should be doing it. The one thing I wanted to call out is that state mandated commissions, this says state mandated commissions generally have their work plan brought to them.
Yes.
But in fact, as Mr. Williams and I know from the comprehensive master plan work, the Building and Standards Commission and the Planning and Zoning have a work plan associated with ordinances they need to update. And so I think some rewording here is appropriate. For example, state mandated commissions will perform hearings and make decisions on an as needed basis, but should also formulate a work plan as appropriate, for example, to create or update ordinances. And so I think we don't want to exclude those building standards. Perhaps Board of Adjustment is the one that would not have a work plan, but building and standards and planning and zoning definitely should have a work plan. And I think we should include that in the review process.
Got it.
Of these.
Okay.
Okay, and then going down to the next section.
The preparing and publishing agendas.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So let's see. The first 1A, committee chair is responsible for accumulating desired agenda items from the other committee members. And I would suggest we should extend that sentence to say the council liaison and the designated department head for that commission. So that, the committee chair is gathering input from those other people as well for agenda items.
Well, B says that the council liaison is responsible for accumulating desired agenda items for other council members and the city manager who will have accumulated staff requested agenda items and present those to the committee chair for inclusion in the upcoming agenda. I think that.
Okay, that may be appropriate. That may be sufficient then. And then item C, if an item is presented by the council liaison, committee chair cannot withhold the item from the agenda. Is that a problem that we're solving? I mean, it's why is that being called out? That's new in this version, I gather.
It's not, no, because you can see that some of it's been was there before. What it said before is that if the item was presented by a city manager, the committee chair will not unreasonably withhold the item from the agenda. So that was what was originally there. And so since we changed it, that the committee liaison would be responsible for gathering stuff from the city manager, then that's why we made the change from city manager to council liaison. And then we just indicated that they don't have the choice to withhold it. And I think that's just a reflection of the fact that the committees serve at the pleasure of the council and are there to help inform the council. And if a council liaison brings an item to a chairperson, he shouldn't reject that item.
Okay, okay.
It just shouldn't be,
He or she.
it shouldn't be a council liaison's own personal agenda item. It has to be at the will of the council. The council thinks.
That makes sense to me. So the logic, as I see it, for council meetings, mayor can put things on the agenda, city manager can put things on the agenda, or any two council members can put things on the agenda. And sort of the equivalent here is the head of a commission, the council liaison, and then any two of the members, right? So that's the intent.
And that's the intent. We were going to call that out specifically, saying that two members could ask for it. But up above, we say very clearly that commissions, board and commissions are just like the council.
Yeah.
And so that a rule of two council members is the same as two committee members, two board members, whatever. So that's the reason why we didn't call that specifically out here.
Okay, good. And then item D at the end of it says committee chair would access city staff through the council liaison. It seems to me for efficiency purposes, we might want to add or city manager. I mean, does it have to go through the council liaison, as an additional step, if you will?
I'll give you some context. I think the idea is city staff is already, inundated with things. And so I think what the attempt was to limit, the interaction with staff, quite frankly, so that staff isn't overburdened with all the chair people coming to them with requests and so forth. And so the idea is that the chairperson would bring stuff to the liaison, and liaison would be responsible for gathering stuff from staff if it's not the related department head. We say very clearly.
Yeah, and I'm not suggesting that chairpersons of commissions go directly to all of city staff. I'm just suggesting that it may be appropriate to let them have the option to go directly to the city manager to ask permission, because this is just multiple hops, right? It's going to go to the council liaison, who will then have to go to the city manager per our process.
So that was the note I made on here. I said, I put a note on here, coordination of interaction between the chairperson and department head shall be done by the city manager.
Yeah.
So I'll just paint an option here. So let's say, for example, that a chairperson comes and let's say I'm going to pick Paul because he's here and he's on the economic development, and he would go to Dave, and Eric Zenos would be the department head that he would be able to go to. Let's say for whatever reason he wanted to go to Roy, okay, and Dave doesn't have to go to the city manager to get it Roy. Dave can do it himself. We can go ask questions of department heads. The council members can. You don't have to go through the city manager to do that. So I guess that's what I'm getting at, what we were trying to get at is that the council liaison has that authority to go talk with at least all the department heads.
I'm just suggesting an additional degree of flexibility that would benefit our council, our committee chairs, that they have the option to work through the council liaison
Or the
city manager, as opposed to being required to do everything through the council liaison. And, just depending on the committee chair and available at the liaison, one or the other may be more convenient.
Right. I'll make a note. We'll absolutely discuss it.
My note about I've seen her hand. The coordination is so that people aren't just walking in and going straight to somebody.
That's exactly what our concern was.
Interrupting their day without the city manager knowing what's going on.
Yeah, and I'm not suggesting that at all.
Okay. Councilor Marion.
So a quick comment on that. There's been some discussion as to whether or not city council members do have the authority to go directly to department heads without seeking permission from the city manager and whoever else. So I think we probably really need to clarify that and make it crystal clear if that is in fact the case, number one. But number two, I was wondering if it's possible to work through this document in order so that after Paul finishes with all of his, I'm not taking us all the way back up to the beginning and starting all over. And if that's okay, I'd like to go back to the very top of the document. Because I have something under the second section, which is council liaison.
Okay.
And that's it, unless anybody's opposed to kind of going through an order.
No, that's totally fine. And it is explicitly in the charter that council members can talk to department heads. I mean, I don't know how much more explicit it needs to be.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of, it's been a lot of back and forth in email about that. And maybe that's another conversation we need to have, but I don't think that's how other members of council, the mayor and the city manager interpret that. So we probably want to talk about that at some point. But under section that council liaison section, I'm wondering if we should strike in that very first line for a calendar year, because that seems to imply that the council liaison may only serve 1 year, and that's not even close to the current practice. We have some liaisons who've been the liaison for certain boards or commissions for 3, 4, 5 years. So I think we might consider striking that for a calendar year. Or clarify.
It's renewed every year.
So I wonder if there's a way to make that a little bit more clear than.
But it has to be reappointed every year. Every new council reappoints the liaisons.
So then maybe that's what needs to be said here instead of saying may serve for a calendar year, because it makes, that seems really final. So maybe just think about.
I see what you're saying.
That.
Okay.
And so
and then
it can be reappointed for subsequent years, something along those lines.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe reappointed annually, something.
Okay.
Or maybe be considered for reappointment annually, however you want to word it. And then under council liaison procedures, I wonder, and I should have mentioned this up in the document up above, anywhere where another document is referenced, like Article 7 of the Charter, or in this case, Appearance of Fairness Doctrine, is it possible to hyperlink to these documents so that somebody who's reading this document doesn't have to go trying to figure out where to locate these other documents? If you hyperlink it, it's just really easy to click on that live link and it takes them to that document. So that would be a suggestion there. Anywhere we mention a document, hyperlink it.
Okay.
And then on the last line there, maybe further defined and or directed by the mayor or mayor pro tem. I wonder if we need to strike or mayor pro tem. Or we say or mayor pro tem in the absence of the mayor or something to because really isn't that a duty of the mayor?
The mayor pro tem only acts in the absence of the mayor. They don't
So
have
maybe we just need
authority
to
if the mayor's.
clarify that, because here it makes it seem like they have dual authority.
No.
No.
I made a note.
Okay, thank you. And then next section, duties and expectations of a council liaison. Under number 3, there's those 4 bullets. And again, this is a clarifying. Questions raised by a committee about the committee's scope of work, etc. It says that the council member shall bring to the council any requests from the committee. Can we clarify how that should be done? Should that be done through the city manager or through the mayor? Because I know we can't send these questions to the entire council, right? We're not allowed to email the whole council, or we can get ourselves into trouble. So if we could just clarify, a council member liaison shall bring to the council through the mayor, or through the city manager or something, what that might look like.
Can I suggest that I could say the council member liaison shall bring to the council via an agenda item any request coming from the committee, because quite frankly, I think these items that are here are examples of things that we would want to discuss in open session and vote on.
Sure.
You're okay with that?
Yeah, absolutely. Yep, that clarifies. That's perfect.
Okay.
And it would start with.
And then I'm down to preparing and publishing the agenda, and I have like several comments here, but wanted to go back to Paul and see if he was done with his on this section.
I didn't catch your list.
She's asking if Paul had.
You know, go ahead, please.
So Shalane, you're moving to selecting, replacing, and training of committee members? Is that,
No, I skipped that. I'm back down to preparing and publishing the agendas.
okay, yep, let me move there. Paul, you didn't have anything in between?
Nothing between.
Didn't have anything in between.
Oh, I do have something on the selecting, replacing, and training of committee members.
Okay.
And I think this goes back to a question that I had asked on the rules of procedure. You know, so over there, it's, you know, it says remove, replace, not reappointed, with or without cause. And I'm trying to figure out who does, you know, who is responsible for this. You know, so if there's some kind of violation, what's the procedure, you know, for something like that? Like if, so let's say, well, I'll give you two examples. Just recently, I had a committee chairperson that spoke on a non-agenda item for almost 15 minutes.
Ooh.
So, you know, that's a violation of the Open Meetings Act.
Right.
You know, so, you know, that was brought to me by staff. You know, but does it come to me, or should that go to the council liaison? And is the council liaison responsible for handling it? Number 2 here says council liaison is responsible for resolving any issues with committee members. So
In consultation with committee chair. So I would suggest that if it's been brought to your attention like that, that you would go to the council liaison, update the council liaison, and then council liaison would work with the committee chair to counsel the committee member. If it's the committee chair that's the problem, it might be both you and the council liaison together that would go talk to the committee chair.
Yep.
And maybe we need to make that explicit in here.
Yeah, I think we do.
yeah,
Okay.
because I had, you know, I had another one that was brought to my attention. You know, I had the committee member send an email to a department head and say, you know, hey, I want your opinion on something. Don't worry, but I'll keep your name confidential. And so now this email is an open, you know, it's
Open record.
it's now subject to open records. And so if somebody did an open records request and they've got a department head and a committee member trying to keep things
On the down
low, you know,
That's a problem.
that could open us up. So anyway, I was trying to figure out, because these have been brought to me in the last couple of weeks, and
We'll get it in that section.
We'll modify that section and we'll add some detail to it to include instances where you might work with the council liaison or simply communicate to the council liaison, depending on who it is that's the subject of the conversation. If it's just a member or a chairperson.
okay. Yeah, all right. So that's all I had for that section.
Okay.
I have a follow-up on that. I'm a proponent of handling things whenever possible at the lowest level. So maybe just something to kind of think about, you know, whenever possible, handling things, you know, at the lowest level on the chain and then escalating, you know, should the need arise. If you kind of bring in all the heavy guns the first time around, there's no escalation there. So maybe just something to think about.
Okay.
Okay.
So are we ready to move back down to preparing and publishing agendas?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Are when ready?
Well, I was going to address the comment from Councilor Marion earlier, you know, because I had said in your coordination of interaction between the chairperson, department head, done by the city manager, just, as courtesy, so everything's going on.
Sure.
Our charter specifically says that we have the authority to talk to department heads.
Right.
That's not a question.
No debate.
I don't think anybody questions that. The only thing that's been questioned is the coordination of it. So she referenced emails and stuff, and that was because, I and Roger both have been directing people, hey, please coordinate with the city manager first, so that you're not interrupting the day. So I think that's the issue is it's not whether or not we have the authority, it's just how do we go about exercising that authority?
Not messing up the time management of the employee.
Yeah.
My idea is that it's okay for the council liaison or council member to speak to somebody that's a chair, but the city manager ought to know that that is occurring.
Right. Well, and the other comment I would make is if your communication is via email, you're not imposing yourself on that department manager. You're sending something, and quite frankly, I'll say in there, at your convenience, no rush, whatever. And that department head can respond when they have the available time. It's way different than if you walk in City Hall and go, shove your face in their office. Obviously, that's a problem.
And unfortunately, we had a problem with that. Somebody using their ability to gain access to the building and then go through the building and hand out flyers and corner not just department heads, but I mean anybody that was in this building.
Right. But we should not be communicating directly with anybody other than department heads, because the charter says nothing about anybody below department head. So anyway, but there's really nothing for me to.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I just wanted to kind of make the clarification that, that our charter gives us the power, but it's just the coordination.
Right.
It's a courtesy.
Okay.
Can I mention one? I think a chairperson should have the ability to go meet with the department head person of their committee.
Yeah, related to their
committee, because that's who they're going to,
We have that in there.
I understand, but I don't know if that necessarily requires to go to the city manager first and that.
Well, here's the way it's worked under Josh and Sandra as well.
Okay.
You asked one time, hey, I need to work with so-and-so.
Right.
Are you okay with that? Josh and Sandra both have always said, go right ahead. You got the permission.
Okay.
And they haven't been, neither one of them been real strict about it, but they have asked that, at times, please, just pop your head in and say, hey, I want to go talk to somebody, or, because there may be something going on that they're busy,
right?
So it's just been kind of a courtesy.
It should be common courtesy, yeah.
Well, I think it's generally good practice that none of us, including chairpersons, should be coming here and sticking our face in people's offices. To me, it's common courtesy to send an email, and if you want FaceTime, you request it,
Right.
and you work out a time that's mutually, agreeable.
Correct.
And Mayor, you're a little bit different, but I think the rest of us and chairpersons, for example, we should be requesting FaceTime. We shouldn't be walking in and sticking our face in someone's office. That's just my personal opinion.
And even though I'm here every day, I will usually walk into Sandra's office and ask every day. If I want to go talk to Aaron or Roy, or I always ask,
right,
hey, do you mind if I go talk to Roy?
Right. I just try and do everything by email. That way it's this lowest time, crunch for them as possible. They can address it as necessary, or, as they're available.
All right. Okay. I think we covered that one.
I think so too. We probably might have been off an agenda item there, but who knows?
Did you have your hand up?
So Paul, Did you have more on preparing and publishing the agendas?
Yeah, under item number 4, it says the secretary is responsible for distribution. My experience is that in the committees I've been on, that's not the way it's done. The city lead, for example, either the chairperson or this in building standards, I was the secretary, but I was not distributing the final agenda and packet items to the committee members. That's not the way it was being done. It was actually distributed by Roy, the city lead. The chairperson and Roy and I as the secretary would confer on the agenda. The chairperson would choose the agenda and then Roy would distribute it. So I'm just saying, as this reads, that's not my experience of how it's being done. So if we want it to be done that way, we may have some education to be done.
Right, so that-
Or on the other hand, and this would be my suggestion, we just put some flexibility in here and say the secretary or designated city lead or the chairperson, and then the rest of this stands alone.
And I can tell you, your city secretary will greatly appreciate that flexibility.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, because I'm thinking like for Board of Adjustment, wouldn't we be talking about, is it Robin that takes the minutes? And is like serves as quote unquote the secretary? So is that something we would expect for her to do? Because like Paul, it hasn't been my experience that the secretary is doing that for any of the committees that I've been working with.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, this say secretary committee or city, so
Right.
Yeah. Kind of
That's
flexible.
not happening.
it
I'll
could
get
be
the
a
point.
committee
I'll expand it.
secretary.
You got the point.
Yeah, I got it.
Got it.
And I have some stuff up at the top of the agenda part if whenever we're ready.
Are you done with the agenda part?
With that page, so she wants to
Okay.
go back up.
Go ahead, Shalane.
Again, seeking some clarity under 1B. The council liaison is responsible for accumulating desired agenda items from other council members and the city manager. Is there some formal process for that to happen? Does something need to be in here that clarifies what that looks like? Or is it more like if the city manager or the city council have something they want on a specific agenda, then they will take it to the liaison? I'm trying to figure this out because I have never seen in a city council meeting where on the agenda it's mentioned, hey, does anybody have anything for this commission or that board or whatever? So maybe we could clarify here.
I think the intent here was not to try and micromanage how council liaisons went about doing that. I mean, we can put something specific in here, but I think we're trying to leave it to the council liaison to determine the best way for he or she to go about accumulating that information and getting it to the chairperson.
And it's
Okay,
rare.
so,
Go ahead.
no, I was gonna say, so like I've never been contacted by any liaison, any committee to say, hey, do you have something you want on this agenda? I guess what I'm trying to figure out here is, are we supposed to be doing that? Because this makes it appear as if we are. I don't think that we are.
So, yeah, this is absolutely saying that you as a liaison for a particular committee, commission, or board are responsible for communicating with the rest of the council and the city manager to find out if they have any items that need to go on an agenda for that committee, commission, or board.
And I will tell you how it's happened, and it's very simple. At the end of our meetings, we have a thing called future agenda items.
Right.
And that's the time you ask, hey, that's when you do it.
Okay,
Otherwise,
so
I mean,
it's future agenda items. All of us go through our boards and commissions and ask if anybody has anything.
you can.
If you're about to have a meeting, absolutely.
Normally, when something comes up, it gets brought to your attention without
Right.
you even having to ask.
Right.
Yeah.
It's rare, but we do.
You know, I would suggest, because of the way the open meetings work, it's more problematic for me to go to everyone and say, do you have anything for me? That's difficult. The onus, I would say, should be flipped. That as a council member, if I have something that I want to go on to the building standards, I should go tell Arch about it.
So
And, you know, the same thing with other meetings. So it becomes, it becomes, you know, a one-on-one discussion that's pushed by the person who wants the agenda item to be in there.
Correct.
Yeah.
So in that case, then if I talk to Arch and we said, the two of us say we want this on the agenda, or I want it on the agenda, he could agree or disagree. If he disagrees, then we may need to have a council discussion about it. If he agrees, then the two of us, you know, maybe
To meet with the
just push the item in
chairperson.
there for discussion.
Yeah.
I would say.
And
And then-
that's exactly what I was getting at. Is it on the person who wants it on the agenda to take that responsibility? Because I also don't want to get in trouble for contacting every member of council.
Right.
To ask.
I got a note and I will change that.
And again, you can always ask if future agenda items, and we're in the open session, so but yeah. Use it.
Okay, then I have, under D, the last sentence says, should the committee chair feel she needs access to other city staff, he or she will do so through the council liaison. Seems to kind of conflict with that, what we were saying earlier, where these requests need to go through the city manager.
I
So,
already have a note that
Yeah.
we're going to change that to add city manager.
okay. And then I have a question. E there and number 3 seem to be in conflict to me. So E says the agenda should be emailed to the department head of the related committee 7 days prior. 3 says the committee chair is responsible for transmitting the agenda and packet to the appropriate city staff for legal posting, who I assume is Sandra, because she's the one who usually posts them.
The problem here is when you talk about appropriate city staff, you're talking about the department head of that particular department. Okay. A few times what has happened is the agenda by the committee has been sent to Sandra, and then Sandra has to check the document. She doesn't want to be able to have to check the document. She wants to be able to just publish the document that comes to her, the completed document that she needs to put out. So in order for someone to double check whether the information is correct, it should go to the department head, and the chairperson and the department head make sure they got everything correctly. Or if the secretary of that committee sends the information to the department head, then they could work it out and make sure all the information is accurate for them to just send it to Sandra to put it on the agenda.
So could we simplify this then, eliminate 3 and edit E to be a little bit more clear? Because I feel like having both in there, what we've done is we've added 2 layers of communication to the process. So we could just modify E to say that the agenda should be emailed to the department head related to the committee 7 days prior, and they shall then forward that to the appropriate city staff for posting to the city website, instead of going back and forth.
That's cool.
I got it.
That sounds good. Thank you.
Fabulous. And then I think the only other, we've already talked about the secretary part. So I think, I think I'm done, because we talked about simplifying the other one. Thank you. At least for till the next section.
So we're ready for roles in committee meetings?
Yes.
Okay. Fire when ready.
My very last comment
Okay.
on all of these documents is in section, in number 2 at the bottom of the page, it talks about,
Are you talking about subcommittees?
this is,
We're in roles in committee meetings first.
the way the bolding is, I thought this was all under that. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, no, I was at the bottom half of the page, so we could ask about the top half of the page first.
Yeah. Does anybody have anything in the roles in committee meeting section?
Yes, one of them is what you just mentioned. I think subcommittee is another subheading, so that needs to be, you need to have a hard return there to make it clear that's another section. But I also think right above that, so after D and before subcommittee, you have a council member attends all committee meetings, And I think that should have an E in front of it.
The one that says a council member attends all committee meetings?
Yes, I think that's supposed to be E under 3.
Yeah, there is an E there, and it does look like maybe it's struck out. So
Strike through.
yeah, I'll take care of that.
And then, so I have a lot of comments here, but I think they might be related to the communication tree for agendas. So I think that might be all I have for that section there, Kevin.
Okay, so then we've got this last section, subcommittees.
Yeah.
Actually, I did find one thing, sorry.
Go ahead.
It's totally technical. Same sentence, council member attends all committee meetings and should arrange a replacement council member if he/she, again, just for consistency with the rest of the document, instead of the S with the he in parentheses.
Yep.
So he/she, and that's it for my whole document, actually.
Okay,
Man, who's that council member? They got to go to a lot of meetings.
they sure do.
Yeah, right. In subcommittees, item number 2, I actually I don't think we can resolve this here, but we had within planning and zoning, we had a long discussion with Ms. Silvera about subcommittees and open meeting rules as they apply to subcommittees. And so I'm not sure that there may be some changes that need to be written in here because of that. And so I would just ask that, Ms. Silvera help us to get to the right language, because what ended up happening was based on the education session she did with the planning and zoning committee, we effectively stopped doing subcommittees.
Right. So we had a situation with the library subcommittee, and that's, I had a long email thread with Aaron about this because we were short one member. We only had 6, but they were doing subcommittees, and it was that legal. So we did have a long thread as well. And I thought I captured what she had communicated to me via email here, but if I didn't, by all means, please let me know. We'll make whatever adjustments are necessary.
Well, the caveat is specifically for P and Z because it's in state law. It's in the local government code regarding P and Z, that the same rules apply to subcommittees as to the Planning and Zoning Commission members. So it's Open Meetings Act, the whole 9 yards for that. It doesn't necessarily apply to every subcommittee. It's that one that's called out in state law. So.
And what about council? If I may ask that question, subcommittees of council, does it have the kind of the planning and zoning restrictions or not?
No, that's not called out in, no.
That's good news.
Yeah, exactly.
I would have told you something.
Language around planning and zoning is appropriate here.
Okay. Yep. I'll make a note.
And I just comment, I wish that I could have provided you guys this feedback out of band, but I think that would have violated open meetings. So this is a side, this last hour-long discussion is a side effect of the open meetings restricting us from doing what would seem logical.
Right. Okay.
So, not a problem.
It's the way it is.
So do we ask for citizen input?
Are we done, council?
I think
I
so.
think so.
All right,
The end of the document.
so I'll go to the citizens. Any citizens have comments on the council liaison committee, board, commission policies and procedures? All right, I am not seeing any, so we will go back into our action items.
And I'm taking the direction that I'll also encapsulate this document and fold it into the rules of procedure and just have one document. I think you guys gave me that feedback, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
In their editorial, they're not mentioned.
Okay.
All right, so we'll just go back into action items. We'll go to number 10. Go back, starting in order now. Discussion, consideration, and possible action to sell surplus strip of property to Matt and Brittany Van Buren, 2907 Davis Cove, and abutting property owner Larios Rocio, 20106 Bunker. Let's see, where's my thing for number 10? 131, there it is. All right, so the Van Burens contacted the city wanting to purchase a strip of property adjacent to their property on Davis Cove. City contacted the abutting property owner, Mr. Rocio, and Mr. Rocio said he did want his portion. So government code authorizes the city to sell narrow strip of land, and property must be sold to abutting property owners in proportion to their abutting ownership. Strip of property is comprised of approximately 1,787.43 square feet. Each abutting property owner has the option to purchase one half of the above referenced property for fair market value, which the city has accepted as $1.40 per square foot. Any questions moving forward on this one?
The one question that I would have on this agenda item and the next, I would suggest we could start putting these on consent agenda.
Hey, I'm game with that too.
Work for me.
The only thing I would request on the next one, I think I had the comment that it seemed uncertain whether or not the other person wanted a part of the parcel for the next one. That's the note I made as I read through it. So
There was an A and a B.
yeah, option A and a B, so that you can't put that on the consent agenda because it sounds like we got to figure out which.
That makes sense. And so I'll kind of modify my proposal. If it's a straightforward one, let's do it with consent agenda.
Right.
And we can always remove it from consent agenda if we need to. If there's a problem that either, the mayor or the city manager sees and wants us to actually discuss it, then by all means, put it on the regular agenda.
Okay. Any questions, comments? Anything from the audience? All right, I will entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we approve the sale of property to Matt and Brittany Van Buren and to the abutting property owner, Larios Rocio, and authorize the mayor or acting city manager to execute the sale.
I'll second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed? Hearing none, motion carries unanimous. All right. Number 11, discussion, consideration, and possible action to sell surplus strip of property to Paul and Tammy Marino, 20204 and 20206 Bird Avenue, and abutting property owner Turaf Varohi at 31100 Burnside. Let's see. So the Marinos contacted the city, indicated their interest in purchasing the strip of property behind their house. We contacted the property owner, Mr. Varohi. He did say he was interested in purchasing his portion as well. The strip of property between the Marinos and Mr. Varohi is comprised of approximately 2,643.32 square feet. See map option A. The Marinos may purchase half of this property. Because of the shape of his property, Mr. was given the option to purchase approximately 1920.19 square feet as referenced in option B. Each abutting property owner is required to pay fair market value of $1.40 per square feet. Let me see. Closed out my darn thing.
I don't
I don't,
see how option A is possible.
I think option
Well-
A only applies to,
Option A is just the
only
land
to the
that was right
marinos.
behind the other owner.
Right, but they're taking the whole thing and Mr. Ferrogi doesn't get any
No,
in
No,
option
they
A.
get half.
I think this says they get, the marinos may purchase half
Of A.
of A.
Oh, okay.
Right.
And B is just giving Mr. Ferrogi the option to purchase that,
that other strip of land.
the other part.
On the
Okay.
other side.
Do we know, is Mr. Ferrogi going to buy half of A and B?
Well, half of A, if he buys B, he's getting half of A.
Oh,
Right.
it is half A.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, my computer's slow pulling up my.
So do we know if he wants option A or option B?
He wants as much as he can get. He wants B.
B,
Oh,
okay. Okay.
All right, any other questions? We clear?
Elaine?
This is just actually in the subject box, correcting the address of Burnside. It should just be 3110. There's an extra 0 in that address, so just wanted to point that out.
3110, not 31100.
Correct.
All right. Thank you. All right, anybody else? Anything from the audience? Any comments? All right, I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I'd make a motion that we approve the sale of surplus strip property to Paul and Tammy Moreno at 20204 and 20206 Bird Avenue, and abutting property owner Taraj Ferrogi at 3110 Burnside, utilizing option B. And approve yourself or the acting city manager to execute the sale.
Second.
All right, I have the motion and a second by Councilor Williams. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, motion carries unanimous.
Oh, were we supposed to take public comments there?
I'd ask them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so now we go to 13. All right, bear with me, I got a lot to read here. Discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding ordinance number 21-05-06-01, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Lago Vista, Texas, pursuant to Vernon's Texas Codes Annotated Local Government Code, Chapter 102, Section 102.007B, providing for amendments to ordinance number 20-09-17-02 for the fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2020 and ending September 30th, 2021. Amendments to said budget by department are set forth in Exhibit A attached to this ordinance. All right, there are two separate budget amendments under consideration on this agenda item. However, there's two items, but it's one ordinance.
Correct.
The first follows a recommendation from the auditors when they presented the fiscal year ending 2020 audit. Prior to fiscal year 2020, all revenue received from utility water, service taps, and extension fees and services was reported as revenue, and all expenses related to utility water, sewer taps, and extension fees and services were reported as expenses. Beginning in the fiscal year ending 2019, the city started experiencing growth spurts that made it hard to budget water and sewer tap and extension expenditures. It was about that time frame that the city started contracting out all of the tap and extension work. Rather than come before council repeatedly for budget amendments, Public Works suggested to management that classifying the same revenue as liability account revenue and paying the related expenses directly from that account would be a way to avoid the constant need to amend expenditures. Fiscal year ending 2020 was the first year that the change was implemented. The city received a finding in the fiscal year ending 2020 audit for reporting the revenue expenses that way, and the auditors reclassified all of the fiscal year ending 2020 utility, water, sewer, tap, and extension revenue and expenses during the audit. The fiscal year ending 2020 audit was presented to and accepted by council in March 2021. Exhibit A of this amendment reclassifies all of the revenue and expenses received from October 1st, 2020 through March 31st, 2021, and adjust the respective water sewer service budgets to finish out the remainder of the fiscal year. And as of April 1st, 2021, all utility and sewer tap extension revenue is being recorded on intake as revenue, and the expenses are being reported as expenses in the respective budgets. There is sufficient water sewer tap and extension revenue to cover the water sewer tap expenses. This amendment serves to reclassify revenue and expenses that have already been realized into budget anticipated revenue expenses through the end of the fiscal year. Requires no additional funding from other sources. All right, that's the first one. And number two, the second budget amendment under consideration relates to development services, contract services, and professional services line items. On March 18th, 2021, a budget amendment was presented to council requesting a staff position to help cover the increase in building inspections. Included in the same amendment was an adjustment to contract inspections. The original budget for contract inspections was $40,000. As of March 18th, we had already spent $99,245. The intent of the March 18th budget amendment was to make the contract inspections line item whole and have the new employee cover the increased inspections. The new employee won't be in place until possibly July. Since passing the March 18th budget amendment, Development Services has already spent an additional $54,265 for contracted inspections. Current staff cannot keep up with the demand for all new inspections and permitting. Anticipated need to again make the line item whole and to cover additional inspections through the end of the fiscal year equals $102,265. Of that amount, $54,265 makes the line item whole. The contract being negotiated with a new contract inspector that could cost the city up to $24,000 through the end of the fiscal year, and including an additional $24,000 to cover any invoices already incurred and up to the day that the new contract is in place. Also for consideration is an amendment to the professional services line. During fiscal year ending 2020, the city paid ESD for fire marshal inspections. Funding for ESD to cover those inspections was not included in the fiscal year ending 2021 budget. Necessary to cover fire marshal inspections and plan reviews is a request for $7,500 to finish out the fiscal year. Along with the phenomenal growth from the demand for inspections and permitting is a phenomenal growth in related revenue. The original Development Services revenue budget anticipated income of $484,522. As of the date, April 27th, Development Services fees has equaled $1,049,232.62. That's more than double. On the expense side, the current fiscal year 2021 Development Services expenditure budget, which includes all previous budget amendments, is $816,293. To date, $508,411.96 has been spent or is encumbered. There is more than enough Development Services fees related related income to cover the necessary budget amendment expenses. Total amount of amendment requested equals 109,765. No other resources are needed. So 2 amendments. One is administrative in nature, and the other is the budget amendment that does include the 109,765, but the money is being covered by the fees. So it doesn't really affect anything. It's just, it just has to be done.
Got it.
Yep.
Questions?
This one gets down to being another no-brainer.
Yeah, my only question, is there any way to expedite getting that new inspector in?
Right? Why July?
He's coming a little earlier. He had a death in the family,
Oh, okay.
okay.
Never mind.
but he's almost here.
And
Yeah.
just had an issue.
Got it. Fair enough.
All right. Anybody from the audience have a question? Comment, I should say. All right. Hearing none, I'll accept the motion.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we approve ordinance number 21-05-06-01.
Second.
All right, I have the motion and the second by Councilor Davila. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, motion carries unanimous. All right, 16, discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding a sign proposal from the Golf Course Advisory Committee, number 16. Let me get here so I can read the summary. Attached, please find a copy of the signage recommendation for the Lago Vista Golf Course. The recommendations are broken down into 3 categories. First category is signage needed for the safety of golf course users and city liability issues with dangerous conditions. The total estimated cost for signage that we consider critical, $5,150. The second category is considered badly needed directional signage. However, it is considered a secondary priority by the committee. The total estimated cost for directional signage is $3,200. The third category is primarily for marketing purposes, although not a necessary item at this time. The committee feels this program would add great depth to the current marketing plan. The cost of this component of the signage recommendations is to be determined, as one or more items must be negotiated with sign providers. It says funding is required and it has not been budgeted. And this would come out of the general fund.
Yes.
All right, so Mr. Weatherly, it has you on the lead. Would you like to?
Yes, I would have loved to have had my chairman for the Golf Course Advisory Committee present this, but he has resigned and is going north to find cooler weather. So anyway, our Golf Course Advisory Committee looked at and was concerned with signage on the golf course in a number of areas. Primarily signage at the crossings where the golf course goes crossroads, and the need for a sign telling people that it is not a walking path during hours of operation. There is a constant liability situation for the city with walkers being on the cart paths while the golf course is operating. It would be wonderful if we could all hit a golf ball straight, but that is not what happens. And anyone on a cart path while golfers are playing is at risk. And it is their feeling that we need signs at those crossings to make people aware of those risks, a caution sign that also says that walking is not permitted by the city during those hours of operation. The other thing that they were concerned with were the areas where there are very steep cart paths, specifically 8 and 9. And what they recommend is a sign that cautions the individual that you are coming up on a very steep hill. We have had at least a couple of accidents where carts have actually turned over.
There was one that flipped over in the group 2 in front of me last weekend.
Yeah, and in one case, one of our citizens was seriously injured. And Paul still hasn't quite gotten over that. So it is something that we need in place. The original recommendation was numbers that were obtained, I think, mostly from the internet and looking at sites that publicize signs for golf courses. I took the opportunity to go and talk with Lago Print and found that we could significantly reduce the cost for these signs. The recommendation is that we use what is called an e-panel. And this is a panel that is laminated metal over a plastic center. And they tell me that it is much more substantial, much more durable than standard aluminum or wood. And at a cost that is very close to just a plain aluminum. But it's a total of 25 signs that would be 18 by 24, printed in color. They'd be pre-drilled with the holes, and the cost would be about $30 each. That is a discount to the city, which would come to $750. There would be 2 signs, 4 by 5. On here it said that the sign on hole number 1 would be no walkers, no food, beverages except through the grill. That actually could be a larger sign. I don't know that it would have to be 4 by 5, but a larger sign welcoming individuals to the Lago Vista Golf Course, and possibly including some of our instructions, such as 90-degree rule and cart paths only on par 3s, those kind of things. And put it at the beginning of the hole so it's much more obvious to the individuals coming on the course than possibly our sign that's kind of off to the side as you go into the clubhouse. The other 4 by 5 would be at the end of the 18th hole and would be a sign thanking individuals for playing on our golf course and requesting that they come back and play again. And also a note to, if there were any problems or complaints, to please make us aware of it so that any necessary corrections can be made. And then 3 18 by 18 signs. One of these would be a blind hole on number 13.
Number 13.
And then the other 2 would be warning signs about the steep grade on the cart path. Posts can be purchased for $20 a piece for a 4-foot steel pole, which I think would be more than enough to elevate the sign to where it would be easily seen.
Is there a blind hole on 9 sign at the tee box?
Well, that could be added to it. That was not in their list, I do not believe.
You might want to put one in there, because you always have to drive up to
see
before you can hit. So
yeah, it would probably be a good idea to have a sign there saying blind hole. But anyway, we can buy 4-foot steel post. 32 of them would be another $40, but $640 for that. Quickcrete is $5 a bag. That's buying it at Sun Hardware. I think that we probably can get a better price than that. Nuts, bolts, and washers would be about $200. Materials would be in the neighborhood of $2,000 to do this. Signs on the course could be placed by the golf course staff, and then the other signs could be placed by our public works people.
I think there needs to be 2 other signs.
So this is a beginning proposal, okay?
Yeah, but you didn't, I didn't hear anything about a directional sign coming off of 9 and a directional sign going
There
on
you
the
go.
10.
I knew there was 2 of them I was missing on here.
Okay.
I couldn't think of what it was. And I didn't notice that until after I'd already typed all this up.
Okay.
But anyway, developing a plan for these signs and the time and effort to get them ready to print will be significant for the people at Vistago. They're very willing to do it. But their request was that I make sure that this is something that we want to do before they start going through all the trouble to set those signs up. So what I am proposing tonight is that a plan for these signs be added to and completed to be adequate for what we need on the golf course, and that we budget. At this point, I think probably what we need to budget is $2,100 in order to purchase the materials in order to put these on the golf course. I agree with my golf course advisory committee that these signs really are needed now. This is a liability issue for the city. These are things that really should have been on the golf course a long time ago.
So is that including the 2 directional signs?
Yes, that would cover it. 2,100 would do it.
So
just the first part. Just the first. That was what we showed in that packet at the 5150.
Yeah, that price was exorbitant.
So it does not include these. It's all those up above. Okay, got it. That was my first question. I'll echo Dave's comment. We absolutely need signs from 9, guiding people toward 10.
10, yes.
And then I mentioned something to you earlier that we used to have a sign on number 1 that said golfers are responsible for any damage they cause to homes along the way. And that's all of a sudden it's down, it's gone.
Yeah.
And I think that one should be back up. I'm not sure why it came down in the first place.
Well, and I think that should be part of that initial sign when you come up to the golf course.
Right. But the only thing I'd say is that when it was there before, it was there all by itself and it was big. If you just make that comment, a small part of a bigger sign, I don't know that it's going to be as effective as it should be. That's just my comment. I have one last comment, and it's more of a question. The golf course is in the black right now. Why aren't they just going out and doing this and using their own funds to take care of this?
It is my understanding that our golf course director does not feel that he is in a position at this point where he can be spending money out of his budget that is not already in the budget. And this would be an additional expense that he does not have on his budget.
I totally get it. I totally get it. My thought is that he's in the black. Just go take your own money and go do it.
Well, that is not something that apparently he is comfortable with at this present time.
And so my only recommendation is if we approve this, that's my suggestion. Have him go use his funds and just give him the approval to do it, as long as it's within the numbers that we're talking about here, versus having it come out of the general fund. Just my thought.
Yeah, because that was a comment I was going to make. We just had a special call meeting where we discussed our general funds, and
right.
I can't support anything else coming out of the general fund right now. I would have a question for Star if she's still in attendance.
I think she's up there.
This is an,
I'm still here. Yes, sir.
is that skunk still around?
No, skunk's gone.
So this is a wonderful tourist attraction. Is there any chance this money can come out of hot tax?
Oh,
No, probably not, because it's not going to encourage anybody to spend the night. How,
It might. Put a sign right on there, sleep on the course.
We can put it on the bottom of the sign, you may sleep on the.
Bring
course
your
if you
sleeping
bring your
bag.
tent. Mm.
Darn it. Yeah, either, I'm with Kevin. It's got to come out of his budget somewhere. Or if we can't use hot tax, I'm thinking it's going to have to, my recommendation is got to wait till the next budget cycle.
it would be classified as a golf course expense, whether we pay for it with general fund money or we pay for it with golf course money, it's still going to wind up being a golf course expense and it will be charged to his budget. If we don't, the auditors are going to come in and reclassify it there anyway. So he does have the revenue. His expense budgets are extremely low right now. So he has the funds available to cover it. We haven't made any of the transfer yet. So we've got sufficient transfers in there at year end if we need to. So.
Okay. Can I just,
Councilor Marion.
Thank you, Mayor. I really was just going to echo what you and Kevin said, because that was the comment I had here, especially given, the most recent golf course reports. And especially because Star just said it could get us in some trouble later with the auditors. They're going to do it anyway. So it seems like if he's got the money in the budget, just take it out of the golf course budget and go do it. I did have a question though. So in here it says $51.50 for the signs that are considered safety and liability, but then I heard $2,100 for materials, but I don't see that on here. So I'm confused as to what it is that the recommendation is.
cancel out that 5150 and it's just this one sheet of paper right here.
yeah, Dick handed something out. You didn't get it because you're not here.
You're not here. I'm sorry that I couldn't get it into the packet earlier, but I didn't get numbers from them till this morning, so.
So the total for the signs is 2,100.
Yeah, scratch the 5150.
Okay, that makes sense, because I was looking at this the whole time that he was talking and I was like, that is just like, I don't see hardly any of it. Okay, so 2,100 is what they're looking to spend, hopefully out of golf course budget.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm really thinking, just make sure
2,500.
that let's make it not to exceed 2,500.
I would go along with that.
Okay.
And I completely zoned out, Councilor Marion, that
That's enough.
we all had this and you didn't. Sorry.
On this other proposal that he had here, on this second part,
Yeah,
where it says signage needed for directions, I would like to see that be added into the city wayfaring sign project
yes.
so that it has the same consistency of look with the rest of the city. Okay, so,
And that's what I brought that up with Chip before
okay,
we got past it, but he already had it all in here. And they also had a number of other signs that they were looking at, but those would be signs that would go into a marketing
okay.
thing. He was talking about signs on 1431 and possibly over on somewhere off of 183 to encourage people to come and play on our course. Those are things that we truly might be able to take out of the hot tubs.
Yeah. So do you feel like it's okay if we just approve the safety and so forth, and then these other two go into our budget for cycle for next
I
year?
would think that those would go into cycle for next year.
Okay, okay,
That would be my recommendation, will be my motion.
okay, perfect.
Counselor Marion.
Thank you. That conversation right there just reminded me of another question I have written down here. So the wayfaring signs for the city that we're talking about, there's an agenda item, and by all means, please correct me if I'm wrong, for the EDAC next week, where they're maybe considering a company that might have some, or be doing some work on directional signing for the city. I understand that that might even be for free, and if so, could these be included in that? Or do I have that totally wrong?
It's going to be at the Economic Development Committee meeting, but there's two programs, and the one program that's showing is one that's free to the city. The wayfaring signs with Scenic City and everything else on it is not free to the city. So that's a separate program that they'll talk about, but the one that they're really promoting is, and I'm forgetting the topic, but it has to do with hotel, motel, and driving things to the main section of 1431 for businesses that are already existing. The other one is more directional signs. The directional signs is not included in that program. So we'll get more information. As more information comes out, I'll bring it to our attention at the council.
I thought we had like 70 grand in the budget for directional signs within the community. Am I imagining that?
Yes,
We do.
Yes.
Is that something that we're going to try and get accomplished this year?
That was the game plan when we were originally putting that in budget.
Yeah.
But the driving force behind the wayfaring signs moved out of town, so that kind of went down the hill. I haven't heard anything about it since he left.
I pushed on that when I was on council before constantly. We never made it happen, but I was thinking we finally have money. Let's do it.
And the idea was that we would set up a committee. That was what Josh and I talked about, is that we would set up a committee with a couple of people off the council and some citizens, and maybe a couple of people from the Keep Lago Vista Beautiful group.
Are we getting off topic?
Yes,
Probably
we are.
Probably are.
Yeah.
I think we're getting punchy.
I think we're ready for a motion unless, well, you need citizen comments, but.
Anybody from the audience have any comments? They've all gone dark, so I can't.
Yeah, we're not even sure if they're still there.
Yeah. All right. Well, at this time, I'll entertain a motion.
All right, I would make a motion that we approve $2,500 from the golf course budget to be spent to place signs on the golf course to reduce safety and liability issues.
All right, I have a motion and a second by Councilor Davila.
Not to exceed 2,500.
Well, I asked for an amendment, not to exceed 2,500.
Not to exceed 2,500.
And I'm not sure if you said directional signs or not, because to me, like 9 going to 10.
That's safety and
Okay, and then the
liability.
liability. So you did say that?
Yes.
Okay, I stand corrected. Sorry.
All right, so I have the motion and a second by Councilor Davila. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, motion carries unanimous. All right, we're on 17. Discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding an emergency response planning citizen committee. Following, the winter storm and everything, I got with some citizen volunteers, and we've created a citizen task force, basically, to go through our emergency response plan. It just so happens that Travis County has decided to update their countywide response plan So they will be changing their 22 annexes as well. So it's the basic plan and 22 annexes. What we have in place is the exact same thing. I had, when started asking, I had been given a basic plan from our previous emergency management coordinator. And it was the county plan with the new cover sheet on it, said Lago Vista. So it's, the basic plan is basically, it was the exact county plan. And then I had gotten the 22 annexes from Travis County, only to find out that we did have some annexes. We had 14 of the 22 here in Lago Vista, but they were also the county annexes that just had Lago Vista cover sheets placed on them. So we need to go in and update our basic response plan and 22 annexes, make it where it's kosher with the new Travis County plan, and add in stuff that's, you know, specific to Lago Vista. So I have some wonderful volunteers, including Councilor Marion as one of my volunteers. We've had one meeting. We introduced each other. We figured out what we wanted to work on, what our desires were, and picked out, you know, the annexes and stuff that each person wanted to help with, only for me to discover two problems. We have a communication issue in that we have no way of document sharing. And because this is city stuff, it kind of needed to be done city resources. I also discovered that some of these annexes are not to be seen by Joe Citizen because of anti-terrorist, since because of 9/11 stuff.
Yeah.
So the committee's kind of on standby right now. Before we proceed, because I'm going to have to make some adjustments.
Okay.
We have what's called a CERT, Citizen Emergency Response Team. And they're basically volunteers that show up when you have an emergency. And they are trained by fire department, police. Cedar Park has a really good certification program. So that's definitely something that the committee's going to continue with. And then the annexes and stuff that aren't necessarily confidential, they want to help out as well on those. But I need to take them, off of just being a volunteer committee and make them an ad hoc committee.
Okay.
So that we can use, you know, the document services, so we can, you know, all the line item changes and stuff, we can share that and keep it all in one central location. So what I'm asking for tonight is for y'all to recognize the emergency response
Ad hoc
planning citizen committee as an ad hoc committee. I don't know I can't give you a time frame. I'm thinking this is going to take at least 6 months to do. So it would be just until the task is completed. So that's what I'm asking for. And comments?
Quick question of just the size. So you've had a certain number of volunteers.
I have 8.
So you had 8. Do we need to even talk about the number? Maybe
No.
we don't need to.
No, because yeah, no, I put out an application notice And I think I said 8 to 10. I think I got 8 applications, and every one of them were former law enforcement, work for VOADS, American Red Cross, ADRN. One's a former White House Secret Service guy. They're all
Highly qualified.
Yeah. Shalane's got tons of experience with some emergency response planning. So I think the number and the quality of people that I have, fantastic.
But whenever a motion's made, we don't need to name the number of people or anything, just authorize the committee. That's an ad hoc committee.
I would, as far as I know, that's all we need to do.
Yeah.
Aaron, do we have to?
No.
Name a number or anything like that, or can we just recognize them as an ad hoc committee to stand until a task is completed?
It would be better if you mentioned something about the number of members. You know, and it may be as simple as many members are needed to complete the task. That way you can have as many as you want. That way it's at least addressed. Because all of our other committees have that.
Number.
We stated number.
Okay, let me see.
What the 8 number now?
Up to 10 members, something like that. However you want to do it.
Let's
But it'd
see.
be better.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have 9 people, if you count Counselor Marion and Sergeant Major Schofield. So do they need to be included?
If they're members. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank
So
you.
So you
So
have
I-
9 or 10?
I get, and me, 10. So yeah. I guess-
Okay.
But the
Thank you.
proposed language actually didn't have a number. It just says as needed to complete the task.
Yeah.
Number. So I don't, what I heard is we don't actually have to state a number. We just need to put a sentence in there that says we'll
As
have
many members as necessary to complete the task.
Appropriate number. of
Well, in
people.
case you do want to state a number, I have 10.
Okay.
Or I guess I just worry in case people have to drop off, either avoid a specific number or not to exceed 10 or something, or just don't mention a number.
Excuse me.
Okay.
Should we make a motion?
Well, let's see. Anybody from the audience have any comments? Okay, yeah. I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I will make a motion that the council recognizes and authorizes the Emergency Response Planning Citizen Committee that will be made up with the number of people necessary to accomplish the task, and it will operate for as long as it takes to complete the task.
And it will be at a.
And it will be a new ad hoc committee. Correct.
I'll second that.
All right, so I have the motion and the second by Counselor Prince. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Hearing none, the committee's formed. Thank you. All right, where we at? 18?
18. This needs to happen.
Yeah.
Posting of signs and.
Yeah.
This shouldn't be too bad, right? Discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Lago Vista, Texas, amending Chapter 3, Building Regulations, Article 3.100, Building Codes and Construction Requirements, Section 3.115, to add requirements for signage at construction sites related to work hours, noise violations, providing codification and publication, an effective date, repealer, severability, proper notice, and open meetings clause. The city is experiencing a significant increase in residential construction, which has resulted in increased noise complaints and incidents of construction on prohibited days and hours. This has increased calls to the police department from existing residents. Therefore, the PD has instituted a no tolerance policy. As part of the policy and given the amount of fines that may be assessed, additional notification to contractors and subcontractors regarding noise in working hours and days is warranted. The ordinance requires permit holders to post signs on each construction site notifying all persons that commercial construction is prohibited on Sunday. Loud music is prohibited. Work hours are Monday through Saturday, 7 A to 7 P, and the fines not to exceed $2,000 may be issued. The signs will have language in English and Spanish. Permit holders have the option to purchase the signs from the city or to have their own printed after approval by the Development Services Department. The ordinance specifies the content of the signs, number and location of signs to be posted, duration that they must be posted, size of the signs, font used, and that they must be replaced if damaged or removed. Right, they have to buy them or do their own. They can't use a crayon and write on a big chief text. All right, questions, comments? It's got to be a great thing.
This is a good thing.
Yes, Councilor Marion.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a few clarifying questions. In some places, the ordinance refers to residential, others it says commercial. I think those are two different things, and I'm just wondering, are we talking commercial or residential or both? That's the first question. And then I had a question about the fines. So is it $2,000 in total for the duration of the project, whether it takes 4 months, 6 months, or a year? Or is that a $2,000 per day, per incident? And who's going to be fined? It says $2,000 per person. Does that mean the construction superintendent, individual workers, or both? So those are my questions.
Very good questions. So Development Services, our code enforcement officer put together these signs. They had 100 of them printed. So the language you see does say commercial construction. And so I didn't want to have to throw out 100 signs. So I left it as is. I would have recommended something slightly different because it's really construction. And this all comes from our ordinance. So it's construction, residential construction, commercial construction, it's all prohibited on Sundays. These are really intended, primarily they're going to be put at residences because most of our construction right now is all residential, but it would put them on notice. The fine is really dependent upon what the violation is. The fine would be, excuse me, issued, a citation would be issued to every person on site that's there working on, if they're there outside of working hours or the allowable days. The citations could also be issued to the permit holders because they're required to monitor and ensure that this ordinance is complied with. So part of the reason why we're doing it in English and Spanish is because we probably have a good contingent of folks who are working on these homes who English may not be their first language. And so we want to make very clear to them that they're going to get fined up to $2,000 each person on site if they're violating. Our ordinance, the $2,000 fine is when you're violating our zoning ordinance. So it wouldn't necessarily apply to all of these. The working hours is actually in our building regulations in Chapter 3. The noise is noise ordinance is our is in a different section. So it depends on which violation they have. Would determine what the fine is, but it's every person that's there on site and the permit holder, which is typically the general contractor. could receive the citation.
And this is per occurrence, right?
Per
Like if,
occurrence. So they could get it they could get one on Saturday. If they come back, they could get on Sunday. In theory, if they come, if our officers find them there at Saturday morning on Sunday morning at 7 and ticket them, and then they leave, and then they decide to come back, or they go to another job site, which happens, and then they find them at the other job site, they could cite them for that job site as well.
So follow up, if I may, Mayor. So I'm curious, I get about not throwing out the signs that have already been printed, but will any of this be clarified for those who choose to print it out themselves? Like this, per person / per incident or things like that? And then does code enforcement work on the weekends?
That's why PD's involved.
Okay.
That's why PD's involved. Because they're helping us with this enforcement of this, because it's happening when. Now, I will say though that the new person that we're trying to get in through Carl, our building official, will be working a little bit different shift. So I don't know if they'll be there on Sunday, but they will likely be there on Friday and possibly some on Saturdays. So we are expanding the breadth of when we'll be available. But this is really at the request and the process established by our PD, because they're the ones who are getting the calls at 3 in the morning, 1 midnight on Sundays. It's pretty bad.
Got it.
Pretty bad right now.
somebody else?
Just I guess the scope of applicability here, if, for example, a citizen decides to, gets a parking permit to build a new parking area for their boat, do they have to put a sign up? Or if a citizen is doing an add-on to an existing home, do they have to put a sign up? Is this just new construction, or how wide and deep is the applicability?
If you have construction going on your property, you have to put the sign up.
So fence builders, anything.
Yep.
Oh, even a fence permit, okay.
So can I clarify that, Aaron? If you have any construction going on at your house that requires a permit,
right, then
you need to have a sign.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that helps. Okay, thank you. And then I think, and we've kind of already discussed this, but the sign says up to $2,000, and elsewhere, I think on page 176, it says up to $2,000 per person. So we definitely need to clarify what the up to limit is, whether it's per person or just a total. And I think what I heard you say is actually per person.
It is. So if you look at the zero tolerance, fines not to exceed $2,000 per person. If that language is not, so the sign actually says that.
The sign just says is up to 2,000. It does not say per person.
If you look at the language, let's see what page 176 of your packet.
Yeah.
Yes.
In bold letters, zero tolerance, fines not to exceed 2,000 per person. Cierro la tolerancia. I can't say it in Spanish. That's $2,000 per person.
177, the large graphic of the sign does not say per person. That was my point.
Yeah, we're gonna have to, any sign's gonna have to make sure that that's clear. This is what got printed, and I, because we know it's gonna be applied on a per person basis, we're gonna have to phase these out. But I think they spent $350 on the signs so far. Of course, this was, they initiated this, and they were trying to get contractors to do it voluntarily. And of course, nobody came and got the signs. They're $5. It cost us $5 a sign. So I said, well, the only way to make them do it is to put it in the ordinance and require it. So here's your ordinance change. But yeah, we do need to have consistency. I agree.
Gotcha.
Anybody else? Let's see. All right. That is everything. Oh, anybody in the audience have a comment? All right, that's everything. I'll entertain a motion.
This doesn't have a number to it.
Mayor, I'll make a motion that we approve an ordinance of the city of Lago Vista, Texas, amending Chapter 3 Building Regulations, Article 3.100, Building Codes and Construction Requirements, Section 3.115, to add requirements for signage at construction sites related to work hours and noise violations, providing codification and publication, an effective date, repeal or severability, proper notice, and open meetings clause.
Second.
All right, I have the motion and the second. Any further discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, motion carries unanimous. Consent agenda. All matters listed under consent agenda are to be considered routine by the city council and will be enacted by one motion. There will not be separate discussion on these items. If discussion is desired, that item will be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered separately. We only have one. Approval of the March 18, 2021 regular meeting minutes. My question, did it get corrected prior to, or is it still that issue that you brought?
Yeah, I think I didn't get an updated packet, so it is still there. I gotta see if I can find it.
I mean, because she answered that she would correct it, but I didn't know if
Right.
she had done it or not.
Right.
Can we just
What was the
approve the
subject matter?
consent agenda with the correction?
Yep.
Yeah.
Which is what I was gonna suggest, if it hasn't been corrected. I just know Sandra had replied, I'll correct that.
I'll make a motion if you're.
I'll
make a motion that-
everything.
That we approve the consent agenda with the exception of the one change that I've already communicated to the city secretary, that will be fixed before publication.
Second.
And just so everybody knows, she had indicated 5 people had voted for something, but then listed 6. So she needed to change that from 5 to 6. Yeah,
Thank you.
that was all.
Maybe it was Roy that typed it,
Yeah, maybe so. Maybe so.
All right, so I've got the motion and the second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. Hearing none, consent agenda is approved. All right. Future items. Let me get my list. My God, I used to only have 1 or 2 items and now I've got like 500. All right, so we have pre-printed on here. I believe somebody's coming to us with the comprehensive master plan update. Is that correct?
Correct.
Shalane, you have your animal cruelty discussion on here. Is that still a go?
Yes, Mayor, it's just a discussion item, so.
Okay. A fee ordinance amendment that'll come from staff. Looks like the GCAC has a vacancy again. All right. We will be bringing back the rules of procedure, right?
And Mayor, I'm just going to suggest maybe June 3rd instead of May 20th.
Oh.
Just to give us a little more time. There's quite a bit of edits to take care of.
Okay.
So just to be on the safe side, let's do June 3rd. On that one.
Procedure. We want to keep June 3rd as minimum as possible. When I'm telling you consider future, because that June 3rd and 4th, final city manager applicant interviews.
Okay.
And so we'll probably do from noon to 4.
Yeah.
And then, or noon to whatever, then go straight into council meeting.
Okay.
Make sure I put a note on here, city manager interviews.
I was gonna,
Let's see. Oh, I have Cox Springs School. I have a group coming to us. Evidently, there was a school that existed somewhere here in Lago Vista at one point prior to the little red school.
yeah,
And it is now located over off of Old Burnett Road or something. They're trying to preserve it.
Oh.
So they're like a historical
society.
preservation group. They want money.
Oh.
So, yeah, they're coming to talk to us.
Okay.
I have on here Cap Metro update. I'm just going to kind of give a little update on what I know about Cap Metro. What's changed, what hasn't changed. Let's see what else. Minutes. Oh, minutes.
Yeah.
Yes. So Metro, we need to bring back the minutes. We discussed it about how we want to do it, but we never actually gave Sandra direction. So we need to bring it back as an action item. And then I have on here the library expansion project. We need to decide what we're going to do on that.
Be explicit about either moving forward or not.
Right.
Okay.
Library expansion. That is all that I have on my list. Anybody have anything else?
We had talked about the street plan and what can be accomplished and what the associated budget is. There was some discussion as to whether that was worthy of a special meeting, but I suggest we can probably just do it on the regular agenda.
Okay. If May 20th. Put that on there.
I think that comes down to whether Mr. Belay is ready by May 20th.
Street rehab plan. Already messed up my notes. There's a procedure. Let's see.
Mayor?
Yes.
I was gonna suggest, we all got the email from Robin Pond about the potential addition to Veterans Park about first responders. I don't know if that's something we can do, but I think we ought to come to some kind of conclusion and respond back to it. It seemed like it was a reasonable thing to at least discuss.
Yeah, we can put that on there. Would it become a memorial park instead of a veterans memorial park?
And that may be the conclusion, that maybe it doesn't make any sense, but it'd be at least nice to discuss it and then provide her some feedback.
Okay, we'll put that on there as well. Make sure. I think that's everything. Let me see. Comprehensive master plan and all right. Liaisons is down here. City managers down here. Cox Springs School, Cap Metro, minutes, library expansion, street rehab. Okay. I think I've got it all under the correct date now. Anything else?
Yeah, Tom.
Nope.
Just.
That is everything. I will call this council meeting adjourned at 1:06 a.m. Thank y'all.
Okay.
So is this the longest one?